Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. It was enough to no longer worry about the dangers of the blood loss array. Instructor, what is this anomaly? Xinling asked curiously. Free from the pressure of gravity and the obstruction of the blood loss array, Xinling felt completely relaxed. If it wasn't for wanting to test her own strength, in fact, Xinling could have directly reached the summit and become an official disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect. She was the legendary predetermined big shot. Shock spread across Guo Wo's face, seemingly not having heard Xinling's question. He just stood beside, muttering to himself as if lost in thought. How is it possible, the four sacred spirit sword body, to actually exist? This. The four sacred spirit sword body is the most elite sword physique, each one characterized by the protection of one of the four sacred beasts. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. This sword physique has always been recorded in the sword scripture inherited by the Imperial Sword Sect. Every year, the Imperial Sword Sect's disciples spread out to various places on the continent, in search for the legendary individuals with the four sacred spirit sword body. However, centuries have passed, and while the sect has found many with slightly inferior sword physiques, not one with the four sacred spirit sword body has been found. This led many disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect to doubt the actual existence of the four sacred spirit sword body. But today, in front of all the peak masters and elders, a person with the Azure Dragon sword body appeared just like that. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded, watching the majestic and domineering Azure Dragon swirling around Song Jian's body, and a thought emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. Am I dreaming? Wang Jian was even more excitedly staring ahead, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Damn it, this kid kept it way too hidden, the Azure Dragon sword body, it actually is the Azure Dragon sword body, how is this possible? Song Jian was powerful, and Wang Jian knew it. In his view, even he might not necessarily be a match for Song Jian now, but he had no idea that Song Jian possessed the Azure Dragon sword body. Immeasurable Peak, he must become a disciple of Immeasurable Peak, he absolutely must. It seemed that Wang Jian had an epiphany, and with a fierce stomp, he shot towards the mountain peak like lightning. Previously, Wang Jian had no fixed intention of insisting Song Jian join his Immeasurable Peak. As long as Song Jian passed the assessment and became an official disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, he was satisfied, the mission would be complete, the reward obtained. As for which peak Song Jian would belong to, that was left to fate, it wasn't something he cared about. But now, knowing that Song Jian possessed the four sacred spirit sword body, Wang Jian immediately tossed aside his indifferent thoughts. Such talent absolutely had to be recruited into Immeasurable Peak. It was, after all, a student he had found with great difficulty. I expended so much effort to introduce you to the Imperial Sword Sect, if you don't join Immeasurable Peak, are you even human? Wang Jian secretly thought. Chapter 1174, Youth with a withering and flourishing Azure Dragon sword body activated, Song Jian easily reached the Grand Hall at the mountain summit. In Song Jian's view, the Azure Dragon sword body was merely a skill. Even though it was powerful, it didn't seem all that remarkable. Least of all in Song Jian's heart, where it ranked much lower than the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art. However, when Song Jian stood before the Great Hall atop the mountain and saw the many peak masters and elders looking at him with the kind of desire one reserves for an unrivaled beauty, he suddenly realized that this withering and flourishing Azure Dragon sword body was far more important than he had imagined. 30 seconds later, the Azure Dragon apparition slowly vanished, and his vitality points limit returned to normal. Although Song Jian appeared somewhat disheveled, his poise and demeanor were far superior to those of the examinees from previous years who had climbed to the summit. After all, having executed the Azure Dragon sword body, he was, at the very least, in a state beyond his usual sixth layer, a stark contrast to the other examinees who had nearly exhausted all of their strength. Ha, very good, indeed worthy of being my Immeasurable Peak's disciple. Just the air about you is head and shoulders above the rest. An old man with long white hair and a benevolent smile, looking at Song Jian as if he were his own grandchild, said. That good-for-nothing disciple of Wang Jian has finally done something worthwhile for our Immeasurable Peak. Song Jian? Seeing the puzzled expression on Song Jian's face, Wan Wuchun immediately felt a bit embarrassed. It was only then that he remembered Song Jian hadn't completed all the tests to become an official disciple, he had merely passed the Ascent to Heaven Stairs examination. Hence, he was completely unaware of Imperial Sword Sect's organizational structure. Actually, The Imperial Sword Sect has many legacies, each legacy. Wan Wuchun was ready to carefully explain the organizational structure of the Imperial Sword Sect to Song Jian, emphasizing that Wang Jian was part of their Immeasurable Peak line and naturally including Song Jian as part of Immeasurable Peak. After all, Wang Jian was Song Jian's mentor in the main plane, which gave Immeasurable Peak a natural advantage. However, just as he was about to elaborate, another elder interjected. Song Jian, you've smoothly passed the first part of the examination with a good performance. But to become a disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, there are 2 more parts you need to pass. Now, rest well and recover your strength. Once all the first part examinees arrive, the second part of the exams will begin. Wan Wuchun looked at this elder and felt somewhat speechless. The elder was the Imperial Sword Sect's punishment elder, and also the examiner in charge of this round of examinations. As for these entrance examinations for new disciples, they are held periodically. Each time, an elder or peak master would take charge of the event. Though this was a matter of great importance in the eyes of the new disciples, for these peak masters and elders, it was somewhat of a tedious affair. Had it not been rumored that among the new recruits was one who possessed the ancient moon sword physique, most of those present probably wouldn't have bothered to attend. The punishment elder was from the Kinglian Peak lineage, and given his responsibility for this batch of new disciples' examinations, he had control over the entire mountain guarding formation, which naturally included the blood loss array within the ascent to heaven stairs. He had only activated a small part of the blood loss array's capabilities, and even then, he had set it to its lowest effect. After bowing to everyone, Song Jian consciously walked to a corner and took out some recovery potions from his storage space, swallowing them and beginning to recover gradually. During the ascent to heaven stairs trial, external items were prohibited. Now that he had passed the first trial, it was natural to restore his condition to its best to prepare for the remaining 2 trials. Before long, Wang Jian and Gul Wo, accompanying Zinling, also reached the mountain summit. Without the gravity or blood loss array, there was no issue for Zinling with her strength to reach the peak. But after reaching the summit, Zinling glanced at the recovering Song Jian and a touch of disappointment crossed her face. The reason why so many peak masters and elders had came to observe after the offering ceremony today was mainly because of Zinling. They wanted to see what the disciple with the ancient moon sword physique looked like, and perhaps, they had even entertained the thought of persuading this disciple with the ancient moon sword physique to join their lineage. However, after witnessing Song Jian's azure dragon sword body, these people suddenly looked down on Zinling. It was just an ancient moon sword physique after all, nothing compared to the 4 sacred spirit sword body. Absolutely nothing. All eyes brimming with fervor were fixed on Song Jian. This was the legendary 4 sacred spirit sword body. Once he joined any lineage within the Imperial Sword Sect, the future achievements of that lineage would be immeasurable. It was even not impossible for it to rise to become the peak of the sect. After Zinling reached the mountain top, everyone continued to wait. More than an hour passed, and still, no one appeared on the stone steps. Song Jian felt somewhat puzzled, not knowing what they were still waiting for, but these influential figures seemed certain that someone else would reach the mountain top. So they quietly waited. After more than another hour, a youth covered in blood finally came into view. This youth was already at his limit, who had collapsed completely. His body lay flat against the stone steps, limbs on the ground, crawling slowly upward step by step like a beast using all 4s. Because of the effects of gravity and a blood loss array, the youth's knees and elbows had been worn raw, leaving a faint trail of blood along the path as he climbed. His lips were also ulcerated, seemingly bitten by himself. One could tell his body was on the verge of breakdown, extremely overtaxed in strength. That he managed to reach this point was purely due to an unwavering and dogged determination. Song Jian turned to look. At the mountain summit, in front of the grand hall, all the peak masters and elders stood before the stone steps, with cold eyes, like exalted immortals, looking down at the youth on the stone steps. And this youth who kept climbing the steps seemed like an ant in the dust of the mortal world, trying to change his fate through his own strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The youth was climbing up with all his might, gritting his teeth. Watching him, Wang Jian and Gul Wo exchanged glances. They saw themselves in that youth, as they too had been just as bedraggled when they climbed the ascent to heaven stairs years ago. So they were waiting for this youth. Song Jian's state had fully recovered. He looked at the big wigs on the mountain top. Everyone's gaze was actually focused on this youth. Although their expressions remained cold, not a single one showed impatience. There they stood quietly for nearly 3 hours, waiting for this youth who might make it to the top. Only 300 steps left. Wang Jian suddenly said in a low voice. Gul Wo's brow furrowed, and his complexion turned ugly, as if recalling painful memories. Song Jian of course knew what they were thinking. After all, he had just climbed all the steps using his own strength. The last 300 steps were a checkpoint, where the gravity array slightly changed. It no longer altered every 10 steps, but instead, every 100 steps, although the overall gravity did not change. This meant that in the short span of 300 steps there would be 3 changes. Upon stepping into the last 300 steps, gravity would no longer increase by 10 kilograms but would shoot up by 1,000 kilograms. After another 100 steps, it would increase by another 1,000 kilograms, and after one more 100 steps, yet another 1,000 kilograms. The final 100 steps would see no increase in gravity. Given the physical condition of this youth, it would likely be quite difficult for him to withstand the sudden increase of 1,000 kilograms in weight, which is also why Wang Jian and Guo Wo's complexions subtly shifted. Chapter 1175, Flying Sword. Indeed, as the young man reached the 300th from the last step, his body suddenly sank heavily, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the pristine white steps a crimson hue. Wang Jian let out a soft sigh. The young man had not prepared mentally, or rather, he had prepared himself for an additional 10 kilograms of gravity, only to be suddenly crushed by 1,000 kilograms. This caused both his mental and physical balance to be thrown off, and his organs were severely damaged by the increased pressure. With his physical fitness, it would be very difficult for him to ascend the last 300 steps. Guo Wo had more than once complained about this design, but in the eyes of the elders of the Imperial Sword Sect, as a disciple of the sect, one must always be vigilant and ready for danger that could strike at any time. The first 9,000 or so steps weren't the real challenge, the final 300 were. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the young man's expression wilted, disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he even felt as if the Imperial Sword Sect's assessment was a form of deception. It felt as if his lungs were on fire, and the threat of death was drawing nearer. The young man even began to feel his body drifting further and further away from him, his heart filling with panic. A faint sigh echoed by his ears, and the young man suddenly found himself wrapped in a warm white light, his injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. Before the surprise could fade from his face, the young man realized something, his body stiffened, and when he looked up to the mountain's peak again, his entire body turned into a beam of white light and reappeared at the foot of the mountain. Looking up at the towering ascent to heaven stairs reaching into the clouds, the young man couldn't help but shed 2 streams of hot tears. He knew he had failed. He had been so close to success, only 300 steps away from becoming a disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, nearly within reach, but in the end, that distance became an insurmountable gulf, a divide between mortals and immortals. Such a pity. Punishment. Elder Wei Dong let out a soft sigh. In fact, most of the disciples within the Imperial Sword Sect were like the young man before, lacking in exceptional talent, relying instead on sheer tenacity and perseverance to pass the assessment. These disciples who passed the assessment are now the backbone of the Imperial Sword Sect, and Wei Dong was one of them. Alright, in this disciple recruitment assessment, only 2 have passed the first test, Songjian and Xinling. Punishment. Elder Wei Dong turned his head, looking towards the 2. Xinling seemed somewhat uneasy. Were it not for her ancient moon sword physique, she probably wouldn't have done as well as the young man before and would have been eliminated early. She felt as though she had entered through the back door. In fact, Xinling didn't know how envious other disciples within the Imperial Sword Sect were of her. Within the sect, those with and without sword physique qualifications reached different heights, which was precisely why the qualifications for the sword spirit pool were so precious. You 2 come forward and listen to the contents of the second test. Wei Dong nodded to them lightly. Songjian and Xinling came forward, standing in front of the Great Hall, the ascent to heaven stairs empty behind them. For the second test, you need to go 500 kilometers away to the Sword Pond Lake and either collect a red sword grass with perfect quality, or hunt down an equivalent Lord-level boss and obtain its core of excellent quality or higher, or excavate a moon spirit stone of level 9 or above, or extract a bottle of essence from the Sword Pond Lake, or capture a sword tooth beast cub with perfect aptitude. Once completed, return here directly. You have 3 days. Punishment. Elder Wei Dong looked at the 2 with a calm face. Only then did Songjian realize why his mentor, Wang Jian, insisted that he acquire a flying sword before coming to the Imperial Sword Sect for the entrance examination. After all, a distance of 500 kilometers, even using flame-light wings, would take nearly 2 days and nights to travel back and forth. Although the assessment task wasn't difficult, the requirements were extremely high. With good luck, one might encounter their objective right away after arriving at Sword Pond Lake, but with bad luck, they might not even find 1 red sword grass of perfect quality out of 100. If I had a flying sword, I could save a lot of time on the round trip and focus all my time on finding the mission target, which would greatly increase the chances of success. Just then, a faint mosquito-like voice suddenly buzzed in Songjian's ear. Even if you fail the second round of the assessment, you can still become an official disciple, but the treatment and benefits will be halved, so you'd better be quick, don't dilly-dally and waste time. Song Jian was taken aback. He hadn't expected that, in front of so many peak masters and elders, Wang Jian would dare to transmit secret messages to him. Did he really think that all these elders and peak masters were for show? With a somewhat helpless nod to Wang Jian, Song Jian saw that several peak masters and elders were giving Wang Jian fierce looks. Ahem, Xinling, the second round of the assessment is also very important, you must take it seriously, go quickly and come back quickly. Guo Wo said to Xinling with a stern face. Xinling looked somewhat bewildered, but still respectfully said to Guo Wo. Understood, instructor. Song Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wang Jian, thinking to himself. The disparity, this is the disparity. Alright, enough talk, take the map and get going. The punishment elder, Wei Dong, tossed 2 inconspicuous-looking sheepskin scrolls to the 2 of them. Song Jian took one and saw that the sheepskin scroll looked ordinary, but was actually like an electronic map. It not only marked his current position and the location of Sword Pond Lake, but even displayed a faint shadowy line showing how to get there safely and quickly. At this moment, a voice inevitably came to Song Jian's ears. Geode Maps is navigating for you. Song Jian couldn't help but exclaim internally. This is practically a magic-modified GPS navigation map. Sword Flight Heart. With a light shout, Xinling stepped on a flying sword and rapidly flew towards Sword Pond Lake. Below her feet, she stood on a sword emitting a faint silver glow. Guo Wo looked at Wang Jian with a touch of pride and whispered. This is a flying sword I bought for 50 amethyst coins. Although its attack power is so-so, its flying speed is second to none, even comparable to normal golden quality flying swords. Quite a steal. At this moment, Wang Jian was feeling somewhat regretful of his earlier message transmission. Compared to Guo Wo's open and straightforward reminder, his own approach seemed so petty. But after hearing Guo Wo's somewhat boastful words, a mysterious expression appeared on Wang Jian's face. He cleared his throat twice and said to Song Jian. Song Jian, go quickly and come back quickly, don't waste time. Song Jian gave Wang Jian a glance, nodded slightly, and immediately summoned his flying sword. Executing the sword flight art, he flew towards Sword Pond Lake. In an instant, he became a small dot in the sky and vanished from sight, his speed almost 3 times faster than that of Xinling. Chapter 1176, Sword Pond Lake. All eyes turned toward Song Jian's flying sword as a flash of purple-golden light sparked briefly in the crowd's vision, evoking looks of surprise and envy from several peak masters and elders, while many others merely cracked a faint smile before diverting their gaze. Guo Wo's eyes bulged with disbelief, even rubbing them vigorously. I must have seen wrong just now. The quality glow of Song Jian's flying sword seemed a bit unusual. Cough, yes, Song Jian is just too ostentatious, it's only a legendary quality flying sword, what's so great about it? Honestly, he's not subtle at all. Said Wang Jian, head held high, glancing sideways at Guo Wo who stood with his mouth agape, a shocked expression on his face, saliva almost dribbling down, delighting secretly in his heart. Legendary, how could it be legendary quality? A legendary quality flying sword, my heavens, how is this possible? Guo Wo said incredulously, sizing up Wang Jian from head to toe. After a long while, a hint of comprehension flashed in Guo Wo's eyes as if he had realized something. Smilingly, he said to Wang Jian. I never would have guessed, Wang Jian, you're quite the big spender, actually buying a legendary quality flying sword for Song Jian? Wang Jian's face turned red with embarrassment, he hadn't purchased the sword. As an ordinary disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, how could he afford such wealth? A sword like that would cost at least 500 amethyst coins. Oh, actually I didn't do much, most of it was Song Jian's own hard work, I just provided some insignificant assistance. Wang Jian shook his head, an enigmatic look on his face. Without the token I gave him for the East Sea Mirage City, how could he have gotten that flying sword? Naturally, I share some credit, though the details need not be disclosed to outsiders. Wang Jian thought privately. Guo Wo looked at Wang Jian with disdain. Oh, please, stop pretending to be something you're not. You don't even have a golden quality flying sword yourself, and you have the nerve to claim you acquired that one for him? Shameless. As fellow apprentices of the same generation within the sect, Guo Wo and Wang Jian knew each other very well and always competed vigorously in every matter, striving to outdo one another. Therefore, Guo Wo was well aware of Wang Jian's capabilities and knew he couldn't have possibly procured a legendary quality flying sword for Song Jian, let alone for himself. Humphrey, I can't be bothered with you. Looks like I'm winning this round too. Wang Jian said with a smirk, casting a triumphant glance at Guo Wo. Guo Wo's face showed frustration, but this time he was indeed overshadowed by Wang Jian, or rather, he was pressurized by that kid, Song Jian. The level of strength Song Jian had demonstrated was somewhat frightening to Guo. If he now had a more powerful offensive skill, wouldn't his strength be on par with the elite disciples of the sect? Guo murmured. Well, his strongest skill is the Thousand Swords art, and it has even mutated, reaching quite a high level. Wang Jian commented nonchalantly. Cough, the Thousand Swords art? And it mutated? And it's at a high level? Are you kidding me? Guo stared at Wang Jian, his expression one of utter disbelief. Come on, Wang Jian, tell me the truth, can you beat him right now? His foundation is too weak, he never systematically learned anything, you know he's a god's favorite, he had no chance to be exposed to these. Wang Jian shook his head. If I fight him now, it would probably be a 50-50 chance, but if the elders were to fight Song Jian, I'm afraid they wouldn't get scratched in the slightest. At most he's at the level of an elite disciple. And you dare to compare him with the elders? You're blowing things way out of proportion. Guo sneered, his mouth twisting in disbelief at Wang Jian's words. You'll know when the time comes. Wang Jian did not argue with him and just stood there quietly. Usually, by this time, most of the onlookers would have left, each returning to their own peaks and finding their own groups. However, today, all the peak masters and elders stayed put in front of the sacrificial hall. Some even used the flying pigeon message transmission spell to inform their respective lineages' peak masters and elders about Song Jian's situation. Instead of decreasing, the crowd in front of the hall had grown even larger. Everyone was whispering about Song Jian, while Xinling, who possessed the ancient moon sword physique, was almost ignored by most. This left Guo feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Previously, the crowd had gathered in front of the hall for Xinling, but now it seemed as though Xinling was just someone hanging on to Song Jian's coattails, which was somewhat suffocating. At this moment, Song Jian easily surpassed Xinling. It was clear that Xinling's level of sword control skill was much higher than Song Jian's. She flew more steadily, and the protective wind barrier around her was much denser than Song Jian's. However, Xinling's flying sword was only of silver quality, while Song Jian's was of legendary quality. The attributes of the two were like earth and sky, impossible to compare. Even if Xinling's level of sword control skill was much higher than Song Jian's, it couldn't bridge the gap between silver and legendary quality. Watching the flying sword under Song Jian's feet glowing with a purple-golden light, Xinling suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. She gazed forward as if two small knives were stabbing into Song Jian's back until his figure disappeared without a trace. Damn rich people. Xinling muttered under her breath, desperately pumping sword chi into the flying sword beneath her feet, making her speed increase even further as she flew towards the designated Sword Pond Lake on the map. In less than half a day, Song Jian arrived at Sword Pond Lake. The speed of his sword flight heart was extremely fast, unmatched by either steel feathers or flame light wings. This speed could probably compete with a high-speed train, huh? If only I could reach the speed of an airplane, that would be great. Song Jian said with excitement as he descended slowly. He had rarely used the sword flight heart for travel before. This journey not only greatly improved his control over the flying sword but also increased his experience in the sword control skill by 34%. He would soon be able to level up again. Arriving at the edge of Sword Pond Lake, Song Jian was greeted by a burst of fresh, moist air. Sword Pond Lake was so vast that standing on its shore was like standing by the sea, unable to see the other side. Green grass surrounded Sword Pond Lake. Occasionally, one could spot a few fruit trees laden with ripe fruit. Further away lay a jungle and mountain range, but they were so distant one could only see vague shadows. Song Jian opened the map, and on one side were the details of the task he needed to pass for this assessment. It was covered with over a dozen items, and Song Jian only had to select and complete one of them. Although none of them are very difficult, they seem very time-consuming, and the requirements are a bit too demanding. Song Jian sighed, put away the map, and walked towards a patch of bright red sword grass by the side of Sword Pond Lake. Chapter 1177, Decisions Medicine Gathering Skill. Song Jian lightly stroked a stalk of red sword grass over a foot long. A cluster of white light blossomed from his fingertips, quickly enveloping the entire plant. A slow progress bar appeared above the head of the red sword grass. Sword chi from within Song Jian's body flowed slowly towards his fingertips, sustaining the operation of the gathering skill. 30 seconds later, Song Jian's sword chi value decreased by more than 1,000 points, and the red sword grass's progress bar had only moved 2/3 of the way when suddenly, with a PFFT sound, the entire plant burst apart. System: you failed to gather red sword grass and gained nothing. Medicine gathering skill proficiency increased by 4 points. The level of red sword grass was quite high, and for Song Jian's medicine gathering skill at only level 7, it was difficult to gather even an average or poor quality red sword grass, let alone one of perfect quality. Keep in mind that any life-assisting skill was actually at an apprentice level below level 10. It was only after surpassing level 10 that one could reach the beginner level. Song Jian's medicine gathering skill was actually only at apprentice level 7. Sigh. The second part of the assessment is indeed not as simple as it looks. Gathering red sword grass requires the medicine gathering skill, mining ores requires the mining skill, and even extracting the essence of Sword Pond Lake requires a base in enchantment skills, the extraction skill. Song Jian's face showed a look of difficulty as he thought to himself. Only hunting Lord-level bosses seems a bit simpler to me, but the hardest part of hunting bosses isn't the killing, it's finding their traces. That's simply down to luck. It's better to honestly gather red sword grass here, at least even if I fail, I can still improve my medicine gathering skill proficiency. In fact, after Song Jian entered the game, he spent a lot of time and effort on life-assisting skills, since he was too weak when he first started playing, and constantly struggling to get by. If he didn't learn some life-assisting skills, survival in the game would be a challenge. But as Song Jian's strength gradually improved, especially after taking control of a city, these life-assisting skills became more or less unnecessary, like chicken ribs. Edible but tasteless. He could simply buy whatever was needed with money. Doomsday coins no longer posed a difficulty for Song Jian. Unexpectedly, these life-assisting skills, akin to chicken ribs, became Song Jian's Achilles heel in the Imperial Sword Sex assessment. Humphrey, I refuse to believe that a simple, perfect quality red sword grass can stump me. Song Jian huffed, pulling a small shovel from his inventory and stepping towards the next red sword grass. Almost everywhere on the grassland around Sword Pond Lake, one could find red sword grass, and Song Jian, holding a silver-grade purple bamboo shovel, continued to gather red sword grass. The purple bamboo shovel not only increased the speed of gathering herbs by 40%, with a success rate of +8, but most importantly, it granted Song Jian a +2 to his medicine gathering skill level. This +2 level boost might not show much effect at the apprentice level, but the higher Song Jian's medicine gathering skill, the more precious this attribute became. With the purple bamboo shovel in hand, Song Jian's medicine gathering skill had reached level 9. Although it was still at the apprentice level, he now had a much higher rate of successful gathering, and the proficiency he earned in the medicine gathering skill was also much more than before. After spending an entire day, Song Jian's inventory was filled with shattered red sword grass, damaged red sword grass, ordinary red sword grass, average quality red sword grass. These heartfelt prefixes of red sword grass were actually the products of failed gathering attempts, with their medicinal effect reduced by more than 90%, only counting as gray junk items, selling for 1 or 2 doomsday coins at most in the system store. However, Song Jian's medicine gathering skill level made a leap forward, skyrocketing from apprentice level 7 to advanced level 3 in just one day, jumping over dozens of levels. Phew, I've already achieved the advanced medicine gathering skill, so why are the highest quality red sword grass I collect just ordinary? Song Jian sighed as he looked at a bunch of chaotically prefixed red sword grass in his bag. He originally wanted to throw them all away to clear some space in his bag, but after a moment of thought, with a flicker of his mind, he tossed all these failures into the fragmented divine country. At least they can serve as fertilizer for wood ash, I can't let them go to waste. Song Jian consoled himself. Just then, Song Jian suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky, getting closer to Sword Pond Lake. Upon closer inspection, a smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. Xinling had actually taken a full day to reach Sword Pond Lake. Seeing her exhausted expression, she must have flown all the way here without any rest. This girl is really too competitive. Song Jian laughed. Xinling possessed the ancient moon sword physique. For her, these so-called entry-level trials were merely a formality. In fact, a lineage within the Imperial Sword sect was willing to take her as a disciple, and this lineage's core cultivation technique was particularly suited for the ancient moon sword physique. However, the girl seemed somewhat unconvinced by Song Jian, hoping to compete with him in her mind. Even if she couldn't beat Song Jian, she couldn't lose by too much, she was always striving to do her best. Xinling flew and flew until she saw Song Jian next to Sword Pond Lake. Her heart relaxed, and she unexpectedly plummeted from the sky, diving headfirst into Sword Pond Lake. It took a while before Xinling clumsily climbed out of Sword Pond Lake, lying on the lakeside, gasping for breath with big mouthfuls. Song Jian had been gathering red sword grass all day and was feeling very irritable. Seeing Xinling fall from the sky into the lake, he hurriedly ran to the edge of the lake to rescue her, only to realize that Xinling had already walked out of the lake by herself. Looking at Xinling lying on the lakeside, Song Jian couldn't help but say, "Hurry up and change your clothes, wearing wet clothes can easily give you a cold. Mind your own business, Humphrey." Xinling struggled to stand up, seemingly still weak, swaying a bit before stabilizing. Then, Wisps of steam began to rise from her body, and in moments, a large amount of steam emerged as she used her sword chi to dry her wet clothes directly. Song Jian gave Xinling a thumbs up and then turned to leave. Since she didn't appreciate his concern, he didn't need to bother her anymore. He'd rather continue improving his proficiency in the medicine gathering skill. Xinling originally hesitated a bit. She only needed to choose one out of the dozen or so assessment tasks, but after watching Song Jian wield his bamboo shovel, continuously gathering red sword grass, a smile appeared on her face. Hey, what a waste of such a good medicine shovel. With a shake of her head, Xinling spoke loudly as she approached Song Jian. She pointed her right hand at a plant of red sword grass, and instantly a white light blossomed, enveloping the red sword grass. A moment later, a whole red sword grass wriggled out of the soil and flew towards Xinling's hand, roots and all. It's just of excellent quality, no big deal. Xinling glanced at Song Jian, spoke loudly, and pretended she was about to throw away the red sword grass in her hand. But just as she was about to do so, she suddenly let out a soft took back the red sword grass, examined its properties closely, then expressionlessly added it to her bag. Watching Song Jian, who was still gripping the bamboo shovel and tirelessly gathering red sword grass, Xinling didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She immediately made a decision. I've decided, my assessment target will be to gather a perfect quality red sword grass. Chapter 1178, the big fellow Xinling's medicine gathering skill was clearly superior to Song Jian's. Even when harvesting red sword grass barehanded, the quality of her harvest was much higher than the grass Song Jian gathered using the purple bamboo spade. Watching Song Jian's clumsy motions with the purple bamboo spade, Xinling's face revealed a confident smile. She believed she would certainly gather perfect quality red sword grass before Song Jian. However, after more than an hour, Xinling's face began to sour. Around her lay many pieces of excellent quality red sword grass, discarded because her pouch was full, stuffed with even higher quality herbs. But not a single stalk of perfect quality red sword grass had been gathered by her yet. This is impossible. Xinling ceased her gathering efforts, frowning deeply. With her current level of medicine gathering skill, she should have been able to gather perfect quality red sword grass by now, but most of what she had gathered so far was merely excellent or of superior quality. There must be something I've overlooked. Xinling resumed her gathering, and when another stalk of excellent quality red sword grass appeared in her hand, she began to observe it carefully. Red sword grass is a 9th level herb used to make sword chi pills that quickly restore sword chi value, and in the Imperial Sword sect, it is an essential, commonly used medicine, hence it is cultivated on a large scale. Though the red sword grass is of high level, it should not pose a challenge to a master-level herbalist. Xinling examined the herb over and over but could not discern the reason for her failure. In the end, she sighed and tossed the herb aside. When she inadvertently glanced at Song Jian, she was shocked to find that the quality of the red sword grass he was gathering had also reached superior. Master level? Has he really reached master-level medicine gathering skill so quickly? Xinling's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew how much time and effort it had taken her to raise her medicine gathering skill from apprentice to master level, and it would not have been possible without good fortune like inadvertently entering a medicine garden secret realm. But Song Jian had managed to raise his medicine gathering skill to expert level in just half a day, which left Xinling astounded. Could it be that this red sword grass has a hidden attribute that boosts the proficiency of the medicine gathering skill? Xinling frowned and stared intently at the red sword grass scattered on the ground, puzzled. That can't be right, though. I'm also gathering, but I don't feel any difference from gathering other 9th level herbs. After much thought, a sudden realization flashed through Xinling's mind, and she asked Song Jian. What was your initial level of medicine gathering skill? Song Jian looked up at Xinling with a puzzled expression and said. Level 7. Advanced Herbalist Level 7? Xinling asked. Apprentice Level 7. Song Jian continued to gather another stalk of red sword grass, answering without even lifting his head. This can't be. Xinling exclaimed, but soon, she seemed to understand something. Everyone knows that with apprenticeship-level medicine gathering skill, it is simply impossible to gather 9th level herbs. Attempting to do so would only destroy the herbs and yield no proficiency at all. Xinling had seen Song Jian's clumsy gathering motions, but with no damaged red sword grass nearby, she had mistakenly thought that Song Jian's skill level had reached that of a middle or advanced herbalist. She had not expected that Song Jian's true skill level was actually that of an apprentice. Red sword grass indeed has a hidden property, which is that no matter what level medicine gathering skill you use to harvest it, you will gain proficiency. Xinling felt somewhat stifled and thought to herself. This place must be where the disciples of the Imperial Sword sect practice their life assistance skills. Even if they haven't learned any life assistance skills, they could elevate their preferred skills to a high level within a few days. Another thing is, it increases the difficulty of gathering perfect quality herbs, a herb with a low entry barrier, yet a high upper limit. Xinling gritted her teeth in frustration. If I had known earlier, I would have gone mining. Xinling looked towards the mountain range in the distance, feeling a sense of despair. Her mining skill level was very low, only at about apprentice level 3. If she had chosen to gather ore instead, maybe by now her mining skill would have already reached the level of a high mining master or even an expert miner. Just as Xinling was hesitating whether to change her exam goals, Songjian had already gathered another dozen or so red sword grass plants. At this moment, Xinling suddenly realized that Songjian didn't need to recover his sword chi value, he was continuously harvesting without pause. It was common knowledge that although sword chi value recovered quickly, increasing the upper limit of sword chi value did not necessarily increase the recovery speed of sword chi value. An upper limit of 100 sword chi value only takes about 4 to 5 seconds to fully recover, but if the sword chi value increases to 1000, it would take nearly a minute to do so. Red sword grass had a high grade. Harvesting one plant would cost about 500 sword chi value even at Xinling's master level, which meant that after harvesting 2 red sword grass plants, Xinling had to pause to slightly recover her sword chi value before she could continue harvesting. Yet, Songjian had not rested just now and continuously harvested more than a dozen red sword grass plants, which made Xinling suddenly come up with a thought that even she found hard to believe. His sword chi value upper limit is several times higher than mine? How is that possible? Xinling stared at Songjian, watching as he kept harvesting over 20 red sword grass plants before starting to sit down to recover, her face showing a shocked expression. His sword chi value upper limit must be at least over 8,000 points. Xinling was so astonished that she was almost speechless. Songjian did not wait until his sword chi value was fully restored. As soon as it reached 80%, he began to continue harvesting red sword grass. As his medicine gathering skill level increased, the proficiency he gained each time he harvested also increased. Now, completely harvesting one plant of excellent quality red sword grass would increase his proficiency by over 20 points, and harvesting a superior quality plant could increase it by nearly 40 points. Plus, with the assistive effect of the purple bamboo spade, the proficiency Songjian gained from harvesting one red sword grass plant was now not much different from the master level Xinling. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened, and Songjian had cleared out the red sword grass within a few hundred meters radius. He needed to move to another location to continue harvesting. Aren't you going to take a break? Xinling asked with surprise as she watched Songjian. This is a game, there's no need to rest at night. Songjian looked at Xinling somewhat puzzled. As long as one's stamina wasn't exhausted, there was no need to sleep and rest in the game. Only when the recovery speed of spirit points noticeably slowed down was there a need to sleep. Xinling immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Ever since she entered the game, she hadn't changed some of her real-world habits, and every night, she would return to her safe house to rest. Watching Songjian head towards another patch of red sword grass, Xinling bit her lip and followed him. She felt that it wouldn't take long for Songjian's medicine-gathering skill level to surpass her own, and if she continued to be this lax, she might never get a chance to beat him. Just as Songjian was about to continue harvesting red sword grass, a deep roar of a wild beast came from afar. Songjian's face lit up with joy. Finally, I don't need to keep harvesting red sword grass. This time it's a big one. Chapter 1179, Really Good. Songjian stowed away his bamboo shovel and ran toward the direction from which the roar was coming. Hunting a Lord-level boss and obtaining a perfect quality core was also one of the assessment targets, but the area around Sword Pond Lake was just home to some ordinary monsters of levels 50 to 60. Not to mention a Lord-level boss, he hadn't even seen an elite-level boss. Seeking out a boss required not just experience, but also a certain amount of luck. Having heard that low growl just moments ago, Songjian knew his luck had come. After hunting so many monsters, he could distinguish the level of a monster by its roar. The monster that had just roared was at least a Lord-level boss, maybe even a Sovereign level. Xinling was startled to see Songjian give up continuing to gather red sword grass and run off into the distance. She didn't know what he was planning to do, but she didn't stand still and instead followed him without hesitation. At some point, perhaps without even realizing it herself, Xinling was already being influenced by Songjian's every move. Subconsciously, she had acknowledged his strength and began to pay close attention to everything he did. Songjian charged in the direction of the roaring. Soon, a gigantic monster appeared in front of them. The creature looked like an enlarged version of a leopard, with inch-long fangs protruding from its mouth, somewhat reminiscent of the saber-toothed tigers from ancient times. The monster's body wasn't covered in smooth fur but rather by large chunks of bone armor, like a suit of armor, completely enveloping its body. It seemed this creature was not only formidable in attack but likely exceedingly beyond ordinary imagination in defense as well. The creature was continuously tearing at a wild boar over 2 meters long, its pair of sharp fangs easily ripping through the boar's thick hide and munching on the juicy muscles. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and released the Eye of Insight. The attributes of the monster in front of him instantly appeared before his eyes. Bone Armor Saber-Tooth Tiger, Elite Level Boss, Level 75, Vitality Points, 320,000 out of 320,000 inches, just a Level 75 Elite Level Boss. Song Jian's face showed a disappointed expression. He knew that the assessment task required hunting a Lord level boss, and the required core had to be of excellent quality or better. Even if one killed a Lord level boss, the chance of it dropping a core was not high, and even if it did drop, most of them were of ordinary quality. The probability of a Lord level boss dropping an excellent quality core was even lower, although higher for sovereign level bosses. After waiting a bit longer and seeing that the Eye of Insight didn't trigger the boss's aggro, Song Jian shook his head and started to back away. Time wasn't in abundance for him, and it would be a waste to spend it hunting this elite level boss when he could be gathering red sword grass instead. His medicine gathering skill had reached expert level 7, and within 1 more hour, it should reach level 8. He was confident that in one night, he could get his medicine gathering skill up to master level. Noticing Song Jian retracting, Xinling approached with a look of puzzlement and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Why not kill it? That's a level 75 elite level boss. Are you afraid you can't overcome it? Song Jian looked at Xinling with some surprise. With her level, there was no way she could check that boss's specific attributes. In her eyes, the boss's level would appear as skeleton level, let alone its elite attributes. It seemed that Xinling must also possess a scouting ability similar to the Eye of Insight. A level 75 elite boss, huh? It's bound to drop some good loot. How about we team up and take it down? You alone might not be able to, but together we definitely can, Xinling said, licking her lips and looking excitedly at the over 4-meter-long creature ahead. You should know, the chance of encountering a boss in the wild is very low. At the beginning of the game, players would avoid bosses, but now, with their levels, skills, and equipment all risen, they have started scouring the map in search of bosses to hunt down. If one person couldn't handle it, they would form a small team. If a small team couldn't take it down, they would call for more people. Sometimes, the loot from a single elite boss could be worth as much as what a 5-person team could dig up in a week's worth of mining, or a week's worth of lumber gathering. Human ambition is directly proportional to their strength. When people are weak, the wise suppress the flames of ambition in their hearts, but as players' strength quickly increases, the fire of ambition grows ever stronger deep within them. Although Xinling possessed the ancient moon sword physique, in the game, she was only slightly stronger than the average player and didn't even reach the level of elite players. Seeing an elite boss, despite its high level, she was confident that, if she teamed up with Song Jian, they could definitely kill it. Song Jian shook his head slightly, turned around without hesitation, and walked away. Xinling grew anxious. With her strength, it would indeed be difficult to handle this level 75 elite boss. She quickly caught up to Song Jian and said, the spoils will be divided based on contribution, the old rules, no one loses out. This is a level 75 elite boss, it might even drop 1 or 2 level 70 gold pieces of equipment. We'll be set. Don't forget what you came here for. Song Jian pushed Xinling's hand away, speaking in a low voice. On the road to success, there are all kinds of temptations. If a person cannot stay focused on their goals and gets distracted by these temptations, they may never reach their goals. Xinling was shaken, seemingly understanding something as she watched Song Jian's retreating figure, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. You're right, our assessment target is what we need to focus on the most, nothing else matters. Xinling nodded and said, my master level medicine gathering skill is already level 5. At most, in a day and a night, I can reach the Great Grandmaster level. I believe that with the Great Grandmaster level medicine gathering skill, I can definitely gather perfectly quality red sword grass. If the Great Grandmaster level isn't enough, with the remaining time, I will find a way to raise my medicine gathering skill to the Great Grandmaster level. I must. Listening to the confident words of Xinling behind him, a smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. It seemed that this young girl was not lacking in comprehension, she had understood his meaning. Just then, Song Jian suddenly heard Xinling exclaim from behind. Behind that bone armor saber-toothed tiger, why is there a chest flickering with purple-red light? Is that the legendary epic treasure chest from the wild? Upon hearing the words epic treasure chest, Song Jian was instantly thrilled. He immediately turned around and ran to Xinling's side, squinting and looking ahead. Where is it? There's actually a wild treasure chest here, we're in luck. You see, this is an area where monsters level 70 and above roam. If an epic treasure chest appears, it will definitely contain an item of epic quality level 70 or higher, immensely valuable, and even Song Jian could not help but be tempted. At this moment, all thoughts of the assessment task, the assessment target, were all thrown to the back of Song Jian's mind, as he felt the irresistible attraction of the true fragrance principle. Chapter 1180, The Locked Chest. A level 75 elite boss could drop at most one piece of dark gold quality equipment above level 70 after being killed, and the odds were very slim. However, an epic level treasure chest from a level 70 monster's territory would certainly yield an epic level item of level 70 or above. The two couldn't even be compared. With a slightly disdainful look, Zenling watched as Song Jian charged towards the level 75 elite boss. Thousand Swords Art. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Jian raised his right hand, and the sky-breaking sword appeared in his palm. He slashed forward, and hundreds of spirit swords emerged, flying towards the level 75 elite boss. The sharp whistling of swords cutting through the air made Zenling's face change color as she instinctively took 2 steps back. Weapons that can be summoned at will, spiritual weapons? Zenling stared at the sky-breaking sword in Song Jian's hand and thought to herself. No, that's not right, not a spiritual weapon, just a legendary quality weapon. Before long, Zenling couldn't help but mock herself. I'm really dazed to describe a legendary quality weapon as just. Yet, when compared to a spiritual weapon, a legendary quality weapon really could be described as just. A weapon that can be stored inside the body is considered top grade even among legendary quality. Zenling couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't believe the player before her possessed 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. This was simply unimaginable before. As for the hundreds of spirit swords burning with dark red flames, Zenling didn't pay much attention to them. After all, though such skills were rare, they existed. A mage's level 7 forbidden spell, Doomsday Meteor, could completely rival the scene before her in terms of power, and it was even more powerful than the Thousand Swords Art without activating the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. The countless spirit swords, like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, flew towards the level 75 elite boss, the bone armor saber-toothed tiger. The spirit swords continuously struck its bone armor, bursting forth with dazzling light. In the instant after each slash, the spirit swords exploded, dealing secondary damage. The intense impact left the level 75 elite boss powerless to counter, and it let out pitiful cries. Its body was like a punching bag, being continuously bombarded by the spirit swords until it could no longer even stand, completely enveloped by the ongoing explosions, with fragments of bone scattering in all directions. These sword-shaped energies, they are all real, with no illusions. Zenling couldn't help but open her mouth wide in shock. It was known that even the level 7 magic forbidden spell Doomsday Meteor couldn't ensure every meteor was real. A level 1 Doomsday Meteor had at least 2/3 of its meteors being illusions, with the number of illusory meteors decreasing as the level increased. But in this scene, the damage numbers that kept appearing above the head of the bone armor saber-toothed tiger and its continuously dropping vitality points showed that these hundreds of sword chi energies were all real and could all cause damage. After performing Thousand Swords Art, Song Jian didn't even bother to look at the boss and headed straight for the epic level treasure chest not far from the boss's side. You! Zenling was about to speak, but when she saw the saber-toothed tiger that had no power to fight back, she couldn't help shivering inside, feeling somewhat afraid to approach Song Jian. This skill is just too brutal, it can instantly kill a level 75 elite boss. Seeing the dense and numerous spirit swords circling the saber-toothed tiger, Zenling felt a sense of trepidation. Before long, the saber-toothed tiger's screams grew weaker and weaker, and it soon lay lifelessly on the grass, its bone armor long gone, and countless palm-sized white bone fragments scattered around its corpse. 5 or 6 items, twinkling with a blue-green glow, were scattered around the body. Beside these items lay a piece of silver-quality equipment, lying quietly next to the corpse. Zenling looked on with envy. These were all items above level 70, and even the blue and green quality ones were quite valuable, let alone the silver quality equipment that had dropped. It appeared to be some kind of bone armor, but she had no idea what its attributes might be. However, Song Jian didn't even glance at the equipment and headed straight for the epic chest. Huh, it's actually a locked chest. Song Jian frowned suddenly. Normally, chests guarded by a boss were unlocked, as the boss served as the lock for the chest. This boss probably wasn't a guardian. It must have come here to hunt. Song Jian thought to himself. It's locked? I have high-level unlocking skills that are just right for opening epic chests. Zenling watched Song Jian standing in front of the chest, staring at the lock, and felt quite excited. If he asks me to unlock it, I can then ask to share the spoils. Asking for a piece of silver equipment wouldn't be too much, would it? Zenling pondered privately. The boss was instantly killed by him, and even though Xinling was the first to find the chest, Song Jian would most likely not share the treasures inside with her. At best, if he was in a good mood, he might give her some low-value leftovers that he didn't care for, a situation Xinling found unacceptable. Song Jian turned to look at Xinling, shook his head, and said, "No need." After speaking, Song Jian took a black key from his inventory and inserted it into the keyhole. In no time, the key turned into a pool of black liquid that flowed into the keyhole, then shifted continuously, before recongealing back into the shape of a key. This was the key of oblivion Song Jian had previously acquired, which he had been using as a master key. Its true purpose remained unknown to him. Seeing Song Jian able to open the locked chest by himself, Xinling's face fell with disappointment. She sighed, and turned to head towards Sword Pond Lake, planning to continue gathering red sword grass to enhance her medicine-gathering skill. "Right, since you found this chest first, you have a share in it, but forget about the epic items inside. All the stuff the boss dropped, I'll give it all to you as compensation," Song Jian said, opening the chest without looking back. "What?" Xinling exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Song Jian waved his left hand at her, with most of his attention focused on opening the chest. Although he had the key of oblivion, the unlocking process was still much slower than the standard unlocking skill, with the progress bar inching forward, making it agonizing to watch. Xinling didn't mind Song Jian's attitude at all and ran happily towards the bone-toothed tiger, first collecting all the blue and green quality items. Among these, 3 or 4 were materials, with only 2 pieces of equipment, a blue level 70 dagger and a green level 65 ring, both with decent attributes. Then, Xinling's gaze landed on the only piece of silver quality equipment. It looked like some kind of chest armor. When she picked up the bone armor-looking chest plate and checked its attributes, her face revealed a shocked expression, and she couldn't help but cry out loud. This is actually an undergarment." Chapter 1181, Harvest Inner Armor is a type of external equipment, with a silver quality inner armor priced higher than ordinary golden equipment because it doesn't occupy an equipment slot. Essentially, wearing inner armor allows you to don another chest plate on top, granting double protection. Song Jian himself had an external equipment, which was the vertical eye on his brow. This piece of external equipment was of great help to him. Not only could it emit aggressive beams of light, but it also had the ability to break illusions. Inner armor, external equipment? Song Jian was taken aback and couldn't help but turn his head to look over. At that moment, Xinling was holding a white bone chestplate that seemed to be made entirely of bones, standing next to the corpse of the boss, looking a bit at a loss. She looked at Song Jian, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, suddenly regretting her outburst a moment ago. In case Song Jian changed his mind, she was definitely no match for him with her current strength. The game was rife with killing for loot, and moreover, the boss was originally slain by Song Jian. Perhaps I should just give the inner armor back to him, Xinling thought to herself, but as it was her first time seeing external equipment, she truly couldn't bring herself to part with it. Song Jian looked at the white bone inner armor with some reluctance, but he had already given his word, and going back on it now would certainly not look good. "I already said that all of the items dropped by the boss are yours. Now that I've said it, I won't go back on my word." "You take it," Song Jian said indifferently. "But remember, you owe me a meal when we get back." A look of joy immediately spread across Xinling's face as she nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal when we get back, you can pick the place." Watching Song Jian turn back and resume his lock-picking stance, Xinling finally relaxed and eagerly checked the attributes of the white bone inner armor. After looking through them, a surprised smile appeared on Xinling's face, and she quickly made a small cut on her finger, dropping a drop of fresh blood onto the white bone inner armor. The blood dropped onto the white bone inner armor and was immediately absorbed completely, leaving no trace on the surface. Then, a silvery light burst forth from the inner armor. The inner armor turned into a beam of white light, enveloping Xinling's upper body. In a short time, the light all retracted into Xinling's body and disappeared from sight. Xinling could feel that the white bone inner armor had seemingly integrated into her body, adhering to the bones in her upper body. There was a very cool sensation in her bones, and all the properties of the white bone inner armor were now displayed on her personal attributes interface. "Have I put it on already?" Xinling asked in surprise, as there was no sign of the white bone inner armor either in her equipment slot or her external appearance. "Bone shield," Xinling whispered, and immediately, 5 or 6 white bones appeared and started circling around her, constantly rotating around her body. This was an active skill that came with the white bone inner armor, instantly releasing 6 bones to enhance Xinling's physical defense for 30 seconds. Hee, Xinling giggled, wanting to reach out and touch the circling bones, but they were like illusions, untouchable. Just then, a click sound came from where Song Jian was, and the lid of the epic treasure chest slowly opened, A strand of purplish-red light shot straight into the sky. Is it open? What treasures are inside? Xinling turned her head and her face instantly revealed a very interested expression. Song Jian couldn't wait to reach in and took out 3 items from the treasure chest. A fist-sized bead, a skill scroll, and a palm-sized bone skeleton. Both the bead and the skill scroll were emitting golden glows, while the human skeleton made of white bone, which looked like a toy, radiated a rich purplish-red light. Song Jian set aside the bead and the skill scroll and picked up the bone skeleton. Its limbs were limp, clashing against the other bones, creating clank-clang metallic sounds as he handled it. Bone Sword Spirit Root, Epic, a rarity, item level 70, attributes, after use, one can obtain the Chaotic Bone Blade Sword Body. The Chaotic Bone Blade Sword Body, a 4th level sword body, increases all attributes by 10 points, boosts physical defense by 30%, resilience plus 3, vitality points limit increased by 1000, vitality points recovery rate increased by 15%, sword chi value plus 500, sword skill power increased by 10%, usage requirement, swordman class, method of use, consume 30% of one's blood to infiltrate and fuse the Bone Sword Spirit Root with oneself, lasting 1 hour. Any interruption during fusion will not only damage the Bone Sword Spirit Root but the lost vitality points will also be permanently lost. Item description: a perfect fusion with the Bone Sword Spirit Root has a certain chance to evolve into a 5th level sword body, Jade Bone Thousand Blade Sword Body, SHH, a sword body, to grant a commoner a sword body? Song Jian gasped in surprise, feeling that the Chaotic Bone Blade Sword Body might be better than his own withering and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword Body. At least the Chaotic Bone Blade Sword Body was more like a passive skill, whereas his Azure Dragon Sword Body was an active status skill. What sword body? Xinling asked curiously, poking her head in closer. Here, this thing. Song Jian handed over the bone skeleton to Xinling, saying. Using it can grant an ordinary person a 4th level sword body, the Chaotic Bone Blade Sword Body, and it also has a certain chance to evolve into a 5th level sword body, the Jade Bone Thousand Blade Sword Body. A 4th level sword body? Xinling was startled and quickly waved her hands, saying, "This is too precious. My ancient moon sword physique, according to my mentor, is a 5th level sword body. This Chaotic Bone Blade Sword Body can be upgraded to a 5th level sword body, it must be incredibly precious. You should keep it safe." Song Jian nodded, pursed his lips, and stored the bone skeleton in his inventory. Although it was precious, he had already tried it. The system prompted that there was a conflict with the withering and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword Body. Using it might destroy the Bone Sword Spirit Root, but it could possibly fuse with the withering and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword Body, causing a mutation. Of course, the chances of destruction were higher, the possibility of mutation lower, and even if a mutation occurred, it might mutate in a worse direction, weakening the withering and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword Body. Better take it back and consult Wang Jian about it, Song Jian thought to himself. After placing the Bone Sword Spirit Root into his inventory, Song Jian's gaze finally shifted to the other 2 golden quality items, a bead, and a skill scroll. The skill scroll was a golden skill, wind-chasing sword skill, consisting of 9 moves with impressive power. Song Jian glanced at it and lost interest, putting it into his inventory and turning his attention to the other golden quality bead. Talent bead, can enhance one's innate skills by 1 to 3 levels. A look of surprise spread across Song Jian's face, he hadn't expected to find such a treasure. Chapter 1182, Immortal Body. Song Jian now had 2 talent skills, one was thick-skinned, and the other was Holy Sword, one for defense and the other for attack, both of which were incredibly powerful. During the first assessment at the Ascent to Heaven stairs, due to the effects of the Gravity Array and Blood Loss Array, the level 10 maxed out thick-skin skill mutated. Thus, the thick-skin skill had disappeared, replaced by a dark gold-colored nebula in the first slot of the talent skills. All attributes of the thick-skin skill vanished, as if something was being incubated. So much time had passed without any change, it wasn't Song Jian's first encounter with such a situation. Many skills, when undergoing mutation or upgrade, would manifest in this way. However, never before had he come across a state that lasted so long and persisted for such duration. Perhaps the energy required for the mutation of a talent skill is too great, resulting in the mutation not being completed. Song Jian mused to himself and decided to use the talent bead directly. Soon, 2 options appeared before Song Jian's eyes. One was to enhance the talent skill Holy Sword, and the other was to upgrade the unknown talent skill. The power of the Holy Sword talent skill was immense, especially once it triggered the indestructible effect. Items of epic quality or below could be cut in 2 with 1 strike, and for living beings, it amounted to an instantaneous death effect. Currently, the Holy Sword talent skill was only at level 1 with a small chance of triggering. If he could raise it several levels, the activation chance would undoubtedly increase significantly. After hesitating for a long time, Songjian decided to use the talent bead on the unknown talent skill that had emerged due to the mutation of the thick-skinned skill. Once he made his selection, the talent bead immediately transformed into a beam of white light that rushed into Songjian's forehead, causing him to heat up all over, as if he was in a massive steamer. Hot air emitted from every pore on his body, and he looked like a cooked shrimp with reddened skin. Unable to help himself, Songjian let out a painful moan and fell to the ground, slipping into a semi-conscious state. Xinling, who was standing by, jumped in fright and quickly stepped back, looking at Songjian with a wary face. Fortunately, the mutation occurring on Songjian's body soon dissipated, and a cool sensation surged from his mind, instantly spreading to every part of his body. Songjian quickly came out of the semi-conscious state, his face filled with fear as he checked over his body. The transformation by the talent bead seemed to be occurring at the genetic level. Completely unprepared for this change, Songjian had no resistance, and everything happened in an instant. Before even sensing any danger, his consciousness had fallen into darkness. In the talent skill slot, the thick-skinned skill had disappeared, replaced by a brand new talent skill Immortal Body. Immortal Body, Talent Skill, Level 1, Passive. Skill effects, all attributes plus 10, physical defense increased by 50%, magic resistance increased by 80%, immunity to negative effects of epic quality or below, body as hard as steel, forcibly reducing each instance of damage by 100 points, immune to damage below 100 points, recovery speed increased by 50%, removal of weak points on critical areas such as the brain and heart, significantly increased resistance to instant death effects, a certain chance to trigger rapid recovery when taking damage, all wounds recovery rate increased by 300% within 10 seconds, this talent skill has domain limited level. Skill description, Undying and Indestructible, the origin of all laws. This talent skill can only be enhanced with golden skill points. After reading the mutated talent skill from Thick-Skinned, Songjian couldn't help inhaling sharply. This was practically progressing him towards becoming an indestructible cockroach. Looking at the Immortal Body skill glowing with purple gold light, Songjian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A significant increase in defense, resistance, immunity, and recovery abilities, removal of fatal weaknesses, and rapid recovery effect. With all these improvements, as long as his enemies were not too much stronger than him, they might very well be worn down to death by Songjian. Moreover, considering the astonishing lethality of his Thousand Swords art, Songjian even felt confident enough to challenge the Flame King in the Scorching Gorge to a duel. A golden quality orb, and you're this happy? Xinling looked at Songjian, who was cracking up like a fool, and couldn't help but speak up, bewildered. Slurp. Songjian wiped his drool and glanced sideways at Xinling, couldn't help but snort inwardly. What do you know, little girl? Right now, if I stood here and let you hit me, you wouldn't even be able to touch me, you know. Songjian pouted and, without saying much, turned around and walked toward the edge of Sword Pond Lake to continue gathering red sword grass and practicing the medicine gathering skill. This time, the haul was massive. Just the chaotic bone blade sword body alone was sure to exchange for many treasures at the Imperial Sword Sect. After all, it was a 4th level sword body, a thing that could make one soar to the skies. Even an ordinary person who possessed it could immediately become an official disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, without undergoing any assessment. And that golden quality skill, wind-chasing sword skill, seemed impressive too. It consisted of 9 sword moves, including single target and area attacks, as well as moves that enhance one's state. A comprehensive set. If sold at the Imperial Sword Sect, the price could at least triple. Furthermore, having the thick skin skill upgraded to the Immortal Body significantly increased Songjian's strength. Thinking about this, Songjian's gaze couldn't help but fall on a Holy Sword, this talent skill. You have to understand that Holy Sword, this talent skill, was much stronger than thick skin. The most obvious point was that during regular battles, the proficiency of this talent skill wouldn't increase at all. It only improved by 1 or 2 points when the indestructible effect was triggered. Since obtaining this talent, the proficiency had only reached around 87%, and he had no idea how long it would take to level up to the 2nd rank. But with such a powerful skill, to level it up to max and not to mention letting it mutate to continue improving was bound to be exceptionally difficult. The night passed in this manner, and Songjian's medicine gathering skill also reached Master Level 7. While the two were immersed in their work, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the horizon, and in no time, Guanjian and Guowo appeared before them. "Hey, mentors, why have you come?" Songjian asked, puzzled. Because of their assessment, the area around Sword Pond Lake had been temporarily sealed off. All disciples were barred from entering, a measure to prevent cheating by the disciples taking the test. But the assessment time hadn't arrived yet, and by rights, these 2 mentors shouldn't have come here. The assessment is over. You two have passed. Now follow us to the sect, Wang Jian said with a stern face. Song Jian and Xin Ling looked puzzled. Xin Ling turned her gaze to Guo. Guo nodded at her and said, "There's been an invasion by external enemies, it's not safe here anymore. First, go to the main hall of the sect. After repelling the invaders, we'll hold the ceremony to officially take you as disciples." Chapter 1183 Task Enemy Invasion? Song Jian was stunned. Wasn't this a semi-dimensional plane belonging to the Imperial Sword Sect? How could there be foreign enemies attacking this place? However, now clearly wasn't the time for questions. Several people flew together using the sword flight art, heading towards the mountain peaks of the Imperial Sword Sect. By the time several people returned to the Imperial Sword Sect, they found the Grand Hall already filled with people. Looking around, there were thousands of them, including the peak masters and elders they had seen before. The remaining disciples wore different attire to distinguish the ordinary disciples, the elite disciples, and the direct disciples. The ordinary disciples wore gray attire, the most numerous, with more than half of the Grand Hall. The elite disciples were in blue attire, numbering only about 300 to 500. The direct disciples were in purple attire, the least in number, less than 100. In the half-empty hall, there was a 3D-like translucent globe phantom. This planet was only half the size of an ordinary planet, the other half seemed to have been gnawed away by something, with its wound covered in rolling lava and dark fog-like darkness. This is Ancient Sword Star? Song Jian stared agape at the massive planet phantom hovering above his head. As the planet slowly rotated, Song Jian could even see the mountain peaks of the Imperial Sword Sect and the surrounding peaks stretching for thousands of miles. Each peak, starting from halfway up the mountain, was overlaid with layers of buildings. These must be the other peaks of the Imperial Sword Sect besides the main peak. At this time, everyone's perspective was as if several satellites were tracking and filming the entire Ancient Sword Star, and what they were seeing was the planet's status transmitted back from the satellites. At this moment, on the phantom planet above, from the missing half, 3 threads as thick as fingers spread rapidly towards other areas, igniting roaring black flames wherever they went. Song Jian knew that though these 3 black threads seemed small now, they were in fact several thousand kilometers wide on the planet. The desolate beasts from the ancient desolate abyss have started to riot again, this time much earlier than before. Sect leader Wan Xingliu said gravely, his voice echoing throughout the Grand Hall. Kinglian Peak, Guyu Peak, Immeasurable Peak, station at Overlapping Waves Canyon. Do not let the left-wing Desolate Beast Army cross Overlapping Waves Beach. Battle Sword Peak, Moon Concealing Peak, Star Radiance Peak, Sea Suppression Peak, station at White Tiger Mountain Range. Take advantage of the Desolate Beast's unstable footing and crush the Central Desolate Beast Army from the front, Green Mist Peak. Wan Xingliu arranged the interception of the Desolate Beast Army from the ancient Desolate Abyss methodically. Each peak master and elders of the peaks all stood solemnly. Upon hearing their tasks, they commanded their respective disciples and headed for their defensive positions. Song Jian noticed that the number of disciples from each branch of the mountain ranged from several hundred to over 1,000. The branches with fewer disciples were actually stronger, and those with more disciples had a slightly lower average strength. After all assignments were distributed, only a few dozen people remained in the hall, including many elders from the main peak, such as the Punishment Elder and Elder of Transmission, and additionally there were a dozen disciples wearing purple attire. Song Jian knew that these were probably disciples of the main peak. Wang Jian and Guo both followed their respective branches members as they left, and before departing, neither even glanced at Song Jian and Xin Ling. When everyone had departed and only the main peak's lineage remained, Song Jian and Xin Ling exchanged a look, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Soon after, the two saw sect leader Wan Xingliu gesture for them to come forward with a beckoning hand. Song Jian and Xin Ling hesitated as they stepped forward, looking at Wan Xingliu with puzzled faces. Now, strictly speaking, neither of you is an official disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect yet, Wan Xingliu stared at the two and said. Now, you have 2 choices before you. The first choice is to continue to complete your assessment tasks. If you do, you will obtain the status of ordinary disciples and enter Immeasurable Peak. Wan Xingliu glanced at Song Jian. Or enter Guyu Peak, his gaze then shifted to Xin Ling. After pausing for a while, Wan Xingliu continued. There is another choice, which is to give up the previous entry trials. You only need to complete 1 task to directly become a direct disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, with either me or any branch peak sect leader taking you as a direct disciple and teaching you the supreme secret techniques of the Imperial Sword Sect, the Chaos Sword Cannon. As soon as Wan Xingliu finished speaking, both of them received a task prompt issued by the system. Song Jian immediately opened the taskbar and saw that the second option given by Wan Xingliu was actually a legendary level task. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian asked, "May I know the details of the second option's task?" A smile appeared on Wanzing Liu's face as he nodded and said, "Of course." With that, Wanzing Liu gestured, and the planetary model phantom above the hall shrank countless times in an instant, flying in front of Song Jian. As controlled by sect leader Wanzing Liu, the half-planet phantom, the size of a soccer ball, slowly rotated. Wanzing Liu pointed to a missing part filled with black fog and said, "I need you to enter the ancient desolate abyss and check whether the demon suppression seal is damaged. If it is, I need you to restore the demon suppression seal to a complete state. Only then can we completely end this crisis of the desolate beasts." With that, Wanzing Liu waved his right hand, and the black mist filling the other half of the missing section was dispersed, revealing a terrain similar to abyssal hell. This was a black desert, with hundreds of meter-tall stone pillars rising from the ground, stabbing into the sky. Apart from the black desert and the red lava, there were no other colors. The whole planet looked like an apple that had been bitten, and around the gap, it seemed to be covered with a thick layer of mold, forming a stark contrast with the other half that was intact. "Why us too? There should be quite a few people stronger than us here, right?" asked Song Jian with some hesitation. To know, even if only the usual disciples of the main peak were present, most had already reached the third tier of combat power. Only a few young direct disciples were still at the second tier peak combat power but could break through to the third tier at any moment. From the outside, almost everyone seemed much stronger than Song Jian and Xinling. Because in the entire sect, only you two are divinely patronized and are able to enter this land that has been occupied by the ancient desolate abyss. Wanzing Liu said. This contaminated land has a very strong seal. Once we NPCs enter, our strength will be weakened by over 80%. Hearing Wanzing Liu actually refer to himself as an NPC, Song Jian was somewhat surprised, involuntarily showing an astonished look on his face. Whereas you, the divinely patronized, will not be affected at all upon entering. Wanzing Liu continued, and at the same time, he took out a scroll emitting a purple golden light from his chest and said to Song Jian. When the time comes, you just need to find where the demon suppression seal is damaged, then tear this scroll there. After the repair of the demon suppression seal is complete, simply replace 10 energy orbs. Simple, right? Looking at Wanzing Liu's smiling face and the legendary scroll in his hand, Song Jian couldn't help but glance over at Xinling. The girl with the ancient moon sword physique in front of him was looking at the scroll in Wanzing Liu's hand with excitement, seemingly eager to take on this task. Chapter 1184, Sword Spirit Pool. Are you interested in taking it? Song Jian turned and asked. Xinling was startled and nodded eagerly, somewhat anxiously saying. Of course, this is a legendary level quest. Look at that reward, it's a legendary martial arts manual, a manual, not just some skill. In the game world, 99% of players had not learned any martial arts. Martial arts differed from swordsmanship and other skills. If a player were compared to a tree, martial arts would be the trunk while swordplay, magic, and other skills would be the branches and leaves. Currently, most players learn skills based on their class, which may seem impressive, but are like trees without roots or rivers without sources. Against someone who practices martial arts, they would collapse like sandcastles against the tide. Even a common white-grade martial arts manual could be exchanged for an epic item in the game world as it improves all of a player's attributes. A player with a white-grade martial arts manual, even without passing the first-tier combat power assessment, could contend with those who had. Song Jian had previously seen a white-grade martial arts manual at an auction house. At level 1, it only added 2 points to strength, 3 points to agility, 2 points to constitution, and 1 point to spirit. Even at max level, it probably only added 30 or 40 attribute points, yet such a manual was bid up to tens of millions of doomsday coins, which left Song Jian astounded. Different martial arts have their own attributes too. If one chooses a martial art incompatible with their class, not only would they not benefit, but it could also ruin their development. Previously, becoming initiated into a sect to learn martial arts was extremely difficult, accessible only to the extraordinarily lucky. But now, due to the Abyss invasion, sects started to take in disciples from outside, making martial arts vastly more accessible. Despite that, a legendary quality martial art would likely remain out of reach for players for a long while. It was no wonder that Xinling's eyes sparkled with excitement and she lost all reason at the sight of the words legendary martial art. Song Jian's brow furrowed slightly. To say he wasn't covetous of the legendary martial art would be self-deception. He also had another task, to enter the ancient desolate abyss and find the demon suppression tower. According to the original plan, it would be a year or two after Song Jian became an official disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect before he could be assigned to guard the perimeter of the ancient desolate abyss, from which he could then find an opportunity to search for the demon suppression tower. This legendary quest now provided a legitimate excuse to enter the ancient desolate abyss without having to wait that long. However, the danger of the ancient desolate abyss was something Song Jian had only vaguely sensed before. After viewing the demonstration model of the ancient sword star, he realized that the abyss was 1,000 times more dangerous than he had imagined. Given the strength of the Imperial Sword Sect, the fact that they couldn't fully expel the forces of the ancient desolate abyss from ancient sword star and had to maintain a defensive posture against it illustrated the peril there. Moreover, while the rewards for a legendary quest were substantial, the difficulty of the quest would obviously match its rewards, which also indicated the danger involved. If he had studied at the Imperial Sword Sect for a year or two and significantly increased his strength, Song Jian would have the confidence to undertake a journey to the ancient desolate abyss. But now, with only the high-damage skill of Karmic Fire Red Lotus Thousand Swords art at his disposal, he wasn't particularly confident about the venture. Xinling looked at Song Jian with anticipation. Although she wanted to take on the quest, she knew that with her strength, venturing into the ancient desolate abyss was courting death. If Song Jian did not go, she wouldn't dare to accept the quest alone. Sect leader, Song Jian said to Duanxing Liu with clasped hands. Although I greatly desire to serve the sect, I have just joined and lack strength. I am willing to lay down my life for the sect, but I fear my insufficient power may cause the mission to fail and harm the sect's greater interests. Duanxing Liu stared intently at Song Jian's face for a long time as if trying to discern whether Song Jian was sincere. After a while, Duanxing Liu nodded slightly and said, "What you say is not without reason." After a moment of contemplation, Duanxing Liu spoke. "If you truly wish to serve the sect, then before heading to the ancient desolate abyss, you can spend 3 days in the sword spirit pool to solidify the foundation of your sword bodies. Afterwards, the Elder of Transmission will impart some basics of sword techniques to you. With that, you should at least possess some ability to protect yourselves." "Thank you, Sect Master. Since that's the case, I'll accept this task." Song Jian nodded with a smile on his face. In fact, after careful consideration, Song Jian had already decided to take on the task, but he hadn't expected to reap some benefits before embarking on the mission, which was a pleasant surprise. "Then I'll accept it too," Xinling hurriedly said, following closely. "Good." Duanxing Liu revealed a satisfied smile on his face and nodded. "There's no time to delay. Head to the sword spirit pool first. In 3 days, the Elder of Transmission will teach you the way of the sword. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own abilities." Soon, guided by a disciple dressed in purple robes, the two followed a secluded mountain path to an area that seemed desolate and quiet. This place was only a few hundred square meters, surrounded by stone pillars that were several meters tall. The pillars were etched with various patterns, ranging from flora and fauna to groups of people hunting primitive beasts, and scenes of human sacrifices, all exuding a sense of primordial desolation. Many of these pillars were damaged, each marked with numerous cracks, and some were even cleanly split in half. The broken pillars lay quietly in the soil, with most of them covered by the earth. The site looked dilapidated and did not seem at all like an important location of the Imperial Sword Sect. Song Jian looked around. In the center of these pillars, there was a pool about the size of a swimming pool, shrouded in a thick white mist, obscuring the view inside the pool. "This is the sword spirit pool, you just need to enter," said the disciple in purple with a smile. "Although it's called the sword spirit pool, there's actually no water inside, it's quite clean. It's a pity you haven't learned any techniques, otherwise, you could just meditate and practice your quietude in the pool." The sword spirit pool was not unfamiliar to the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect. As long as they earned merits, they could be rewarded with a few days in the sword spirit pool. Most direct disciples had entered the sword spirit pool more than once. A rare few had obtained the sword body because of it, but many more simply used the sword spirit pool as a place to enhance their cultivation efficiency. After all, the Imperial Sword Sect did not have many who were lucky enough to gain the sword body. "Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. May I know your honored name?" Song Jian asked with a bow. "I am Wan Hua, a direct disciple of the sect master." Wan Hua returned the salute and said with a beaming smile. "So it's senior brother Wan, I have seen senior brother Wan," Song Jian said with a smile. Wan Hua nodded. "Hurry in, this place is very safe. In 3 days, I will come to fetch you to the Hall of Transmission." Watching Song Jian and Xinling slowly enter the sword spirit pool, their figures engulfed by the white mist, Wan Hua turned and left. Chapter 1185, Elder of Transmission. Song Jian stepped into the sword spirit pool, and immediately his external perception was compressed to its limit. He could only sense an area less than a meter around him. He had encountered this situation more than once before, so Song Jian was not panicked, but because the fog was thick and he was far from Xinling, he could no longer sense her presence. It was as if in this vast expanse of white, he was the only person. Indeed, the sword spirit pool was an empty basin, with hard stone slabs underfoot and mist flowing around. Bit by bit, it continuously invaded Song Jian's body, making him feel cool and refreshed all over. Looking at the dense white fog around him, Song Jian did not feel any improvement in his strength, neither in skill proficiency nor in level experience. Everything remained still. What exactly am I supposed to do? Song Jian frowned slightly, and after waiting for a while, he began to get a little impatient. From what instructor Wang Jian had told him, he knew that the opportunity to enter the sword spirit pool was very precious, and one had to perform great deeds for the sect to possibly be rewarded with access to the sword spirit pool. If he gained nothing from the sword spirit pool, it would be like coming back empty-handed from a mountain of treasures, and he would deeply regret it later. Could it be that I need to practice my skills here? Song Jian guessed in his mind. With a thought, a dragon's roar resounded from the sword spirit pool, and an azure dragon phantom soared into the air, causing the winds to whip up and the clouds to surge. The white mist in the sword spirit pool churned and began to move rapidly. The azure dragon phantom boiled up to midair, then fell back down, coiling around Song Jian's body. It opened its mouth wide and started to devour the surrounding white fog. The surrounding mist immediately turned into a stream of whiteness that surged into the mouth of the azure dragon phantom. 30 seconds later, the azure dragon phantom slowly dissipated, and the mist around it returned to its previous dull state. The azure dragon phantom had devoured an unknown amount of fog, yet the fog in the sword spirit pool seemed to never diminish. Song Jian, what are you doing? Xinling's voice came from not too far away. After checking his skill bar, Song Jian couldn't help but burst out laughing. In just 30 seconds, the proficiency of the withering and flourishing azure dragon sword body had risen from 8% to 76%, which was akin to cheating. Hearing Xinling's question, Song Jian shouted. I'm training my skills. Training skills here can gain a lot of skill proficiency, haha. Really? I'll try it too. Xinling said joyfully. Like Song Jian, after entering the sword spirit pool, she didn't know how to make use of the environment and was feeling annoyed. But she hadn't expected Song Jian to already have found a way to utilize it. Since her ancient moon sword physique was a passive skill, Xinling picked another sword technique and began practicing its moves one by one. After completing a full set of the sword technique, she indeed found that her proficiency had improved significantly, and even her passive skill ancient moon sword physique had also increased a bit, which made her very happy. The proficiency has indeed improved a lot, thank you for the reminder. Xinling called out. Song Jian smiled slightly and glanced at the cool down time of the azure dragon sword body, surprised to find that in the sword spirit pool, the azure dragon sword body, which originally required 30 minutes to cool down, now only needed about 10 minutes before it could be used again. Let's try the other skills. Song Jian thought to himself, and with a thought, two identical Song Jians appeared in the sword spirit pool. Currently, Song Jian's active skills were limited to Thousand Swords Art, Eclipse Shattered Light Slash, Mysterious Moonlight Sword, and Moon Essence Wheel. With Eye of Insight not being a sword technique, it could not have its proficiency rapidly increased within the sword spirit pool. Thousand Swords Art's proficiency could only be increased by consuming skill books and skill scrolls, or by having the sword Chi Stone Tower devour monsters, and Eclipse Shattered Light Slash along with Mysterious Moonlight Sword required a target to cast, making them impossible to enhance in the sword spirit pool. Therefore, Song Jian could only practice the Azure Dragon Sword Body and Sword Shadow Clone. At this moment, he felt as if he had perhaps too few active skills. Having fewer skills is no issue, as long as I have Thousand Swords Art, there is no monster that can stand as my opponent. Song Jian said to himself. Thousand Swords Art was immensely powerful and could continuously evolve after triggering the sword formation. Not even a Dominion level boss could match Song Jian. As long as the level of Thousand Swords Art kept up with Song Jian's own level, there would be no monster he couldn't defeat. 3 days flashed by, and when Wan Hui led the two out, both Song Jian and Xinling had unmistakable joy on their faces. It seems that the junior brother and junior sister have gained a lot in the sword spirit pool. Wan Hui said with a smile. Not bad, just improved some skill levels. Song Jian glanced at Xinling and replied with a smile. Hee, I really envy those of you with a sword body, your potential is boundless. Once you learn the techniques of our sect, you are sure to soar to great heights. Wan Hui's face revealed a trace of disappointment as his eyes were filled with envy. Brother, aren't you already a direct disciple? Haven't you gained a sword body yet? Song Jian curiously asked. Isn't it said that there's a certain chance of acquiring a sword body just by entering the sword spirit pool? Wan Hui shook his head and said. It's only a certain chance. I have entered the sword spirit pool 3 times now, but I still haven't grasped a sword body. It seems I simply lack the qualifications for a sword body. Song Jian's heart stirred. He had a chaotic bone blade sword spirit root in his inventory, Even an ordinary person with it could immediately possess a 4th-level sword body. And with dedicated cultivation, it could even advance to a 5th-level Jade Bone 1000-blade sword body in the future. If he gave it to Guan Hua, he would surely earn his gratitude. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian shook his head internally. The chaotic bone blade sword spirit root was too precious to give away so easily, and he felt reluctant to part with it. Leaving the sword spirit pool, the three made their way towards the Hall of Transferring Skills, where Elder Gu Tushan of Transmission was waiting inside for Song Jian and Xinling. Elder Gu. Guan Hua greeted Elder of Transmission with a bow. Elder Gu Tushan snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively, signaling Guan Hua to step back, then fixated his sharp eyes on Song Jian. Boy, I heard you've mastered a sword technique secret. Come on, perform it and let me see if Guan Jian that little rascal has been deceiving me. Gu Tushan shouted at Song Jian, staring intently. Under Gu Tushan's gaze, Song Jian immediately felt every hair on his body stand on end, enveloped by a terrifying threat of death. The boundless murderous intent surged towards him like a tidal wave. Just then, a faint golden glow emerged on Song Jian's body surface, barely noticeable unless one looked carefully. Even when seen, it could be mistaken for a reflection of light. Song Jian's body tensed, and he broke free from the enveloping murderous intent. His eyes, which were reddening, became clear again in an instant. Merely the attention of his gaze has triggered my innate ability immortal body. This Elder of Transmission's strength is unfathomable. Song Jian managed not to use the Eye of Insight on Elder Gu Tushan and respectfully saluted with cupped hands. Disciple Song Jian, greets the Elder of Transmission. Enough with the fuss, hurry up and show me your variant of the 1000 Swords art. Gu Tushan casually pulled a spear from the weapons rack next to the Hall of Transferring Skills, stroked it with his hand, and directly turned the spear over 2 meters long into less than 5-foot iron rod, holding it in the palm of his hand. Gu Tushan, holding the iron rod, pointed at Song Jian and loudly commanded. Quick, show it to me. As his voice fell, a fierce sword chi burst forth from Gu Tushan, causing all the long swords on the surrounding weapon racks to tremble and emit a buzzing sound of sword cries. Chapter 1186 Defeat Elder Gu Tushan, like a sharp sword, emitted a strong sword intent all over his body. The surging sword intent almost solidified, spreading out like waves towards the surroundings. Song Jian involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, the piercing sword intent instinctively raising his spirit of resistance. His right hand extended, and the sky-breaking sword instantly appeared in his palm, which he grasped. Elder Gu, I apologize for this. Song Jian shouted, swiftly swinging the long sword in his hand. Numerous beams of light burst forth. As he brandished it, all the sword chi in his body rushed towards the sky-breaking sword. In an instant, hundreds of spirit swords appeared around him, enveloping Elder Gu as they flew towards him. Elder Gu's eyes shone, much like a drunkard who sees an extraordinary wine, and he laughed heartily. Well done. After speaking, Elder Gu didn't retreat but advanced instead. With a push of his foot, he soared towards the hundreds of spirit swords like a great rock. Clang clang clang. Wielding an iron rod, Elder Gu conjured up a series of phantoms in front of him. Each phantom collided with a spirit sword as if he had thrust out hundreds of swords in an instant. The numerous spirit swords were struck and sent flying away, with Elder Gu enshrouded in a cloud of sword shadows. A smile appeared on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. The sky-breaking sword possessed its own sword spirit. The released spirit swords would attack endlessly unless completely destroyed. Even without activating the karmic fire Red Lotus sword formation, the ceaseless attacks, like facing the assault of hundreds at once, were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Clang 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 clang. The entire hall echoed with the sound of collisions, like a fierce storm. Song Jian's face involuntarily showed a look of surprise as he softly said. He can withstand it for so long, and he hasn't used any techniques. The Elder of Transmission's strength is truly unfathomable. Song Jian had never seen anyone withstand 1000 Swords art for so long. However, very quickly, all the spirit swords turned into burning lotus leaves, swirling towards Elder Gu like tornadoes, wrapping him tightly and forming a huge karmic fire Red Lotus sword formation. Wow, that's amazing. Xinling stared, dumbfounded at the slowly spinning Red Lotus array in the center of the hall. The terrifying aura spread out in waves, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Elder Gu, if you can't hold on, just shout, and I will dispel the sword formation. Song Jian shouted loudly. At this time, the sword formation wasn't fully closed, and Elder Gu could still hear Song Jian's voice. After a while, once the sword formation was fully formed, Song Jian could only rely on sensing Elder Gu's life force to tell if he was still alive. Ha 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 ha, young fellow, you know nothing about swordsmanship. Elder Gu's robust voice came from inside the sword formation, filled with disdain and contempt for it. A mocking smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Although Elder Gu was very strong, Song Jian didn't think that he could withstand the power of the Thousand Swords art. Ding 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 ding. Another series of collision sounds arose within the sword formation. It's futile. Song Jian thought to himself. And just then, a dazzling silver beam of sword chi suddenly shot through the layers of burning lotus leaves, looking like a pillar of light emerging from the karmic fire red lotus. Song Jian was taken aback, having never seen such a sight. Swish. Another silver beam shot out from the red lotus, and Song Jian suddenly felt the entire karmic fire red lotus sword formation start to shake violently, as if it would collapse the next moment. How could this be? Song Jian was greatly alarmed. In the blink of an eye, countless silver sword chi erupted from the red lotus sword array, dismantling the entire formation into nothingness. A figure slowly emerged from the sky filled with silver sword light. After a long time, the sword light faded, and Elder Gu held a bright red iron rod in his right hand with his left hand behind his back, his expression indifferent. He really destroyed the sword formation. Song Jian was immensely shocked. One must know that even king-level bosses couldn't break free from a sword formation once it was fully formed, yet the Elder of Transmission in front of him had effortlessly shattered the entire formation. Weak foundations? No, it's more like there are no foundations at all. Elder Gu looked at Song Jian, slowly shaking his head. All your skills are like a castle in the sky, seemingly spectacular and dazzling, but in reality, they can be easily shattered at any moment. At this moment, Song Jian's mind was blank. He had not heard a word of what Elder Gu had said. His ears were buzzing, and he felt as if he had become senseless. The Thousand Swords art had been so easily broken? Bang! Song Jian suddenly felt a great force coming at him, sending him flying backward to crash heavily against a stone pillar in the hall. Gu Tushan withdrew his fist and snorted coldly at Song Jian. Splat! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Song Jian felt a sharp pain all over his body. Looking up, he met Gu Tushan's disdainful gaze. Gu Tushan sat down cross-legged directly on the floor of the hall. The sword is the leader among all weapons, and the way of the sword is the way of leadership. Gu Tushan's voice was loud and resonant, echoing like a large bell throughout the hall. Struggling to his feet, Song Jian staggered towards Gu Tushan. Like Xinling, he sat cross-legged in front of Gu Tushan, took a deep breath, and listened intently to every word of Gu Tushan's explanation. The violent disruption of the Thousand Swords art was like a bucket of cold water poured over Song Jian, thoroughly dousing his inflated ego from his time in the sword spirit pool. His conceitedness disappeared, and he became completely calm. In the sword spirit pool, Song Jian had spent all 15 skill points, elevating his withering and flourishing Azure Dragon sword body to the 12th level max, enhancing all of its effects. He also acquired the skill of growth power. As opposed to withering power, growth power was an entirely beneficial effect that could be used on oneself and allies. Song Jian used the remaining 5 skill points entirely on the sword shadow clone. Now, he only needed to expend 30% of his sword chi value to create a clone identical to himself, with its attributes increased by 110%. The skill ceiling had also reached level 8, and in terms of strength, this sword shadow clone already possessed over 80% of Song Jian's own power. With a huge increase in strength, Song Jian's confidence had inflated tremendously, even giving him the impulse to take on king-level bosses alone. Perhaps seeing Song Jian's inflated state, Elder Gu had taught Song Jian a lesson with just an iron rod, making him sit peacefully in front of him and listen attentively to the basic principles of the sword path. One day later, 2 figures flew out from the peak of the Imperial Sword sect leader and headed towards the ancient desolate abyss. Song Jian and Xinling had officially embarked on their quest to complete the legendary mission. Chapter 1187, Divine Favor Set. Ancient Wilderness Speech, located at the end of the Broken Sword Mountain Range, is a desolate Gobi desert with not a soul in sight for hundreds of miles and stones of all sizes scattered everywhere. At this moment, ancient wilderness speech had already been largely eroded by the ancient desolate abyss, and one could clearly see a line of demarcation stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Beyond that boundary line lay a world as if stained by ink, with everything on the ground pitch black. Thick clouds tumbled across the sky, oppressively dark. The air was saturated with black mist that seemed alive, continuously forming into tentacles dozens of meters long that groped around before quickly dissipating again. Song Jian stood before this boundary line, feeling the familiar scent of the abyss emanating from the region ahead. This is the place. According to the guidance, if I cross this wasteland and go a few hundred more miles forward, I'll reach an ancient town. The central square of that town is where the demon suppression seal is located. Song Jian glanced at the guiding map in his hand and murmured. The erosion speed of the ancient desolate abyss is too fast, it has advanced nearly a foot in just 10 minutes. At this rate, the Imperial Sword sect alone will probably have a hard time resisting the invasion of the abyssal power, right? Xinling hesitated to say. All of this is because the demon's suppression seal has been damaged. Once the seal is fully repaired, the abyssal power can be completely blocked off. Then we'll only have to deal with the beasts. I believe that the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect will have no problem dealing with them, Songjian sighed. The number of beasts was enormous, counted in millions, while the entire Imperial Sword Sect probably had no more than 30 to 50,000 disciples in total. To resist the attacks of so many beasts, even taking advantage of the terrain, was likely to be a very difficult task. Do you think it's because of the abyssal invasion plotline that the demon suppression seal was damaged? Xinling suddenly said. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Songjian gave a slight smile and said. In any case, let's complete our mission first. Xinling nodded, and the two continued forward, stepping directly over the boundary line and entering the ancient desolate abyss region. Songjian felt as if he had passed through a transparent membrane. Once inside the ancient desolate abyss region, an inexplicable surge of irritability emerged from the depths of his heart, along with an urge to destroy everything. But quickly, this irritability was dispelled by a wave of coolness that emerged in his mind. Songjian turned his head to look at Xinling and, sure enough, saw a glint of blood red in her eyes and her entire face took on a somewhat fierce expression, as killing intent surged from her body. Just as Songjian's brow furrowed, intending to prevent Xinling from going deeper, a purple-red light suddenly burst from around her neck. Her eyes immediately cleared, and she took a deep breath. An epic-level necklace with quite a foundation, huh? Songjian laughed. Hee, just got lucky. Xinling pulled the necklace from under her clothes and showed it off, saying. The necklace of favor from the goddess of wisdom, it can immunize against all adverse states below legendary level. Songjian raised an eyebrow and couldn't help saying. The necklace of favor? That's equipment only the devotees of the goddess can obtain. In the City of Hope, there are already temples of 7 or 8 deities, where players can pray every day. By praying in a temple for over an hour, they can earn faith points. Likewise, by completing tasks issued by the temples, they can obtain corresponding faith points. Players can exchange faith points for many valuable items in the temples. Among them, there is a Divine Favor set, which is the top-tier equipment that can be exchanged for faith points in the temples. Each main deity's temple offers a Divine Favor set with distinct attributes, and players can choose the corresponding main deity's temple according to their profession for the exchange. Of course, the faith points of each temple are not interchangeable. Once a player selects a main deity's temple, they seldom change it casually. Every piece of equipment in the Divine Favor set requires a large amount of belief value, and the favored necklace is one of them. Xinling must have spent a lot of time and effort in the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom praying and completing tasks. Hey, I'm now a fervent believer of the Goddess of Wisdom, and I've redeemed 3 pieces of the Divine Favor set alone. Xinling said with some pride. Songjian couldn't help but smile and shook his head. As the belief value increases, players would obtain a series of titles, starting from a shallow believer to a formal believer to a fervent believer, then to the favored, the divine favored, and so on. These titles come with corresponding attribute enhancements. However, as the depth of faith deepens, some compulsory tasks issued by the temple must be completed, otherwise, the belief value would plummet, and the divine favor set previously redeemed would become unusable. The higher the belief value, the stronger this binding force became. Many players felt as if they were trapping themselves. If they didn't want their previous efforts to vaporize, they had to completely succumb to being slaves of the temple. However, the temple concealed none of this, all actions were voluntary. Xinling was clearly aware of all of this, so Songjian didn't feel it his place to dissuade her. The two continued walking forward, and the surrounding black fog rolled towards them. But as it neared, it suddenly retreated even faster, with some of the fog dissipating instantly, unable to touch either of them at all. Upon entering the ancient desolate abyss, Songjian checked his status bar and noticed all attributes reduced by 5% debuff, clearly the reason that disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect were deterred by Wanzing Liu from entering the ancient desolate abyss. Being a player reduced his attributes by only 5%, but if it had been any other disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect, their attributes would have been slashed by over 80%, effectively rendering them powerless. Just then, Songjian felt a premonition of danger. According to his experience, a very powerful monster must have appeared ahead. Be careful, there seems to be a monster ahead. Songjian said in a low voice. The region of the ancient desolate abyss weakened invaders, but, to the abyssal wilderness beasts, it increased their attributes to some extent, making them stronger than monsters of the same level and quality. Shortly after, a giant figure over 3 meters tall appeared in front of them. It was a humanoid creature bare-chested with tightly packed black scales covering its torso. It wore a pair of great trousers that were so decayed they barely held together, and as it moved, small scraps continually fell off, drifting away with the wind. In the monster's hand was a long iron chain that was wrapped around its entire arm several times over. The chain dragging on the ground made a series of dull sounds, adding a sense of horror to the atmosphere. Skeleton level, probably a boss. Should we bypass it or kill it? Xinling asked in a low voice. A flash of light appeared in Song Jian's eyes as he used his Eye of Insight, revealing the properties of the monster before them. A level 75 Lord-level boss with only 600,000 vitality points. Song Jian, eager to test his mettle, said in a low voice with a chuckle. Since we're here, we're bound to fight the monsters in this place sooner or later. I'll go up first to test its mettle, you back me up. With that, Song Jian leaped forward, rushing towards the monster. He swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and a spirit sword, burning with a dark red flame, floated in front of him. Following the motions of the sky-breaking sword, the spirit sword danced through the air, slashing towards the monster. Chapter 1188 Restraint. Having received the guidance of Elder Gu Tushan, Song Jian finally realized his shortcomings. After releasing the Thousand Swords art, it was entirely controlled by the sword spirit. Song Jian had previously been proud, believing there was no need for him to control it, thereby saving much mental effort. But only now did he discover that the power of the Thousand Swords art was not fully utilized without his control. After accepting the teachings of Elder Gu Tushan, he began to practice the Thousand Swords art according to his guidance. The first step was to control the number of spirit swords. To summon several spirit swords, he had to form them in accordance with his own will, starting with just one spirit sword. Song Jian multitasked, controlling both the spirit sword and the sky-breaking sword in his hand as he charged towards the humanoid demonic beast before him. The Eye of Insight allowed the humanoid demonic beast to also detect Song Jian. Suddenly, black flames erupted on its body surface. It turned its head to look at Song Jian, and with a deep roar, the humanoid demonic beast raised its right hand, where a huge white skull floated above its palm. The skull floated weightlessly in midair, its surface ablaze with black flames, and a sinister crimson light shone from within its eye sockets. With a flick of its right hand, the humanoid demonic beast sent the white skull flying towards Song Jian, who, in midair, saw the skull opening its large mouth, continuously making biting motions. Its full set of sharp, dense teeth clashed against each other, producing a clack-clack sound. Clang, clang. The spirit sword and the sky-breaking sword simultaneously struck the skull, sparking a series of sparks. The skull was much more durable than anticipated. Regardless of how the spirit sword and sky-breaking sword hacked at it, there was not the slightest damage. Huh? A look of surprise appeared on Song Jian's face. The spirit sword was one thing, but the sky-breaking sword was a legendary grade longsword, and its innate skill Holy Sword was always in effect, rendering ordinary skills incapable of withstanding a single hit from the sky-breaking sword. Roar. Seeing that Song Jian had managed to hold his ground against the white skull, the humanoid demonic beast seemed somewhat dissatisfied. It growled lowly, pointed its right hand at the white skull, and a ring of black energy particles, flashing with blinding light, shot towards the skull in circles. Crack, crack. The black energy particles enveloped the surface of the white skull, and the black flames upon it suddenly expanded. The size of the skull thickened several times over. Originally white as jade, its surface now developed fine cracks, and its color turned a dull yellow. In an instant, a sense of alarm rang through Song Jian's mind. A chill ran up his spine, and with a thought, his figure violently shook, creating two identical Song Jians in everyone's sight. One of the Song Jians threw himself at the humanoid demonic beast, while the other continued to clatter against the trembling white skull, a relentless din of collision sounds filling the air. Boom. A loud boom came from behind Song Jian. A strong surge of force struck his back, pushing him forward 5 or 6 steps before he finally regained his balance. Turning his head, he saw one of the sword shadow clones covered in blood and in a disheveled state lying on the ground, struggling to stand up. A few steps away from him, a crater with a diameter of over 5 meters appeared where the white skull had previously been. The giant white skull had exploded, severely injuring the sword shadow clone. If it hadn't been for the sword shadow clone being upgraded several levels by Song Jian, if it had been at its previous level, that explosion would have been enough to completely obliterate the clone. Xinling, who was initially eager to join the fray from a distance, felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused her enthusiasm after witnessing that strike. She looked at the large crater with a horrified expression on her face. The power, the damage must have exceeded 5,000 points, right? Xinling thought to herself. If she took that hit head-on, she feared she would be gravely injured, if not dead. Fresh flesh. The humanoid beast revealed a greedy look in its eyes, and drool actually began to trickle down from the corners of its mouth, filled with covetous desire. Song Jian's eyebrows knitted slightly. The strength of the beast before him had exceeded his expectations. He had originally intended to use it as a sparring opportunity, but now, he realized that he had to kill it quickly. Sounds were approaching from all around, as if a myriad of monsters were encircling them. A swift battle, a swift conclusion. Song Jian thought. Sword chi surged rapidly toward the sky-breaking sword in his hand, trembling slightly as numerous spirit swords quickly manifested around him. Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Countless spirit swords flew towards the humanoid beast like a blanket covering the sky, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The piercing sound of the swords cutting through the air even tore a large hole in the surrounding black fog, and the complexion of the humanoid beast instantly contorted, showing a hint of terror. Thud thud thud. The spirit swords continuously struck the humanoid beast's body, forcing it to stagger backward. At the moment the spirit swords penetrated it, countless black chains sprouted densely all over its body. These chains appeared almost identical to the ones wrapped around its arms, quickly moving across its body and soon coalescing into a pitch-black chainmail armor. The spirit swords clashed with the chainmail, causing intense vibrations and shock waves. Each time a spirit sword struck the armor, it exploded, one after another, relentless in their onslaught. It took only about a dozen spirit swords to blast open the black chainmail on the surface of the beast, breaking it into tiny black fragments that fell away. The purifying flames, as if sentient, spread along the spirit swords onto the humanoid beast's body. When touched by the flames, it ignited violently like fire meeting gasoline. The dark red flames roared to life with a boom. No, no, this can't be. The humanoid beast flailed its arms in desperation, the chains on its limbs whipping through the air like long pythons, but it was all in vain. Hundreds more spirit swords ruthlessly slashed at the beast, each strike leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. In a matter of moments, the humanoid beast collapsed to the ground, the black flames on its body completely extinguished, overtaken by the dark red karmic fire. The beast now resembled a gigantic torch, burning fiercely. Hiss, I overestimated it. It died before the karmic fire red lotus sword formation could even be triggered. A puzzled look appeared in Song Jian's eyes. Based on previous battles, this humanoid beast's strength shouldn't have been so weak. Just then, a series of low growls resounded from all around. Song Jian's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward, picked up all the spoils dropped by the beast, and, grabbing Xinling, they bolted toward the distance. Before long, the figures of 5 or 6 humanoid beasts emerged from the dense fog. They walked straight towards their freshly slain comrade. Coming to a halt about 3 to 4 meters away from the fallen beast, still engulfed in dark red flames, they exhibited a look of fear on their faces. Chapter 1189 Farmland. Throughout the journey, Song Jian had hunted down more than a dozen solitary humanoid desert beasts and finally understood why these beasts were so formidable at the beginning of the fight, nearly surpassing Lord-level bosses of the same rank, but after a while, they turned into limp chickens. The reason was that the purgatorial fire of the Thousand Swords art greatly restrained them. In the previous abyssal hell, Song Jian had discovered that purgatorial fire dealt immense additional damage to the monsters of the abyssal hell, and to his surprise, in the ancient desolate abyss of the ancient sword star, it even more effectively restrained the creatures there than in the abyssal hell. This is good news for me, at least it will make the task a bit easier. Song Jian thought to himself. At the moment, around Song Jian's body, a translucent spirit sword was swiftly dancing up and down, bearing some resemblance to the moon essence wheel, except the moon essence wheel doesn't require Song Jian's control, while the sword flying around him was under his control at all times. This was also a method of practicing control over the Thousand Swords art. Without a target to attack, the spirit sword could only exist for about 10 seconds, which just happened to perfectly sync up with the cool downtime of the Thousand Swords art. Thus, all along the way, Xinling saw semi-transparent sword-shaped energies constantly appearing around Song Jian, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, and sometimes even more than 10, which made her unconsciously maintain a distance of about 5 meters from him. The visibility in the black mist was very low, much like the environment at dusk or early evening, where one could only see a dozen meters ahead. Moreover, this place greatly restrained sensory exploration, and once they stepped beyond the field of vision, they could easily get lost and separated from each other. There was no sunrise or sunset in the ancient desolate abyss. It was like when Song Jian first entered the game, the environment of Doomsday City where thick dark clouds always shrouded the sky, with no clear change between day and night over the 24 hours. After who knows how long, the thick black fog around them seemed to dissipate somewhat. Far off in the distance, they saw a vast expanse of farmland come into view. The two exchanged glances and ran towards the farmland. Soon, the vast farmland appeared before them. Instead of crops, it was planted with black flowers that looked a lot like tulips. We mustn't be far from the small town with the demon suppression seal, but what is this stuff? It looks artificially cultivated, Song Jian wondered, unable to help but use the eye of insight to check. Abyssal Serpent Vine Grass, a level 9 herb, is the main ingredient for crafting demon-repelling elixirs. A hint of surprise emerged in Song Jian's eyes. The demon-repelling elixir had only one effect, which was to resist the abyssal power of the ancient desolate abyss. With this elixir, other disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect could venture into regions of the ancient desolate abyss without the hindrance of an 80% reduction in their attributes. This is an unexpected boon. We must gather them all. Song Jian looked at Xinling, his face filled with joy. The demon-repelling elixir could only be cultivated in areas rich with abyssal power, which was why the surroundings of the Imperial Sword Sect hardly had such herbs. It had to be found within the ancient desolate abyss regions. This was also something Wan Xingliu had specially instructed them on when they entered the ancient desolate abyss. If they came across it, they should gather as much as possible, but there was no need to go out of their way to search for it. These herbs could be exchanged for contribution points within the Imperial Sword Sect or directly for purple crystals, which were a solid currency there. Both Song Jian and Xinling had already achieved the master level in medicine gathering skill, so there were naturally no problems in gathering these level 9 herbs. For a time, the two didn't care about anything else and rushed straight into the farmland to quickly gather the abyssal serpent vine grass. When there was a harvest to be reaped, time flew by, and soon they had gathered nearly half of the snake vine grass. Song Jian's inventory was stocked with several hundred stalks of such herbs, but gathering these was extremely draining on spirit points. Once his points had dropped to only a third, Song Jian had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground and start to recover his mental strength. Meanwhile, Xinling continued to gather herbs while drinking potions that restored mental strength, her face beaming with joy. Hey, Song Jian, my medicine gathering skill is about to level up to Grandmaster. Xinling laughed. When Xinling was gathering red sword grass by Sword Pond Lake, her medicine gathering skill had already reached master level. The grade of the snake vine grass here is also 9, but the proficiency in gathering it wasn't as high as that of the red sword grass. Even so, the quantity of snake vine grass here was several times that of the red sword grass by the lake, and the two of them didn't even need to move. They could gather more than a dozen snake vine grasses just by standing still, which was several times more efficient than collecting red sword grass. Song Jian glanced at his own medicine gathering skill, which was only at the master level 7, and shook his head. I'm only at level 7, but I have the purple bamboo shovel. Just 2 more levels and I can break through to Grandmaster. The gap between Song Jian's medicine gathering skill and Xinling was huge at first, but because of the bonus from the purple bamboo shovel during gathering, the gap had closed significantly, differing by only around 2 levels. The properties of the purple bamboo shovel were just enough to make up the difference. Rich and willful, grumbled Xinling under her breath before continuing to bend down and gather the snake vine grass. Just then, a burst of shouting came from the distance. Looking up, they saw several people, who looked like farmers, running towards them with shovels in hand. Are there actually humans here? Xinling exclaimed in surprise. Song Jian looked up towards those approaching. They were too far away for him to check their attributes, and after thinking for a bit, Song Jian shook his head. Impossible, this is the deepest part of the ancient desolate abyss, ordinary people can't stay here for long, unless they are like us, also players. Maybe they really are players. There are players in Abyssal Hell that change jobs and races, so it's not impossible for there to be players here, Xinling speculated. But looking at their attire, they seem to be farmers planting snake vine grass. Song Jian frowned slightly. As these farmer-like people got closer, Song Jian realized that they looked no different from ordinary humans, without a trace of mutation on their bodies, which made him start to wonder if they were players. Who are you? This snake vine grass is. Seeing these people running over, Xinling quickly went forward to ask. However, just at that moment, the one leading the charge suddenly opened his mouth wide, and 3 barbed tentacles shot out from his mouth, stabbing towards Xinling. Xinling was startled and instinctively dodged. 2 of the tentacles grazed past her hair, but one struck her on the shoulder. The moment the ghastly tentacle touched Xinling's shoulder, a blue energy shield blossomed on the armor over her shoulder, blocking the strike, but Xinling was still thrown back by the force of the blow. Song Jian frowned. These guys looked like ordinary people, but in reality, they were no different from the humanoid beasts in the dense fog. I have insight. Song Jian looked at the farmer closest to him. Sure enough, all of these farmers had the attributes of level 80 elite bosses, all were beasts, and what was strange was that one of their characteristics was not attack, but planting, which aroused a hint of interest in Song Jian. Chapter 1190, Sword Technique. It's just an elite boss, Brother Song, let me handle 2 of them. Xinling, eyeing the farmers holding shovels, called out excitedly after checking their attributes. Song Jian looked at Xinling and laughed. This is a level 80 elite, and you are more than 20 levels behind them. Your damage reduction is severe, can you actually beat them? Xinling gave Songjian a defiant look and said. Humphrey, what's so great about that? It's just over 20 levels. The higher the level gap, the more experience compensation there is. I usually fight monsters above my level when I'm leveling up. Fine, if you're not scared, I'll let 2 of them entertain you. Songjian nodded. But we can't fight here. If we destroy this snake vine grass, we'll be at a huge loss. Yeah, this is a precious commodity that can be exchanged for purple crystals. Xinling's eyes gleamed. Currently, very few players had access to purple crystals, only the very top players were aware of their existence, and obtaining them was extremely difficult. Ordinary treasures worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of doomsday coins could only be exchanged for a dozen or so purple crystals. It's worth noting that purple crystals were a resource that could rapidly improve a player's level. There was nothing more precious to a player than them. Songjian and Xinling turned tail and ran, with 7 or 8 farmer look-alike monsters chasing behind them. Once they had drawn the monsters far from the farmland, Songjian turned around, his thoughts flickering, and the sword chi burst into bloom on his sky-breaking sword, while 7 spirit swords slowly appeared around him. There were 8 monsters, and Songjian left 1 for Xinling, handling the rest himself. With a powerful spirit, Songjian had no difficulty controlling 7 spirit swords simultaneously, attacking each monster with 1 sword. In the air, they were like swimming fish, relentlessly striking the monsters, while Songjian held the sky-breaking sword, waiting for his sword chi to fully recover before summoning the Moon Essence Wheel, just in case of an unexpected event. Across from him, Xinling had already dashed toward one of the monsters let past, her long sword imbued with only a 3-inch sword chi glow. Relying on her wandering dragon sword technique, she fought deftly against this monster, which was over 20 levels higher than her, even as it spat out 3-meter-long tentacles that couldn't lay a scratch on her. Songjian was able to suppress the 7 monsters with just 7 spirit swords and, during his spare moments, even had the energy to watch Xinling fight. After observing for a while, he nodded slightly to himself. There must be some treasure on this girl that ignored level suppression, otherwise, she couldn't inflict such high damage. The monsters kept spitting out barbed tentacles, trying to entangle the spirit swords, but each time they got close, the spirit swords only needed to tremble lightly, effortlessly slicing the tentacles into segments and inflicting severe damage on the monsters. However, it seemed as though the tentacles were endless, able to grow back quickly as long as the monsters weren't dead, leading to a stalemate in the battle. I wonder if I can successfully execute the mysterious moonlight sword now? Watching the spirit swords fly through the air, forcing several monsters back, an additional thought arose in Songjian's heart. One must know that before the sky-breaking sword had merged together, it used to be a set of 5 golden quality swords, and back then, Songjian managed to control 5 long swords, executing 5 different skills against 5 monsters at the same time. Now, although he had changed to spirit swords, Songjian guessed that he should be able to execute them as well. With a thought, one of the spirit swords that had dodged a monster's tentacle attack suddenly vibrated in midair, lunging at the monster's back with lightning speed. The sword left a faint afterimage in the air, piercing through the monster's body and drawing out a puff of purple-red blood. Swish, swish, swish. The long sword pierced through the monster's body continuously at high speed, creating more than a dozen transparent holes in an instant, and like a showerhead, it sprinkled out a large amount of blood. At that moment, the monster's body had floated up, reaching more than 3 feet above the ground. After being continuously pierced by 9 swords, its body plummeted towards the ground, while the spirit sword spun in the air, sweeping past the monster's neck. The monster, still with a third of its vitality points, was abruptly beheaded, and after its body fell to the ground, it couldn't get up again and turned into a corpse. Is this a weak point attack combined with lowered defense? Songjian's eyes brightened. It was well known that a monster in a floating state was completely defenseless, with its defense reduced to 0. Combined with slashing at the neck, a weak point, although it was not a critical hit, this strike was sufficient to instantly kill the monster with only a third of its vitality points left. He glanced at his skill bar and saw that the mysterious moonlight sword skill was in its cool-down phase. However, the 5-second cool-down passed in a flash, and soon he would be able to use it again. This time, Songjian directly controlled several long swords at the same time to employ the mysterious moonlight sword skill. With a thought, the several long swords mimicked the exact same motion, slightly trembling in midair before fiercely thrusting towards their respective targets. Clang, clang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 of the monsters managed to block the spirit swords with their arms, but the rest of the spirit swords all pierced into the bodies of the monsters. Still not quite there. Songjian inwardly remarked as he watched the 2 spirit swords get blocked. Once the first strike of the mysterious moonlight sword was defended against, The consecutive attacks would be interrupted and fail to produce the levitation effect, effectively resulting in a failed skill execution. If this had been before, Song Jian wouldn't have cared if one or two monsters dodged the strike, but now, he could clearly feel that he had much room for improvement in controlling multiple spirit swords. Elder Gu Tushan had instructed them for a day and, although he hadn't taught them any skills, his discourse on sword techniques was like pushing open a grand door, allowing them to glimpse the scenery within. How much one could see depended on personal understanding. Now that they had a direction, all they needed to do was to keep going along that path. Thud, thud, thud. Several monsters in a floating state were harshly slashed by the spirit swords. With a boom, their bodies collided with the hard ground, creating a tremendous noise. Before they had a chance to struggle to their feet, the spirit swords slashed across their necks, and the heads of several monsters rolled off. The spirit swords that had slain the monsters moved through the air like swimming fish, drawing beautiful arcs, and then flew towards the other two monsters with depleted vitality. A few seconds later, these two monsters also perished completely. 10 seconds had passed, and the several spirit swords slowly faded away in midair. Turning his head, he saw Xinling was still trembling in combat with an elite-level monster, whose vitality points had dropped to about a third. It seemed that in less than half a minute, Xinling would be able to kill the monster. Song Jian smiled slightly and didn't intervene. He simply picked up all the loot dropped by the monsters he had killed, then crossed his arms over his chest, leisurely watching Xinling fight. Chapter 1191, Puppet Bead. Being able to solo an elite-level boss more than 20 levels higher was already considered very impressive among players, but compared to Song Jian, it somewhat dampened the mood. Watching Song Jian stand there with his arms folded and a smile on his face as she fought the monster, Xinling instantly felt demoralized, yet it also ignited a sense of pride in her. Her moves became more fierce, and sometimes she would even trade blows with the monster, preferring to take a hit just to land a few on her opponent. More than 20 seconds later, under a splendid ultimate move from Xinling, the monster slowly collapsed to the ground, a stream of black smoke rising continuously from its carcass. Having killed the monster, Xinling didn't immediately pick up the loot but sat down instead, taking out a piece of food that replenished vitality points and stuffed it into her mouth. These foods that could restore vitality points could only be used after exiting combat, and would take effect only after eating for a while. If a fight occurred, their effects would be interrupted. Though they had many drawbacks, their advantages were also quite clear. One was that they were cheap, and the other was that they could restore a substantial amount of vitality points, which was why many players made a habit of carrying several sets of food. Lucky, aren't you, to get a gold quality item drop? Song Jian walked over, surprised, and looked at the loot next to the monster's body. You should know that he had killed 7 monsters, but only got 2 silver, 2 blue, and 3 green quality items. The rest were a pile of white quality materials and miscellaneous items. Xinling killed only 1 monster and got a gold quality item drop, the value of which far exceeded the 7 monsters Song Jian had hunted. Her luck was so good that it even made Song Jian a bit jealous. You killed 7, shouldn't you have gotten more good stuff? Xinling, after fully recovering her vitality points, stood up and spoke irritably. Only 2 silver pieces. Song Jian touched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Haha, really? Xinling's face lit up with joy, and she laughed. What do you say, do you want to buy this gold item from me? I haven't checked the attributes yet. Would you buy it for 5 purple crystals? Purple crystals, hey, how could we possibly have any purple crystals when we just entered the Imperial Sword sect? I do have a fair amount of Doomsday coins, though. What do you say, want to make a deal? Song Jian said. Doomsday coins in the game were in-to-game currency, and purple crystals were like cash points in the game, with values that were worlds apart. Some items purchasable with purple crystals couldn't necessarily be bought with Doomsday coins. Alright, 5 million Doomsday coins then, deal? Wanna bet? This is a gold quality item dropped by an 80-level elite boss. Xinling glanced at the spherical object exuding a golden glow on the corpse and chuckled. Bead-like items, if of epic or legendary quality, might be top treasure items, but if gold or lower, they were much more likely to be just materials or other not-so-valuable items. Song Jian smiled faintly and directly transferred 5 million Doomsday coins to Xinling. Doomsday coins meant next to nothing to him now, he seldom used them to buy equipment, as the gear that could be bought with Doomsday coins was hardly of any use to him anymore. I'll take that bet, I believe in your luck. Song Jian laughed. Fine, generous. Xinling gave Song Jian a thumbs up, then bent down to pick up all the other items. She grabbed the bead and tossed it to Song Jian. As soon as it was thrown, Xinling, who had been wearing a smile, suddenly changed her expression in surprise. A puppet bead? Song Jian caught the bead and also paused, then a trace of joy appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be a puppet bead, haha, that's a win. As he spoke, Songjian dripped a drop of blood onto the bead, and soon, the bead trembled lightly and flew into the air from Songjian's hand. Click-click. After a series of mechanical sounds, the fist-sized bead split into countless nail-sized fragments that pieced together into the shape of a humanoid robot. A light shimmer passed over the newly formed robot, a sheen of gloss appearing on its body surface, and tender skin gradually emerged. In short order, a homunculus that looked exactly like the monster they had hunted down earlier stood before the two of them. On this humanoid creature, the same clothes as the monster wore previously clothed its body, and except for the color of the eyes, it was nearly identical. Great Master, your servant Komodo greets you. The person in front of him knelt on one knee, left hand touching the ground, right hand on his left shoulder, and spoke with great respect. A humanoid puppet beast, you've struck it rich. Xinling's eyes were filled with envy. After all, this puppet beast had been sold by her, and thinking of this made Xinling's heart bleed. Songjian said nothing and immediately opened the puppet beast's attribute interface to check it. The puppet beast's attack damage was not outstanding, with only an iron hook tentacle attack skill, which involved launching barbed tentacles from its mouth. Such an attack could be somewhat effective against ordinary players but seemed somewhat powerless against elite-level players. Master-level Ancient Desolate Planting skill and Master-level Gathering skill? Seeing the two skills in the Life Skills section, Songjian's eyes lit up immediately. Can these snake vine grasses be planted outside the Ancient Desolate Abyss region? Once he had Komodo stand up, Songjian asked loudly. Of course, Master. Komodo lowered his head and said respectfully, to plant snake vine grass, a wild beast core is needed for each acre of land. Burying 100 wild beast cores in the ground can create a simple Ancient Desolate Abyss environment. Then, using the Ancient Desolate Planting skill will allow the snake vine grass to grow. All wild beasts had a chance of dropping a core, and the drop rate was not low. Normally, they were just used for making poison pills and were quite cheap within the Imperial Sword sect. However, if Songjian completes his quest and returns to the Imperial Sword sect, the price of wild beast cores may skyrocket immediately. It can be done like this? Songjian's eyes beamed, and it seemed that the puppet beast's utility was even greater than he had imagined. Its value was at least around 100 purple crystals. With this in mind, Songjian's gaze involuntarily fell on the dimly visible village in the distance, the location of the demon suppression seal. But with monsters like Komodo in number, if he could obtain a few more puppet beads, Songjian wouldn't need to do anything else and could focus solely on cultivating snake vine grass within the Imperial Sword sect, likely reaping a handsome profit. Why not complete the quest first? These snake vine grasses aren't going anywhere. After the quest is done, and I get more puppet beads, I can come back to harvest them, right? Songjian smiled. After seeing Komodo's attributes shared by Songjian and hearing that snake vine grass could be planted in the Imperial Sword sect, Xinling, just like Songjian, lost interest in the snake vine grass in the fields. Let's go, quickly. Xinling nodded and rushed toward the distant village with some impatience. Chapter 1192, Collection. Songjian and Xinling approached the village and were shocked to find that there were even more monsters here than they had anticipated. Whether inside the houses or on the streets, there were humanoid desolate beasts everywhere. These desolate beasts looked no different from ordinary humans, each holding various kinds of weapons. Scythes, hoes, iron shovels, and some even wielding simple wooden sticks. Looking around, there was hardly a beast without a weapon in hand. What do you think that is? Xinling asked in a low voice, pointing to the faint golden glow at the end of the street. Squinting, Songjian stared for a moment but couldn't make anything out due to the distance. However, judging by its location, it must be the central square of the village. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I reckon it's the light emitted by the demon suppression seal. Look, none of those desolate beasts dare go near it. In fact, all the desolate beasts in this village used to be the guard station to protect the demon suppression seal. But when the seal was damaged, the aura of the ancient desolate abyss leaked out, causing these defenders to mutate and turn into desolate beasts. Now, they had become obstacles to repairing the demon suppression seal. We've struck it rich. There are so many desolate beasts here. If they drop more puppet beads, what do you say we go halfsies? Xinling said with a grin. Songjian snorted and gave Xinling a sidelong glance, shaking his head. Whoever gets them, keeps them. Xinling's expression changed, and she rolled her eyes, retorting. So stingy. I'm the one who got that puppet bead and sold it to you cheap. And now you're not even grateful. You're such an ingrate. Songjian glanced at her and stayed silent. The puppet bead she mentioned was her initiative for him to take a gamble, and now he had won, he would have to owe her a favor, which made no sense. A famous saying couldn't help but come to his mind. Women and petty men. There are hundreds here, you draw them out. Just leave me one, Xinling said, deflated. With her strength, she could at most hunt a single desolate beast. Any more and she would likely have to run. If Songjian weren't here, she wouldn't dare provoke the desolate beasts of this village. Songjian focused on a desolate beast closest to him and deployed the Eye of Insight. Soon, the attributes of the desolate beast appeared above its head, and at the same time, it triggered the beast's compulsory hatred. With a low growl, the beast's eyes turned red. Suddenly turning around, it saw Songjian as if he were a mortal enemy, charging towards him with a scythe, while extending barbed tentacles from its mouth, flailing them in the air, looking both ferocious and somewhat nauseating. This desolate beast incited 7 or 8 others nearby to charge towards Songjian. He retreated while silently casting the Thousand Swords art. After leaving one beast for Xinling, he assigned a spirit sword to each of the remaining beasts and engaged them in battle. Songjian's current Thousand Swords art allowed for the simultaneous manipulation of 500 spirit swords, but that required the sword spirit to control them autonomously. His mental strength alone wasn't enough to manage so many at once. Given Songjian's current limit in mental strength, he could handle up to 16 spirit swords. Controlling 16 simultaneously and using them to perform the same sword technique was well within his capabilities, but no more than that. Should he try to wield spirit swords using different sword techniques, that number would drastically drop to 6. Otherwise, the mental strain became too intense, not only leading to faulty control but also causing backlash to himself. Hence, as long as he wasn't facing dozens or hundreds of monsters, it was no problem for Songjian. Combat served as a way to train and improve his proficiency in the Thousand Swords art. Moreover, if he ever got surrounded by hundreds of monsters, all he needed was to use the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art, which would allow him to slay all the monsters and enhance his comprehension of the Thousand Swords art. It wasn't like he couldn't use the Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art. Outside the village, the roars of desolate beasts and sounds of battle continued. Songjian and Xinling seemed to have returned to their early days in the game, grinding monsters daily to level up. Lure monsters, slay them, recover, and then lure them again. In the village, hundreds of desolate beasts, each with the strength of a level 80 elite boss, regrettably lacked intelligence. Hardly different from wild beasts, they were slowly lured out by Songjian and eliminated one by one. Songjian had already obtained 4 puppet beads, whereas Xinling had only managed to get 1. The drop rate for these items was incredibly low, making it virtually impossible to acquire a large number in bulk. However, desolate beast cores were plentiful. Each beast dropped at least 1 core, with some even dropping 2 or 3. Such items weren't valuable in the Imperial Sword sect, and many disciples venturing outside wouldn't even bother to pick them up. Soon, a day passed, and a hint of fatigue appeared on Songjian's face. Huff huff, let's take a break, take a break. Out of breath, Xinling was already quite exhausted. Although she had several 50 slot bags, after such a prolonged battle, her food reserves for replenishing vitality points and spirit points were nearly depleted. As for instant recovery potions, Xinling would rather save them for life-threatening situations than use them here. Songjian's inventory was several times larger than Xinling's, but the high-intensity combat had left him feeling very weary too. A fatigue not reflected in his vitality points or spirit points but a weariness of the soul. Let's take a break, then. We've only slain less than a third of the monsters in this village. We'll rest tonight and continue the slaughter tomorrow. Songjian said. You might as well use the time to practice your medicine-gathering skill. I don't want to practice, I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. You'll take the night watch. After declaring so, Xinling took a tent out of her inventory, set it up, and crawled inside. Shaking his head, Songjian took out 5 puppet beads from his inventory, all his spoils of battle for that day. He released 5 puppet beasts to gather snake vine grass in the fields. Then, he summoned Gulu, the stone creature, to keep watch at night while he too retired to his tent, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Songjian was awakened by Xinling's shrill scream. Stepping out of the tent, he saw Xinling standing beside the fields, disheveled, with both fists clenched tightly and her chest heaving furiously, looking utterly enraged. Upon seeing Songjian, Xinling glared at him with eyes blazing with fury and yelled. Why didn't you remind me that the puppet beasts could gather snake vine grass? After battling desolate beasts for an entire day, Xinling had also obtained 2 puppet beads, but she was so tired from the fight that she had only thought of sleeping and had completely forgotten that the puppet beasts could also gather snake vine grass. When she woke up the next day and saw that the 5 puppet beasts had collected a large pile of snake vine grass, she almost went crazy. Didn't you have them gather it? Songjian rubbed his eyes and said nonchalantly. I thought you didn't care about such a small amount of money. Why are you so angry? Look, they have only gathered this small batch, And there's still a large patch over there. There were only 2 fields around the village planted with snake vine grass, while the other 2 fields were planted with wheat and other crops. These crops were all low-level items, not only fetching little money when sold but also not contributing to the proficiency of the medicine-gathering skill. In one night, the 5 puppet beasts had nearly cleared out both fields of snake vine grass, leaving perhaps fewer than 100 plants. This was the reason for Xinling's early morning meltdown. Chapter 1193, Reinforcements. No, you have to give me a share. We're partners, comrades who have fought together. You can't do this. Xinling, who had previously looked furious, immediately changed her expression to one of grievance, clutching at the hem of Song Jian's clothes and pleading with eyes that were even brimming with tears. Although the snake vine grass here seemed abundant and as worthless as weeds, outside of this place, it could sell for a lot of money. The Imperial Sword Sect alone would buy all of their collected snake vine grass at a high price. A single snake vine grass could fetch between 1 to 1.5 purple crystals. There were at least 2,000 plants in these 2 fields. Subtracting the 200 or 300 plants Xinling had previously collected and the less than 100 left in the fields, there were more than 1,600 snake vine grass plants remaining in Song Jian's possession. This was a fortune worth over 2,000 purple crystals which, even the official disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect, would envy and covet if they knew. Alright, I'll give you 500 at most. But you have to exchange them for wild beast cores, 10 cores per snake vine grass. If you don't have them now, you can owe me until we get back to the Imperial Sword Sect. Song Jian said, rubbing his nose as he looked at Xinling's "you're bullying me" expression. No, you have to split it 50-50 at the least. I'll just give you more cores. Xinling pouted, shaking her head coquettishly. 300 plants. Song Jian said expressionlessly. Xinling's expression stiffened, and just as she was about to speak, Song Jian immediately said. 2. Fine, 500 plants then. You're ruthless. Xinling said resentfully as if she wanted to rush up and bite Song Jian a few times. Song Jian managed a small smile as he divided 500 snake vine grass plants for Xinling, who in turn traded all of her wild beast cores to him. Since the snake vine grass plants were ownerless and collecting them hadn't cost Song Jian much, and since Xinling had joined him in entering this place to complete a mission, the 2 were teammates, it was only natural to share the spoils. What Xinling didn't know was that Song Jian had already started planting snake vine grass in his own shattered divine realm. With the wild beast cores and the ancient desolate planting skill of the puppet beasts, cultivating snake vine grass was an easy task. Before long, Song Jian could have as much snake vine grass as he wished, and by relying solely on it, he would be able to amass a considerable amount of purple crystals. With purple crystals, he could absorb them to improve his level, and it was estimated that in not too long, Song Jian's level would increase explosively. Let's continue. Let's try to kill more desolate beasts today. Xinling said, taking a deep breath. Song Jian nodded, and the 2 resumed their work from the previous day. Tedious and dull, but their strength quietly grew with each battle. The spoils of war they gained from the desolate beasts were extremely valuable. This mission, nearly impossible for others, turned out to be a fulfilling journey of advancement for Song Jian and Xinling. If it were other disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect given this task, they would currently be thinking of ways to enter the town and repair the demon suppression seal first, but both Song Jian and Xinling, who approached the problem from a player's perspective, knew the mission had no deadline. Hunting desolate beasts was immensely rewarding, so naturally, they decided to hunt down all the beasts before leisurely repairing the demon suppression seal. While Song Jian and Xinling were ceaselessly fighting for puppet beads, the 3 teams sent out by the Imperial Sword Sect also encountered the desolate beast army. Faced with the roaring army of hundreds of thousands of desolate beasts charging at the little over 1,000 Imperial Sword Sect disciples, they stood their ground while flying on their swords and employing various sorts of sword techniques to attack from a distance and suppress them. Leveraging the terrain, these Imperial Sword Sect disciples surprisingly held back the desolate beast army that outnumbered them by 10 or even 100 times, preventing them from advancing an inch. The battle was extremely intense, lasting for 30 to 40 hours before the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect finally ran out of strength and began to slowly retreat. However, they hadn't gone far when reinforcements from the subsequent troops quickly arrived, and the fight relentlessly carried on. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Sword Formation. An elder of the Imperial Sword Sect with white hair and beard hovered in the air like a deity, standing on a flying sword. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand shot into the sky in an instant, forming a massive cloud of calamity that covered over 100 acres. Within the cloud, purple lightning flickered, and thunder rolled, as countless sword chi threads shuttled through it. They converged into bolts of purple heaven divine thunder, striking down at the desolate beasts in the gorge below. With roaring booms, thousands of desolate beasts were enveloped by the purple lightning. The sword chi within the thunderbolt sweaved back and forth, slicing many desolate beasts in two. In a matter of seconds, the beasts in the gorge were wiped out, leaving behind sacks of corpses that filled the entire area. The elder's face flushed slightly as he took several deep breaths. With a gesture of his right hand, the long sword flew back into his sleeve. He snorted coldly while looking at the corpses of the desolate beasts filling the gorge, then flew off towards the rear. "Old Zhao, your sword formation has become a few notches more powerful, hasn't it?" A teasing voice called out from behind. Zhao Yun frowned slightly and turned around, staring at Gu Tushan with an unexpected expression. "Aren't you supposed to be guarding the sect? What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid the sect master will punish you to stand by the demon suppression peak for 100 years? With the sect master alone, that's more than enough." Gu Tushan replied nonchalantly with an unconcerned appearance. "Besides, all those grand elders at the back mountain are so idle they're probably going stir-crazy. If any demon spawns dare to attack the sect, those grand elders would probably be delighted." "Shut your mouth, are the grand elders someone you can discuss so casually?" Zhao Yun's face changed, and he scolded in a low voice. All right, I'm here to stretch my muscles and kill some of those desolate beast brats. If you're tired, fall back and don't get hurt." Gu Tushan waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, countless desolate beasts appeared in the gorge once more, swiftly advancing over the bodies of their fallen comrades towards the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect. Seconds later, the gorge was filled with desolate beasts again. The previous effort of hunting down thousands seemed like throwing a pebble into a pond, creating ripples that faded away into nothingness. Sigh, the ancient desolate abyss is connected to another semi-dimensional plane. The desolate beasts are endless. If we can't repair the demon suppression seal quickly, we'll never be able to kill them all off. Zhao Yun sighed softly. If it weren't for the demon suppression tower being lost in the region of the ancient desolate abyss, how could our mighty Imperial Sword Sect be suppressed by these damned beasts for hundreds of years, unable to drive them out of ancient Sword Star completely? Demon suppression tower? Hey, that's been in the old almanacs for how many years now? Gu Tushan's body stiffened, and he couldn't help but mock himself. Back in the day, we could enter and exit the region of the ancient desolate abyss freely, but now, the pressure it exerts on us grows more severe. I estimate that before long, even the demon suppression seal will likely be unable to stop the invasion from the ancient desolate abyss. What? Zhao Yun's body shook, and he said in a low voice with a shocked expression. How is that possible? The demon suppression seal, like the demon suppression tower, is an inheritance from the ancient sword sect. How could it fail? Gu Tushan's expression stiffened, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Don't listen to my nonsense. The demon suppression seal has been around longer than both of us. Even when we're dead, it won't fail. The sect master has sent 2 youngsters to repair a seal. It won't be long before these desolate beasts' reinforcements are cut off, and then we'll kill all these demon brats together. Go and rest for now, don't end up a soft-legged shrimp, forced to just watch from the sidelines. Chapter 1194, Repair. Song Jian and Xinling were still unaware that they had become key to whether they could win this war. The two of them calmly lured the monsters out of the village and wiped them out slowly, just as all players do when leveling up. These wild beasts give a decent amount of experience. I'm almost up a level, Xinling said cheerily as she fought alongside Song Jian. With Song Jian there, Xinling could go all out without fear of unexpected dangers. Although she was only taking on one wild beast at a time, her speed and efficiency improved as she became more proficient. Song Jian checked his own proficiency. He was still 1/3 away from leveling up. The number of wild beasts he hunted was 7 to 8 times that of Xinling's, but firstly, his level was much higher than Xinling's, and secondly, since the level difference between him and the wild beasts was not significant, the bonus experience from defeating higher-level monsters was not as much as Xinling's. Therefore, the combat experience he gained was, at most, about twice that of Xinling's, which wasn't much faster in terms of leveling up than her, especially since he was already at level 61. It took the two of them 3 days to wipe out all the wild beasts in the village. Aside from several hundred level 80 elite boss wild beasts, there were 3 Lord level and 1 Overlord level boss in the central town square. This time, Song Jian didn't hunt them as before but directly deployed the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, instantly killing the 4 boss, leaving Xinling, who was watching from the side, dumbstruck and immensely shocked. Perhaps because they were killed too swiftly, the 4 boss didn't drop anything good, only 2 golden quality puppet beads and some other valueless materials. After the battle, Xinling obtained 3 puppet beads, while the number of puppet beads in Song Jian's bag had reached 12. He placed all these puppet beasts into the Shattered Divine Realm. With an adequate supply of wild beast cores, the planting area for snake vine grass had surpassed 300 acres, all tended to by these 12 puppet beasts. The flow of time within the divine country could now reach a 2-to-1 ratio with the game world. As Songjian's strength increased, this time flow could be enhanced further. With such a time flow, it wouldn't take long for Songjian to harvest a large batch of snake vine grass, and once he exchanged for purple crystals, his level was sure to soar rapidly. Is this the demon suppression seal? Xinling looked at the huge square, over 100 acres in size, with complex magical formations inscribed on the stone slabs, revealing a surprised expression on her face. According to Gu Tushan's introduction, the demon sealing array had existed for thousands of years, but in their eyes, it looked exceedingly fresh, as if it had just been engraved. In the southwest corner of the entire demon sealing array, for some unknown reason, about a tenth of it was missing. Thick black mist was continuously emitting from the broken part of the seal, blending into the surrounding air. It seemed that the dense fog enveloping the entire village was leaking from here. Songjian could feel that the atmosphere here in the ancient desolate abyss was much purer than the abyssal hell he had encountered before, less violent and murderous, but deeper and purer. If a player with abyss bloodline could come here and absorb this ancient desolate abyss aura, their strength would increase tremendously. Unfortunately, this ancient desolate abyss aura was a great supplement for abyss creatures, but for other races, it was like a deadly poison. Touching it could at best cause serious injuries, at worst death, or a loss of consciousness and descent into becoming a wild beast. Songjian approached the damaged part of the seal, took out a dark gold scroll from his inventory, and tore it open. Immediately, a blinding golden light flashed before Songjian's eyes, prompting both him and Xinling to shield their faces with their hands. After the golden scroll was torn, it transformed into a gigantic golden lion seal, over 100 meters in size, floating in midair and swishing its tail. The entire demon sealing array also shone with a golden light. The golden lion roared and charged towards the escaping ancient desolate abyss aura, opened its mouth wide, and a beam of golden light shot out, dispersing the abyssal mist. Soon enough, the scattered ancient desolate abyss aura condensed into a 100-meter-long dark serpent, with a single horn on its forehead and fangs that glistened with metallic cold light, lunging towards the golden lion. A great battle ensued above the small town. The dark serpent and the golden lion shook and roared together, the din of their roars audible from tens of miles away. For a moment, the black unicorn python and the golden lion fought to a standstill. Songjian and Xinling watched with heads raised as if they were watching the special effects of a 3D movie, feeling as if they were right in the midst of the action. Logically speaking, the fallout from the battle between the two giant beasts would easily have destroyed the entire town, but standing atop the demon sealing array, the pair didn't even feel the slightest gust of wind from the fierce combat, which seemed to truly be nothing more than animated special effects. However, as time passed, the demon sealing array began to connect with the aura of the golden lion in the sky, continuously radiating golden energy from the array and merging it into the body of the golden lion. On the other hand, the black unicorn python was unable to replenish its energy with the ancient desolate abyss aura that leaked from the incomplete array and gradually began to fall behind. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the golden lion, now over 300 meters in size, bit off the head of the black unicorn python in a single bite. The entire python instantly disintegrated into countless fine grains of sand, collapsing and scattering in the wind until it vanished without a trace. The victorious golden lion shook its mane, glanced at Songjian and Xinling, nodded, and then dashed towards the missing corner of the demon sealing array, merging completely with the entire array. Dark gold lines quickly appeared on the previously missing part of the array, connecting with each other, and in a short while, the missing corner was completely restored. The entire demon sealing array shone brightly, thoroughly dispersing the ancient desolate abyss aura surrounding the town, and within a radius of several hundred meters, not a trace of black fog could be seen anymore. Songjian's face showed a look of astonishment as he watched the demon sealing array repair itself. System notifications flowed continuously like a waterfall in his information bar, giving him a sense of being in a dream. System, watching the repair process of the God-level demon sealing array has granted your sword formation skill 10 proficiency points. System, watching the repair process of the God-level demon sealing array has granted your sword formation skill 15 proficiency points. System, watching the repair process of the God-level demon sealing array has granted your sword formation skill 15 proficiency points, and the skill level of sword formation has increased. The proficiency of sword formation in Songjian's life assistance skills bar increased at a visibly rapid pace, rising several levels in the span of just a while. System, through careful observation of the God-level demon sealing array's repair process, your sword formation skill has mutated into a new skill Sword Array Atlas. Sword Array Atlas, Legendary, Level 1, Skill Description, comprises all arrays in the world and utilizes them. Skill Effect, increases the power of array-based skills by 50%, extends the duration of array-based skills by 50%, enhances the effects of array-based skills by 50%, and raises the chance of mutation and evolution in array-based skills by 3%, max number of arrays that can be recorded, 5, arrays recorded, Demon Suppression Seal, incomplete, Golden Lion Seal. Chapter 1195, Transmission Array. Looking at the string of system prompts, Song Jian wore an expression of sheer astonishment on his face. As if a golden mountain had fallen from the sky and smashed right onto his head. A god-level formation. This is indeed a god-level formation. Even though he had imagined the Demon Suppression Seal to be of a very high level, Song Jian hadn't dared to think it would be a god-level formation. The Demon Suppression Seal continued to mend, strands of golden thread intertwining incessantly, evolving into intricate and complex patterns before Song Jian's eyes, plunging him into a world of illusion. System, you have observed the repair process of the god-level seal, Demon Suppression Seal, gaining some insights into the formation Demon Suppression Seal, incomplete, and deepening your understanding of the formation Golden Lion Seal. System, you have observed the repair process of the god-level seal, Demon Suppression Seal, gaining some insights into the formation Demon Suppression Seal, incomplete, and deepening your understanding of the formation Golden Lion Seal. System, by observing the god-level seal formation, the Demon Suppression Seal's repair process, you've gained a bit of understanding of the formation Demon Suppression Seal, incomplete, and deepened your understanding of the formation Golden Lion Seal, which has now advanced to the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal. The series of system prompts couldn't awaken Song Jian, who had fallen into an illusory realm. He stood motionless like a statue, his eyes shimmering with light, yet lacking any sign of consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light from the entire Demon Suppression Seal slowly faded away, returning to its original appearance, only now the missing parts had been fully restored, resulting in a complete formation. Song Jian shuddered, breaking free from the illusion. A look of shock crossed his face as he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Phew, that was terrifying. I almost got trapped in the endless river of formations and couldn't get out. Song Jian was frightened after the fact. God-level formations are not that easy to comprehend. If his sword formation skill hadn't already reached such a high level, he might indeed have been trapped in the endless river of formations due to observing too long. However, seeing his formation skill advance to the formation Atlas, and also recording two formations, Demon Suppression Seal, incomplete, and Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal, excitement once again shone in Song Jian's eyes. The Demon Suppression Seal was a god-level seal, although he had only comprehended a part of it, its power was formidable. In addition, the Sacred Lion Demon Binding Seal was a legendary level formation. Once displayed, its power might not be much less than that of the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. The only issue was that setting up these two formations would consume a lot of materials. Now what Song Jian needed to do most was integrate these two formations with the Thousand Swords art, using the Spirit Sword as the material for the formation, and release these two formations through swordplay. At that time, Song Jian's strength would certainly rise to a much higher level. Xinling also fell into the illusion when the Demon Suppression Seal was being repaired. However, with no foundation in formations, she was merely glancing over them, much like watching a movie. Naturally, this posed no danger to her. When the Demon Suppression Seal was finally restored, Xinling naturally emerged from the illusion. Although it seems Xinling did not gain any insights similar to formations, she still had many revelations within the endless river of formations. If she were to come into contact with skills related to formations in the future, these insights would become her foundation and quickly integrate with the new skills, even though they were not apparent at the moment. With the Demon Suppression Seal repaired, the two had also completed their mission. All they needed to do was return to the Imperial Sword Set to claim their mission rewards. Phew, it's finally finished. This time I really owe you one, Song Jian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been able to get close to this town on my own. Xinling said, sticking her tongue out. With her strength, Xinling could come up with ways to lure out and slaughter the elite-level creatures in the town one by one, and it would take at most about a month of time, but she was completely at a loss when it came to the Lord-level and Sovereign-level bosses near the Demon Suppression Seal in the town center. With her capabilities, she was afraid that she might not even be able to break through the defenses of a Sovereign-level boss. Previously, when Gu Tushan handed the repair scroll to Song Jian, Xinling had some reservations. But now she finally understood why Elder Gu Tushan had given the scroll to Song Jian instead of her. Even without my participation, Song Jian alone can complete this task. Xinling thought to herself, filled with gratitude towards Song Jian. Initially, she had entertained the idea of competing with Song Jian, but now, she had completely abandoned such petty thoughts. After all, the gap between them was too great, and it looked like it was going to get even bigger in the future. Forget it, after this mission, I'll gain the legendary technique, the Chaos Sword Cannon. A supreme technique that not even Instructor Gulwo has obtained. As long as I can comprehend this legendary technique, my strength will naturally increase. Xinling thought to herself. After the demon suppression seal was repaired, Song Jian also replaced the energy orbs that maintained the demon suppression seal. These energy-abundant orbs would be able to keep the demon suppression seal intact for at least 100 years. Soon, after replacing all the energy orbs, Song Jian clapped his hands, stood up, and smiled. Alright, the task is completed, let's head back to the Imperial Sword Sect. With the demon suppression seal fully restored, Song Jian could also sense that the aura of the ancient desolate abyss was gradually fading. Although this place was already deep within the territory of the ancient desolate abyss, it wasn't actually part of the abyss region before the demon suppression seal was damaged. Ordinary humans used to live here normally, and the creatures in this village town were actually humans who lived here previously and had turned into creatures due to corruption from the abyss aura after the demon suppression seal was damaged. Otherwise, how could creatures with the unconscious animal instincts of creatures possibly build houses and construct such a village? Just as the two were preparing to leave and return to the Imperial Sword Sect, Xinling suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous spot in the northeast corner of the demon suppression seal, curiously saying, "Hey, what is that over there? It looks somewhat like a transmission array." Song Jian turned his head to look, and sure enough, between two stone houses in the northeast corner of the demon suppression seal, there was something that resembled a small altar. This altar was constructed entirely of stone and covered an area of about 5 or 6 square meters, just enough to accommodate 3 to 5 people standing on it at the same time. Such transmission arrays were not uncommon. Apart from the large transmission arrays in various cities, there were many similar ones in the wilderness. One just had to stand on them to record the location of the transmission array, and then use it for rapid movement in the future. However, these wild transmission arrays were very concealed, and it was generally difficult for people to discover them. Even if a player was lucky enough to find one, they would typically keep it a secret and not publicize it everywhere. The two walked up to the transmission array to take a closer look. Such arrays could connect to the towns nearby and might also transport them to some unknown and dangerous territories. Standing in the center of the transmission array, Song Jian felt it out and discovered that it was a one-way transmission array, and the destination was an unknown location. Can this transmission array be used? Xinling asked curiously. If they could be directly transported back to Imperial Sword Sect, they could save at least a few days of travel. Song Jian shook his head slightly and said, "This transmission array is one-way, and there's only one destination. Once transported, it's very difficult to come back." Xinling's expression changed, and she sighed and shook her head. "Alright, it looks like there are no shortcuts. We'd better make our way back. Such a transmission array is too dangerous." Chapter 1196 Hidden Task. Many dangerous areas exist within the game world, and players would only dare to try teleportation arrays with unknown destinations when the game first launched. As the game progressed, fewer players took such risks, unless they had life-saving skills like Song Jian did. Standing before the transmission array, Song Jian hesitated for a long time but finally shook his head. He had just completed a legendary quest, and as long as he returned to the Imperial Sword Sect to acquire the legendary skill, the Chaotic Sword Art, his strength would greatly increase. Furthermore, with the ability to cultivate the snake vine grass and obtain a substantial amount of purple crystals, passing the third-tier combat power assessment would be a simple matter. Just as Song Jian and Xinling were about to give up, the transmission array suddenly burst into dazzling light, as if someone had triggered it from the other side, preparing to teleport over. Song Jian took 2 steps back cautiously. This was a one-way transmission array, how could anyone possibly teleport from the other side? "Be careful," Song Jian whispered to Xinling, both wearing a guardedly alert expression. At that moment, Song Jian felt a sense of danger enveloping him, and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to enter the Divine Country, he discovered that the surrounding space seemed to be sealed off all at once. Even the air beside him became viscous, making it impossible to even move a finger. Song Jian and Xinling were like 2 insects trapped in amber, unable to move at all. In a short time, a powerful suction force emanated from within the transmission array, drawing both of them in. A flash of white light appeared, and the two vanished, leaving the transmission array looking like its previously desolate state. Song Jian and Xinling felt the world spinning around them, and then with a plop, they fell into a lake. "Ah, help me, I can't swim." Xinling flailed in the water, her expression one of panic. With a thought, Song Jian rose into the air, standing on a flying sword, and scooped up Xinling. "You can't swim, but can't you also perform the sword flight art?" Xinling was startled, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. As she fell into the water, she became panicked, completely forgetting she was in the game world, and that with her current strength, she could hold her breath for an hour or 2 even if submerged. I forgot. Xinling said sheepishly. Only when Songjian and Xinling flew into the air did they realize that they were in a semi-dimensional plane on the verge of collapse, one of the smallest they had encountered, roughly just over 2,000 square kilometers, similar to a rather large island. Looking up, they could see the edges of the semi-dimensional plane continuously collapsing, with large chunks of debris falling from the sky, landing on the ground with tremendous roars. The parts that broke away appeared pitch black, like the vast expanse of space. What was surprising, however, was that the entire semi-dimensional plane still seemed to be protected by a mysterious force. Even as the edges crumbled, no disasters seemed to occur within the plane, the surroundings remaining quiet and peaceful. We must find a way to leave this place quickly, or we might very well perish along with this semi-dimensional plane. Songjian's face turned grim. Judging by the rate of collapse, the entire semi-dimensional plane will completely disintegrate in 2 to 3 months, right? Xinling said in awe, staring blankly at a dark hole in the distance, speaking in a low voice. The faster it collapses later on, we'll likely have no more than a month. Songjian glanced at Xinling and said. Luckily, the area isn't large. A month is more than enough time for us to explore this place several times over. Hey, Songjian, look across the lake, that's an enormous demon god statue. Xinling suddenly pointed across the lake and shouted loudly. Songjian looked up and saw that across the lake was a mountain peak over 100 meters high. The side of the mountain facing the lake had been flattened, and a demon god sculpture, almost as tall as the entire mountain and with claws bared, stood towering there. The demonic stone sculpture had 3 faces and 8 arms, blue faces with sharp fangs, and each head had a single horn. It was clad in a suit of armor that, where not covered, was entirely made up of palm-sized scales. 3 heads and 8 arms, could this be the statue of that deity? Songjian's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Anyway, it doesn't look like any kind of benevolent god, it looks more like a monster or a wild beast of some sort. Xinling curled her lip and said. Let's check out the other side, there seems to be an altar over there. Songjian said, pointing across the lake. The two quickly arrived at the foot of the demonic statue on the opposite shore of the lake, where there was an altar covering an area of about 100 square meters. The altar seemed to have been deserted for a long time and was overgrown with weeds. Traces of sacrificial rituals could vaguely be seen on its surface. Next to the altar, there was a stone tablet that was taller than a person. The tablet was severely damaged, and the inscriptions on it were somewhat blurred. Abyssal language. Songjian thought to himself as he began to recognize it. This is a place of worship for a deity from the ancient desolate abyss known as Istanbul Bazit. Songjian translated while wiping the dust off the stone tablet. These characters are so strange. After looking at them for a while, I feel dizzy and it's as if someone is whispering in my ears. Xinling said with a confused expression in her eyes, shaking her head vigorously. Don't look at these characters, they will affect your mind. Songjian quickly pulled Xinling aside and said seriously. If you don't have any skills to resist enchantment, you must never touch the abyssal language. Otherwise, at best you may suffer damage to your consciousness, and at worst you could fall and become part of the abyssal clan. In fact, many players who had become part of the abyssal clan did so because they had come into contact with abyssal information, leading to their corruption. Songjian had previously been able to resist the corrosion of the abyssal language and successfully learn it due to his innate skill. Thick skin. After scrutinizing the tablet for a long time, Songjian finally finished reading all the text on the stone tablet. The tablet was so badly damaged that much information had been lost, and Songjian was a bit puzzled about what the text was actually saying. Just as Songjian was about to give up and explore other areas to find a way out of this place, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, you have come into contact with the stone tablet of the ancient desolate abyssal deity, triggering the hidden quest Forgotten Temple. Songjian was startled and hurriedly opened the quest log to check for himself. The Forgotten Temple quest actually tasked him with exploring the entire demonic statue, finding the path to the Forgotten Temple. As for the reward, it was not specified in advance, suggesting it was a cumulative reward quest that could potentially be epic. A hint of joy appeared on Songjian's face. Such quests were at least of epic tier and offered rich rewards. Especially those with cumulative rewards could bring rewards beyond imagination in the end. Chapter 1197, Secret Passage. Did you get the hidden quest? Songjian turned his head to look at Xinling, who was standing tall, observing the entire demon god stone statue. Hearing Songjian's question, her brows slightly furrowed, and she shook her head. Songjian pointed at the stone tablet and said, try looking at this tablet for a while, maybe you can get a hidden quest. Most quests are shareable, but many special quests require a trigger point, such as the one Songjian had received, which could only be triggered after fully understanding the content of the stone tablet. A hesitant look appeared on Xinling's face. She had just stared at it for a short while and already felt discomfort. If it was for a longer period, She feared her mind might be harmed. But I can't understand the text on it either. Xinling's face showed an embarrassed expression. Look, I will relay it to you, maybe you can still get this quest. Song Jian laughed, sensing that this was the quest to find the Forgotten Temple. Well, okay then. Hesitating, Xinling squinted her eyes towards the stone tablet, while Song Jian began to translate the content of the stone tablet word by word. Although most of the text on the stone tablet was damaged, some characters were still recognizable. Just as Song Jian had translated a couple of sentences, Xinling's face suddenly changed drastically, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She staggered as if struck by lightning and collapsed onto the ground. Song Jian was shocked and hastily stopped translating, rushing forward to help Xinling up. Upon further examination, Xinling's vitality points had dropped by a third, and inexplicably, her status bar showed a negative effect called Abyss Whisper, losing 3 vitality points per second, 5 spirit points per second, with a 50% reduction in resistance, lasting for 60 minutes. If it had been an ordinary player encountering such a negative effect, they probably could only wait for death, since dropping to 0 spirit points meant fainting, but if vitality points hit 0, one could truly die. Song Jian administered the regenerative force of the Azure Dragon Sword body on Xinling, removing the negative effect, then watched as Xinling's vitality points rapidly started to recover. Once Xinling's vitality points were fully restored, she slowly regained consciousness. Checking her information bar, her face changed dramatically. If not for Song Jian's help, she might have actually died in her unconscious state. Looking at the stone tablet, a hint of fear appeared on Xinling's face. So, did you get the quest? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Xinling glanced at her quest log and shook her head with a sense of disappointment. Song Jian, feeling helpless, slowly helped Xinling to her feet and said, "Why don't you rest here for a while, and I'll complete the quest." After speaking, Song Jian shared the quest details with Xinling. Seeing that the quest was a hidden one with cumulative forced rewards, a tinge of envy flashed in Xinling's eyes. Such quests are hard to come by, and although dangerous, completing it could bring about a revolutionary change for a player. "I'd better stay with you." Xinling glanced around, feeling a bit timid. After all, she had just arrived at a new place surrounded by continuously collapsing spatial fragments, which was rather unnerving to face alone. "All right, then let's search this statue together and see if there are any secret passages or the like." Song Jian nodded and said. Knowing the content of the hidden quest, Xinling was aware that the key to the first ring of finding the Forgotten Temple was on this statue. She nodded, activated her flight ability, and flew towards the top of the statue. Song Jian watched, smiled faintly, and began searching from the base of the statue. After searching back and forth 2 or 3 times, the two of them did not find any secret passages around the stone statue and, disappointed, flew back to the front of the altar. "Song Jian, what should we do? There aren't any secret passages or anything like that," Xinling said with tightly furrowed brows. "Let's rest for a while, and search again tomorrow." Song Jian shook his head and said. Although it was just a small semi-dimensional plane, there was still a clear distinction between day and night. It was just that there was no sun during the day, nor were there moon and stars at night, only a difference between light and darkness. At night, Song Jian lay quietly in his tent, but the image of the enormous demon statue loomed constantly in his mind. Since the mission says to find the path to the previous temples from within the stone statue, then the key must definitely be with this statue. Song Jian thought to himself. After thinking for a long time, an image suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind, of the demon god stone statue with 3 heads and 8 arms. By concealing the statue's body and leaving only the 3 heads and 8 arms, isn't this just like a formation with the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man at its core, supported by the 8 trigrams? Moreover, the core area of this formation is the 3rd eye in the middle of the head that represents the heavenly pivot. With this thought, Song Jian immediately sat up excitedly. If his guess was right, the entrance to the secret passage should be located at the 3rd stone eye of the left head of the demon god stone statue. The next day, as soon as dawn was breaking, Song Jian couldn't wait to crawl out of his tent and flew toward the 3rd eye of the left head of the demon god stone statue. Xinling woke up groggily to the commotion, rubbed her eyes, and also crawled out of the tent, watching Song Jian closely inspecting something next to the head of the demon statue. "What's up, did you find something?" Xinling flew to Song Jian's side and asked. "If I'm not wrong, the secret passage should be here," Song Jian said, pointing at the vertical eye at the center of the statue's forehead. This vertical eye was more than 2 meters long and looked no different from the 3rd eyes on the 2 other heads. Song Jian examined it closely for a while but did not detect anything unusual. "It seems like there's nothing unusual here," Xinling said, unable to help slapping it twice with a look of confusion. Song Jian suddenly raised an eyebrow, drew out his sky-breaking sword, and fiercely stabbed towards the stone eye. The sky-breaking sword easily pierced through the third eye of the statue. As the sword chi surged, there came a boom as the entire third eye of the stone statue exploded, revealing a deep passage behind it. A secret passage? There's actually a passage here? Xinling's face showed a look of surprise, and after gazing at the secret passage, she turned to Song Jian with amazement and asked, "How did you find out there was a passage behind it?" "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to you knocking on it a couple of times." Song Jian laughed heartily, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hear that there was a hollow space behind it." It turned out Song Jian was right, the entire statue and the mountain behind it were one piece. Only here was a thin layer of stone shell. Not to mention using the sky-breaking sword, even an ordinary person with a hammer could easily break it open. "I'll go ahead, and you follow me. Don't run around everywhere, be careful of danger," Song Jian said cautioningly, before going straight into the entrance of the passage. Chapter 1198, Maze of Passages. Song Jian took the lead, while Xinling followed closely behind, entering the deep passage without any hesitation. The corridor was surrounded by thick rock on all sides, and only when they had just entered the passage was there a glimmer of light, which lessened further down, with no light penetrating the darkness. Song Jian activated his vertical eye at the center of his forehead, and the surroundings immediately came into sharp focus, allowing him to see everything clearly. Just then, a beam of light shot from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that Xinling had donned a miner's helmet that was emitting a blinding light from its lamp. Not bad. Song Jian glanced at the miner's helmet on Xinling's head and smiled slightly. The helmet was painted with a pikaku pattern, and the entire thing had been colored pink. Shrugging her shoulders, Xinling said, "This was a reward from a level 10 quest. The attributes aren't great, but it can work continuously for 10 hours. After walking another 5 or 6 meters, they encountered the first fork in the path. Song Jian's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. After a moment's consideration, he chose the left-hand path and made a mark on the wall at the intersection. Soon, they came across a second fork. Song Jian sighed and said, "It looks like we've run into trouble. It's a maze." After marking the spot, they continued onward. The number of forks they encountered kept increasing, 3-way intersections, 4-way intersections, and the deeper they went, the more choices they had to make. Soon, they became lost in the complex labyrinth of passages. "Why are there so many forks here?" Xinling asked, somewhat frustrated. They had already walked close to 10 kilometers, enough to traverse the entire mountain, yet endless darkness and countless forks still lay before them. Hidden missions are not that easy to complete. "Shall we explore one path at a time?" said Song Jian with a sigh, before turning to ask. "Or do you have a better idea? If only I had those nanomachines, just a fistful could break down into 100,000 little robots." Xinling frowned slightly and said, "I've seen such technology before. Once I encountered a Lord-level boss with nanomachines, which controlled an army of monsters by releasing countless nano-robots." The contents of this game world often confused Song Jian. At times, he felt like he lived in the ancient past, sometimes in the 20th century, and at other times, in the era of ancient immortals. Like the smart robots Xinling mentioned, Song Jian had encountered them in Scorching Gorge as well. Those must have been the robotic avatars of an intelligent entity, which had created countless copies over 1,000 years to escape from the Tower of Trials. Ultimately, with Song Jian's help, it had indeed escaped from Scorching Gorge. Remembering his first entry into the city where the technological environment had almost instantly been invaded and taken over by the robotic avatars, Song Jian felt a chill run down his spine. After thinking for a while, Song Jian summoned Stone Golem Gulu directly. The massive Gulu appeared somewhat constrained in the narrow passage, almost squatting to fit, and each slight movement left an indentation on the surrounding walls. Seeing Gulu's woeful expression, Song Jian patted its head and asked, "Gulu, can you split into an infinite number of little stone golems to explore this maze in the air?" Song Jian remembered that the first time he had encountered the stone golem Gulu, no matter how many times it was killed, its shattered fragments would reform into smaller golems and reassemble. Stone golem Gulu nodded, and its body emitted a series of crack and crumble noises as it split. Within a short period, palm-sized little stone golems leaped from its form and scurried down the passages in various directions. After a short while, hundreds of little stone men disengaged from Gulu's body, and at this time, Gulu's form had shrunk to roughly the same size as Song Jian. "Is it really that powerful?" Xinling's face showed a look of surprise, her eyes scrutinizing the stone creature Gulu up and down. Is this a Lord-level stone elemental battle pet?" Xinling exclaimed, her eyes brimming with envy and excitement. "Initially, it was just a common earth elemental. It's a battle pet I've raised step by step." Song Jian patted Gulu's shoulder and said with a smile. Watching Xinling excitedly touch the stone creature Gulu and mutter to herself with envy, Song Jian thought to himself. You're this excited about a Lord-level stone elemental battle pet. If you knew I also have a Lord-level black dragon battle pet, I don't know how jealous you'd get. More and more little stone men continued to split off from Gulu, and its size kept decreasing. When Gulu had shrunk to half Song Jian's height, it could no longer split off any more stone men. Just then, Gulu suddenly pressed its hand into the wall of the adjacent passage. Before long, the rocky wall of the tunnel appeared to turn into a thick liquid, which flowed along Gulu's arm, toward its body. In no time, Gulu's body had grown massive once more. Next, Gulu began a second round of splitting. This time, even more little stone men popped out from its body. At first, Song Jian was counting how many there were, but soon, he gave up trying to keep track. There were simply too many. In just half an hour, the number had already surpassed 3,000 little stone men entering the tunnel, and the pace seemed to be accelerating still. Song Jian and Zinling could do nothing but patiently wait. After more than 5 hours, the number of little stone men Gulu had split off exceeded 10,000. Just then, Gulu abruptly stopped splitting off any more stone men, stood up vigorously, and pointed toward one of the passages. It then strode toward a fork in the path, gesturing for Song Jian and Zinling to follow behind. As Gulu walked, more little stone men rushed toward it, merging into its body, and Gulu's form expanded while it moved. When Gulu grew tall enough to reach the top of the tunnel, it finally stopped allowing more stone men to merge with it and instead had them follow behind. Shortly, a large group of palm-sized little stone men had gathered behind Gulu. I didn't expect your battle pet to have this ability, it's just like the intelligent robot boss I saw. Zinling whispered. Song Jian laughed and said. After completing this mission, we'll sell the snake vine grass. You can also pick 2 similar battle pets from the treasure vault of the Imperial Sword Sect. Although they had just joined the Imperial Sword Sect, Song Jian was aware of some of its buildings. The sect's treasure pavilion was a place where various treasures were collected and sold. The snake vine grass they had collected could be sold there, and the treasures inside were at least of dark gold level, with even epic and legendary level items available. However, the price required purple crystals besides the sect contribution points. This mission, in addition to the chaotic sword art reward, would also earn them a considerable amount of contribution points. Following the stone elemental Gulu deeper into the passage, Song Jian could distinctly feel that they were heading downward. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at a massive bronze gate under Gulu's lead. Behind this door must lie the so-called Forgotten Temple. Chapter 1199, Starlight Corridor. The ancient bronze gates were simple and solemn, covered in bizarre reliefs that were indiscernible in their patterns. However, upon glancing at them, one couldn't help but feel an intense aura of evil rushing forth. To Song Jian's eyes, the reliefs on the bronze gates seemed to exude a dense black aura. This aura coalesced into 2 massive skeletal heads in the air, burning with black flames and lunging towards the pair. Be careful, these gates have something evil about them, Song Jian spoke in a low voice. There were no signs of danger at first, but the longer one lingered, the more severe the harm that would befall those who entered. It was like some kind of curse, hardly perceptible in its subtlety. Song Jian had thought opening these bronze gates would be a difficult task, that inside were hidden some vile traps. Yet as soon as he approached, the gates opened on their own. Behind the bronze gates lay an endless expanse of stars and spiraling nebulae. Amidst these stars and nebulae streaked black lightning. Song Jian's face paled. This was not true lightning but spatial rifts leading to unknown regions. They resembled world rifts, where one might get lost forever, wandering in the dark for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. All that lay before them conveyed a sense of the vast and majestic, but also an overwhelming and uncontrollable danger. Are we going inside? Zinling's eyes were filled with fear. Everything she saw surpassed her wildest imaginations. Every cell in her body was sending signals of danger, as if a frog had encountered its natural predator, a venomous snake, daring not to move. Zinling was the same, stiff all over. She couldn't shake the feeling that any slight movement might bring about a catastrophic strike. Wait for me outside. I'll go in and explore. Song Jian gritted his teeth and stepped towards the bronze gates. To complete the hidden quest, one had to enter the Forgotten Temple. Despite the dangerous feeling behind the bronze gates, this didn't seem fatal to Song Jian. He had the enemy of Death God and could retreat to the Shattered Divine Realm at any moment. If he wasn't willing to brave even this much risk, he might as well delete the hidden quest altogether. Just be careful, okay? Zinling said with a hint of worry. The collapsed plane was full of strangeness, which frightened her. If Song Jian did not return, leaving her alone, she might eventually succumb to despair. Song Jian nodded, activating all the protective skills of his gear, and then stepped through the bronze gates. Zinling saw Song Jian take just one step before he seemed to be sucked into the nebula behind the bronze gate, In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. Her face turned pale, and she instinctively reached out to grab hold of Song Jian but caught nothing. Standing still for a moment, Xinling sighed, took 2 steps back, squatted down, hugged her knees, and waited silently for Song Jian's return. At that moment, Song Jian was strolling through a space corridor aglow with starlight. His body was surrounded by lights of various colors, all emitted by the defense skills of his gear. Yet, these lights seemed to trigger not at all, suggesting that this starlight corridor was safer than he had anticipated. It's truly a bizarre setup. Just this starlight corridor alone must have been created by at least a king-level creature, or even a demigod-level being. Song Jian couldn't help exclaiming in awe. In this starlight corridor, countless spatial rifts abounded, from which space-temporal turbulence constantly surged forth like tidal waves, ceaselessly lapping against the membrane walls of the corridor. They could only ripple gently, utterly unable to penetrate and harm Song Jian in the slightest. The person who designed and built this starlight corridor had an understanding of space and time that absolutely exceeded Song Jian's imagination. In the face of such beings, Song Jian felt deep respect whenever he thought of them. As against them, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Now, it seems like I am close to the previously collapsed space, but in reality, I might have already left that semi-dimensional plane. Song Jian looked back at a vague fragment of space and couldn't help but worry. Xinling was still waiting for him in that semi-dimensional plane. If he was unable to return, Xinling and that plane might both perish in a month's time. Song Jian let out a sigh. Currently, he was incapable of even turning back. Walking forward was no issue, but the moment Song Jian made any slight motion to turn around, a tremendous force would prevent him from doing so. He couldn't even complete the action of turning. The unknown region I'm heading towards now could be even more dangerous than that soon-to-collapse semi-dimensional plane. If I can successfully complete the hidden task, perhaps I'll be able to return to Xinling's side, Song Jian thought to himself and couldn't help but quicken his pace forward. Song Jian's speed increased more and more. From a slow walk to a brisk one, then to a light jog, and finally, he began running full tilt, traversing dozens of meters in a single second. Eventually, Song Jian even summoned his flame-light wings. If it weren't for the corridor being too narrow, he would have even summoned his sword to perform the sword flight art. Not knowing how long he had been running, Song Jian suddenly felt a footstep miss, and he plunged downward, his flame-light wings seemingly losing their ability to fly and resembled nothing more than a useless ornament. After free-falling for nearly 3 minutes, Song Jian felt as if someone had suddenly yanked him upward, and he gently landed on the ground. After the intense sensation of weightlessness passed, Song Jian discovered he had arrived in a strange space, almost as if he were among the clouds, with thick and thin white mists drifting everywhere. In front of Song Jian, there was a pond sparkling with starlight. The pond wasn't large, covering roughly 15 or 16 square meters, and several white jade pillars stood around it, each carved with countless little angels with white wings frolicking among the clouds. Song Jian looked down and found himself lying in a sea of flowers. Glancing up, he was surrounded by beautiful blossoms as far as the eye could see, with a rich fragrance of flowers permeating the air. A breeze blew by, lifting countless petals that danced in the air before drifting down slowly, as if it was a rain of flowers. Song Jian felt as though he had arrived in heaven amidst everything around him. Just then, a deep and authoritative voice rang out by Song Jian's ear. "What kind of creature is this, so filthy and foul-smelling? Your presence here is nothing short of a desecration to this realm." Chapter 1200, Burning Divine Soul. Song Jian was startled and, looking up, saw a man with handsome features standing on the opposite side of the pool. He was dressed in full black armor with 2 long, sharp horns on his head and gazed emotionlessly at Song Jian. The man wore a helmet, but his face guard was not lowered. His eyes shone like stars, dazzlingly bright, making it impossible to look directly at him. Long purple hair draped over the shoulders of his armor. If it weren't for the voice he had emitted earlier and the Adam's apple on his neck, Song Jian would have almost mistaken him for a girl. Who are you?" Song Jian asked in a hoarse voice, struggling to stand up from the sea of flowers. The man took 2 steps forward, staring at Song Jian and said, "I am Kuzai, a demon god general under the command of Istanbul Bazit, the demon god. How did a tiny insect like you enter the domain of the demon god temple? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a peaceful death." Song Jian's eyes narrowed as he activated his Eye of Insight. Seeing the man's attributes, Song Jian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The self-proclaimed demon god general before him had a strength of merely a level 99 Dominion class boss. If he went all out, it was not impossible for him to kill his opponent. Anger flashed across the face of the demon god General Kuzai. Obviously, the side effects of the Eye of Insight had been triggered, infuriating the Dominion class boss before him. However, it was clear that this demon god general had more rationality compared to the bosses Song Jian had encountered before. Even though he was enraged, he did not immediately attack Song Jian. Mortal, don't think that possessing a bit of power means you can despise everything. In reality, you know nothing about power. Kazai said, raising his right hand. Countless black breaths converged in his palm, and a fierce tiger, flickering with black lightning, appeared in front of him. Lightning fierce tiger fist. Kazai growled, his right fist striking out hard towards Song Jian. The fierce wind howled, and the lightning flickering tiger on his body charged at Song Jian, filling the air with the scent of scorching. Chi taking form? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. This move was almost identical to his sword chi form technique. To others, it might seem overwhelmingly powerful, but to Song Jian, it was merely so-so. With a thought, his sky-breaking sword appeared in his palm. Sword chi rapidly flocked to the sword in his hand, and in no time, 500 spirit swords floated around Song Jian's body, sword chi palm imprint. Song Jian uttered in a low voice. With a vigorous swipe of the sky-breaking sword in his hand, the 500 spirit swords instantly boiled over, intertwining and entangling, forming an impenetrable sword web that shredded the incoming black lightning tiger into nothingness. Sword chi filled the air, blocking the lightning fierce tiger fist. The spirit swords did not dissipate but instead, converged into a massive palm imprint that loomed over Kazai. At this moment, Song Jian had gained an extremely deep understanding of the Thousand Swords art. He did not need to initiate the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation and allow it to evolve step by step. As for the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, the first variation, and the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword, the second variation, Song Jian had already mastered them by heart. Even for the third variation, the Sword Chi Palm Imprint, he had some insights. His mind erupted with the intent of unleashing the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword, but subconsciously, he ended up executing the third variation, the Sword Chi Palm Imprint, and it was successfully released. This brought a surprised and pleased expression to the corner of Song Jian's mouth. How is this possible? Kuzai's face showed a look of horror. The Sword Chi Palm Imprint was incredibly fast, giving him no time to react, and it pressed down on him directly. Boom, a tremendous roar echoed as Kuzai was completely pinned to the ground. The ground now bore an immense palm imprint, within which Sword Chi crisscrossed, shredding all the nearby vegetation into fine dust that drifted down from the skies. Kuzai struggled to stand up from the palm imprint on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. His black armor was visibly damaged, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Kuzai seemed greatly shaken, murmuring to himself with a look of utter disorientation on his face. Only then did Song Jian notice, far behind Kuzai, a vast palace nestled between several low hills. The distance was so great that only the general outline of the entire palace could be seen, but not the specifics. There, that must be the destination the mission requires, the Forgotten Temple. Song Jian thought to himself, glancing at Kuzai who was still immersed in his own illusion and instantly losing interest in him. It's just a level 99 commanding boss, even if I killed him, at most he would drop a piece of dark gold quality equipment. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to reach the temple quickly and complete the mission. Song Jian thought to himself. Commanding bosses had a certain chance to drop epic-grade equipment, but the probability was very low. And a level 99 commanding boss would drop items that were at least level 95, which Song Jian couldn't use for the time being. Seeing that Kuzai had lost the will to fight, Song Jian gave him a dismissive glance and walked past the star pool, heading towards the distant palace. Further on was an enormous ancient tree, its green branches scattering a lush radiance. Song Jian had seen many ancient trees before, and even in his city lord mansion there was a lord-level bloody gloomy poison tree. But none of the ancient trees he had encountered before were as colossal as this one, its branches even seemed to reach into the heavens. The tree roots on the ground, like giant pythons, covered an area of several hundred meters. Each knotted root was thicker than Song Jian himself, making him appear as insignificant as an ant standing next to a giant dragon. From this ancient tree, Song Jian felt an almost boundless surge of vitality. Despite sensing no danger, he still consciously prepared to bypass the tree, not wishing to approach it. Just then, an angry shout came from behind. "Human, you must not approach the demon god temple. Take one more step forward, and I will make you die right here." Song Jian sharply turned around. Kuzai seemed to have broken free from his fantasy, charging at him fiercely with a black flame burning all over his body. The flames formed a black fierce tiger, engulfing Kuzai completely. "Burning divine soul?" Song Jian exclaimed in surprise, recognizing that Kuzai's state was similar to other bosses' berserk and fury, utilizing his own divine soul as fuel to unleash his full potential. Even if he were to ultimately defeat Song Jian, Given Kuzai's current state, he wouldn't live much longer. The ferocious Kuzai's strength had now surpassed that of a commanding boss, almost stepping into the realm of a king-level boss. Songjian didn't dare to be complacent. With a thought, a crisp dragon's roar filled the air. A cyan dragon soared to the heavens, the wind and clouds swirling around, changing the color of the sky and land. The power of growth and decay spread forth, and even the distant ancient tree rustled lightly, as though it dreaded Songjian. Chapter 1201, The Terrifying Vitality Points Recovery Speed. The max level Azure Dragon Sword body alone increased each attribute by 100 points. With Songjian's current strength, if not for the level restriction, he could have even equipped pieces of the Sword Immortal set by now. His virtual life had risen to 30,000 points, which was equivalent to a fourfold increase for Songjian, whose vitality points barely exceeded 10,000. Facing Kuzai, who was burning divine soul, his survivability had increased significantly, at the very least. Only a madman would dare to burn his divine soul. Songjian thought angrily. He would not consider any precaution to be excessive against the increasingly deranged Kuzai. Songjian wouldn't be surprised by anything Kuzai did at this point, even if he charged at him and self-destructed to perish together with Songjian. Such an act, Songjian felt, was just Kuzai's basic modus operandi. With the Azure Dragon possessing him, Songjian raised his hand, and a grey burst of energy rushed towards Kuzai. Kuzai's sanity would gradually fall apart as he continued burning divine soul. Eventually, even if he killed Songjian, he would become nothing but a beast who knew only slaughter before dying in agony. Facing this grey burst of energy, the previous Kuzai would have tried to evade, but the current Kuzai mindlessly charged into it, immediately slowing his movement speed by more than half, becoming as slow as a snail. Thousand Swords Art. At the thought from Songjian, countless spirit swords emerged and flew towards Kuzai, enveloping him in a tornado-like swirl. Even at this moment, Songjian dared not approach Kuzai, fearing that he might do something unimaginable. The spirit swords continuously sliced into Kuzai's body, with blood spurting and damage numbers floating above his head. No matter how much damage the spirit swords inflicted, Kuzai still steadily advanced towards Songjian step by step. His black armor was completely shattered, and dense and numerous sword cuts covered his body. At a glance, there was not a single piece of skin that was unscathed. He looked as if he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts. However, what surprised Songjian was that although Kuzai's vitality points continually decreased, the lower they went, the faster his recovery rate became. When his vitality points were reduced to 1/3, the speed of his self-healing reached an astonishing level. The dense cuts all over his body visibly healed rapidly, and the vitality points above his head even started to rise instead of fall, outpacing the speed at which he was taking damage. An undying body? Songjian couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. After burning divine soul, a monster's attributes would greatly increase, but there were focuses among them, with 1 or 2 abilities receiving incredible boosts. For example, Kuzai clearly had a horrific increase in his vitality point recovery rate. This way, there's no way to defeat him. Songjian thought to himself, pinching his sword fingers. The myriad flying swords in the sky immediately responded as if directed by his own limbs, beginning to transform. Each spirit sword turned into leaves of lotus aflame, starting to coalesce to form a terrifying karmic fire red lotus sword formation. Sweat covered Songjian's forehead. This time, the sword formation's evolution was under his control rather than that of the sword spirit in the sky-breaking sword. Such an action would not enhance the power of the sword formation. On the contrary, it would decrease slightly since a sword formation led by him was certainly not as perfect and smooth as one led by the sword spirit. However, this allowed Songjian to become more familiar with the details of the Thousand Swords art skill more quickly. Once he could use all the variations of the Thousand Swords art freely according to his will, at that time, he would truly be able to use spirit swords as materials to set up the gold sacred lion demon binding seal, and even the demon suppression seal. Within the sword formation, aside from the countless sword chi, there was an endless amount of red lotus karma fire constantly scorching Kuzai. The karmic fire red lotus suppressed the recovery speed of Kuzai's vitality points, while also inflicting tons of damage, causing Kuzai, trapped within the sword formation, to live a fate worse than death and continuously let out pained wails. However, to Songjian's surprise, Kuzai, with his divine soul burning, seemed to possess a tenacious adaptive constitution. As the red lotus karma fire scorched him, his fire resistance was rapidly increasing. The Kuzai who had already become a lump of char, his body's surface cracked layer by layer as a pale, unscarred Kuzai emerged from the charred husk and began to constantly bombard the red lotus sword array. Songjian snorted coldly, his mind stirred, and the red lotus sword array immediately changed, evolving toward the next phase. A red lotus sword, filled with tremendous killing intent, appeared above the sword array and, At the moment of becoming solid, it fell like a meteor, slashing toward Kuzai within the sword array. Crack! As if cutting into a piece of hard metal, sparks flew, and the cutting sound was like a sharp spike that made one irresistibly want to cover their ears. The red lotus sword array slowly dissipated, and there was Kuzai, with more than half of his body split open, appearing before Song Jian. At this moment, Kuzai's upper body from the waist was completely split in two, split cleanly as if by a mirror. The sharp sword chi even sealed all the veins, not a single drop of blood spilled out. A look of surprise appeared on Song Jian's face, and he couldn't help but step back 2 steps. From this Kuzai, whose body was split in two, he did not feel the slightest hint of decline. Kuzai's vigorous life force was even more robust than before. Damn it, can't I kill you? A trace of horror appeared in Song Jian's eyes. Such a tenacious, undying body would terrify anyone who saw it. Song Jian watched with wide eyes as the two halves of the body slowly drew closer. Countless tiny bumps grew out from the split, twining like tentacles, constantly eroding the sword chi at the wound. Finally, in just a dozen seconds, a whole Kuzai appeared before Song Jian. At this moment, Kuzai's eyes no longer held a trace of clarity, his originally handsome face twisted like that of a zombie, drool continuously dripping from his mouth. His body's surface bulged with large blocks of muscle, and even upright walking became somewhat difficult. He had completely degenerated into a fearsome beast. With a cold snort, looking at Kuzai's vitality points which were now less than a quarter, Song Jian raised his right hand to the sky and then clenched it fiercely. With a thunderous roar, a giant palm more than 10 meters in diameter appeared above Kuzai's head. This palm, filled with fierce sword chi, pressed down mercilessly toward Kuzai as Song Jian clenched his hand. Chapter 1202, Flesh and Blood Grinding Disc. This palm strike directly suppressed Kuzai's vitality points to 1/5. If it weren't for the fact that his recovery rate of vitality points was getting faster, this blow would have definitely caused him serious harm. Song Jian's brow furrowed slightly. If he couldn't kill Kuzai instantly, then no matter how powerful his skills were, he wouldn't be able to kill him completely. They could only fight head-on until the opponent's soul was completely burned out. The sword chi palm imprint was already the limit of what Song Jian could control in the Thousand Swords art by himself. As for the sword chi stone tower, he couldn't possibly continue to evolve it based on his understanding of the Thousand Swords art if he had to control it on his own. With a cold snort, Song Jian somewhat reluctantly let go of his control over the Thousand Swords art. The subsequent evolution process began to be controlled by the sword spirit of the sky-breaking sword. The sword chi palm imprint slowly dissipated, and an ancient stone tower appeared above Kuzai's head. In just a few seconds, Kuzai's vitality points had already recovered to 1/3. It was as if the previous sword chi palm imprint had not caused him any harm. Instead, it seemed to be healing him. His vitality point recovery rate has increased again. Song Jian's complexion turned unsightly. With such a terrifying rate of vitality point recovery, just leaving it alone, he estimated it would probably take no more than a dozen seconds to fully restore his vitality points. The ancient stone tower pressed down hard, pinning Kuzai firmly at the base of the tower. The vitality points that had already risen to 1/3 dropped again by a large margin, but still didn't hit zero. Song Jian had an ugly look on his face. He had never encountered a monster with such attributes before. Even those commanding level monsters, no matter how formidable, if they were suppressed by the stone tower, they would be left on the verge of death and lose the ability to fight, even if they didn't die. But what he was witnessing now made Song Jian feel that Kuzai was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, one that would be knocked down time and again, only to stand up once more until he turned defeat into victory. The gates of the stone tower opened and a strong suction pulled Kuzai into the tower. Usually, the tower could only absorb the souls of the suppressed monsters, but this time, it sucked in Kuzai's entire body. Boom, boom, boom. It didn't take long for a series of shaking sounds to come from within the tower. Kuzai went mad, desperately smashing against the walls of the tower. Numerous sword chi were triggered, piercing Kuzai all over with holes, and even his two fists were bloodied and bones were exposed. However, it wasn't long before Kuzai was able to recover from even the most severe injuries immediately. The entire sword chi stone tower began to shake violently, and Song Jian even worried that Kuzai would directly break out of the sword chi stone tower. Sword chi crisscrossed, with countless transparent sword chi revolving endlessly around the sword chi stone tower. It seemed as if something had enraged Kuzai. Above the tower, the wind suddenly picked up and clouds gathered. In no time, a giant grinding disc appeared above the stone tower. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The grinding disc slowly started to rotate, the two boulders rubbing against each other, making a deafening noise. This change caught Song Jian by surprise, leaving him staring agape at the gigantic grinding disc that had appeared in midair. The stone quality of this grinding disc seems to be exactly the same as the Sword Chi Stone Tower? Song Jian thought to himself, wondering if this was an evolution of the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Is this the Sword Chi grinding disc? Song Jian speculated in his heart. But soon, information suddenly emerged in his mind out of nowhere, about the huge grinding disc above. After Song Jian understood it, a tinge of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The grinding disc was not a subsequent evolution of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, but simply another function of the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Flesh and blood grinding disc. Those bosses that could not be repressed to death by the Sword Chi Stone Tower had their flesh and blood bodies sucked into the tower. However, the Sword Chi Stone Tower could only decompose and absorb the souls of the bosses and not their flesh and blood, leading to the emergence of another skill to eradicate the boss's flesh. Flesh and blood grinding disc. In the grinding disc in the air, a sticky dark red liquid slowly oozed from the seams between two massive stones, which was blood mixed with bones and muscles, seeping out gradually. Although it was only a figment, Song Jian could feel a thick scent of blood pervading the entire world. Ground to dust. This phrase suddenly appeared in Song Jian's mind. Looking again at Kuzai inside the tower, a hint of compassion flashed in Song Jian's eyes. At this moment, if Kuzai regained his senses, he would probably wish for nothing more than to die immediately. The incredibly fast recovery rate of vitality points now became Kuzai's most brutal torture. This condition of having one's entire body's flesh grinded to a pulp yet unable to die was 100 times more agonizing than a slow and torturous death. In Song Jian's ears, there seemed to be the intense and desperate wails of Kuzai. For a full half hour, the flesh and blood grinding disc in the sky slowly dissipated, and a 10-hour countdown appeared on the first level of the tower. Song Jian's experience points surged a significant amount, breaking through to level 62. Checking his skill bar, for some unknown reason, his sword chi manipulation skill had risen from 23% to 67% in the instant the flesh and blood grinding disc appeared. Moreover, during the duration of the flesh and blood grinding disc, sword chi manipulation continued to increase, and now, its proficiency had reached full value. He decided to allocate this skill point to sword chi manipulation, raising its level to 4. The sword chi manipulation skill was simply the best auxiliary skill for the Thousand Swords art, not only enhancing the evolution effect and power of sword chi but also indirectly affecting Song Jian's control proficiency over the Thousand Swords art. The enhancement in sword chi manipulation led to a flood of new information in Song Jian's mind. Once he completely digested this information, the evolution of the Sword Chi Stone Tower would be thoroughly mastered by him. Once Song Jian fully mastered all the evolutions of the Thousand Swords art, he had the confidence to use the Spirit Sword as a material to arrange the various formations listed in the Sword Array Atlas. This is an unexpected boon. Song Jian thought to himself, turning his head to look at the huge ancient tree in the distance. During the previous fight, Song Jian had noticed that this ancient tree was not as simple as he initially thought, being just a tree. In fact, the ancient tree was also a guardian of the temple, just like Kuzai, both were demon god generals. However, for some unknown reason, this ancient tree seemed to have no desire to fight Song Jian at all. It had been dormant all along, and even after being awakened by the battle between Song Jian and Kuzai, it made no moves that alerted Song Jian. Had this ancient tree teamed up with Kuzai to attack Song Jian earlier, Song Jian might have won, but it wouldn't have been as effortless. Glancing at the ancient tree whose branches and leaves were swaying slightly, Song Jian let out a small sigh of relief. He felt that this ancient tree's strength seemed to be even mightier than Kuzai's by a notch. After waiting a while longer, Song Jian made a wide detour and strode towards the temple in the mountains far away, which was his true quest objective. Chapter 1203, The Test. On his way to the Forgotten Temple, Song Jian saw countless roots like enormous pythons, exposed amidst the surrounding sea of flowers. Clearly, the reach of the roots from that ancient tree was much wider than he had imagined. Could it be that every inch of land in this area is under the canopy of this ancient tree? A thought suddenly popped into Song Jian's mind. Although the area where the Forgotten Temple was located was not vast, encompassing the entire areas underground would nevertheless be no easy feat. Yet, looking at the roots that were visible everywhere, a shudder of fear involuntarily gripped Song Jian's heart. If this ancient tree sought to share the same fate as Kuzai, harboring a suicidal intent towards Song Jian, then it could easily obliterate this area completely. At that time, the explosion resulting from the collapse of the plane would surely be beyond Song Jian's ability to withstand. His only chance for survival would be to hide within the shattered divine realm and then drift through the endless cosmic rivers of time and space. The thought of such a terrifying scenario gave Song Jian a bone-chilling sensation, and he couldn't help but quicken his steps toward the Forgotten Temple. Standing beneath the temple, Song Jian immediately felt how insignificant he was. Just like when he had seen the ancient tree, the entire temple was over 100 meters tall, larger than a mountain peak. Likened to a temple built solely for the giant race. Had not the temple doors been wide open, Song Jian would have doubted whether he could push them open himself. The temple seemed to have lacked maintenance for a very long time, exuding a sense of decay and desolation everywhere. On the floor of the temple hall, Song Jian even saw clusters of weeds stubbornly sprouting through the cracks. Song Jian walked alone in the temple hall, the entire place dead silent except for the echo of his footsteps. It wasn't until he had walked nearly a kilometer that he finally saw the central statue in the temple. A stone figure with 3 faces and 8 arms, identical to the one he had seen before entering the temple, which was carved from an entire mountain. However, unlike that time when the statue's 8 hands were empty and just held in various bizarre poses, this time, in the temple, each of the statue's hands tightly grasped an item: a knife, a sword, a hammer, a spear, an axe, a shield, a tower, a seal. All 8 items contained astonishing force, and their surging ores rippled outward like tides, yet they merged together perfectly in a way that was truly breathtaking. System: you've discovered the Forgotten Temple, Hidden Quest first phase completed. System: you've initiated the Hidden Quest Forgotten Temple second phase, face the trial by the ancient desolate demon god statue. Pass the trial to continue to the third phase of the quest. When Song Jian approached this statue, the hidden quest in his mission bar immediately changed. Trial by the statue? Song Jian's expression changed slightly. Does this mean I have to fight against this statue before me? One should know that even without considering the colossal size of the statue, just the fact of being attacked by all 8 items in its hands was something Song Jian might not be able to handle. Judging by the aura emanating from the statue, it was definitely at legendary level. Equivalent to the strength of a king-level boss. Even though Song Jian's own strength had increased significantly, he was not confident enough to believe he could defeat a king-level boss. Just as Song Jian was hesitating, a transmission circle with a diameter of over 5 meters suddenly appeared in front of the statue, and simultaneously, a lighted arrow appeared at Song Jian's feet, guiding him to step into the circle. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jian stepped along the illuminated arrow and stood within the circle. A blinding white light flickered, and Song Jian's vision blurred with a sensation of weightlessness, reminiscent of passing through a transmission array. However, the sensation came and went quickly, and in a short moment, Song Jian opened his eyes and looked around. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of starscape, the pitch-black sky shimmered with countless stars, and surrounding Song Jian were numerous screen-like displays, as wide as a movie screen, showing different scenes. One scene depicted a bloody arena where the audience consisted of various kinds of demons, and within the arena, limbs were strewn everywhere with blood soaking every stone slab on the ground. At that moment, a man and a beast were fighting furiously in the arena, and while no sound came through, just from the visuals alone, Song Jian could imagine the roaring and howling resounding in the place. Another scene showed a vast labyrinth teeming with all sorts of monsters and traps, where a careless step could lead to irreversible doom. Song Jian saw many people killed by monsters or traps within the maze, and some even turned on each other upon crossing paths, fighting to the death. The labyrinth contained only danger, with no treasures to be found. Among the many who entered, 1 in 10,000 might make it out alive. Any individual lingering too long was inevitably hunted down and slaughtered by a minotaur-like creature of great power, meeting a horrific end. Song Jian's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze shifted to the remaining images, almost every one of them filled with brutality and bloodshed, enough to send chills down the spine of any onlooker. The scenes before him unfolded like a sprawling scroll, slowly flowing past Song Jian. Over the course of 10 minutes, he scarcely saw any repetitive scenes. Am I to choose one of these scenes and prevail within it? Song Jian wondered silently. Just then, a scene filled with mist, where only a path of the gray-white stone slabs faintly appeared and disappeared in the fog, moved in front of Song Jian. As this scene came before Song Jian, it suddenly burst into light, drawing him in without any opportunity to prepare. In the span of a moment, a figure appeared in the previously empty scene, slowly rising from the stone path. As the figure stood up, crimson dots began to flicker within the fog, numerous and seemingly endless. Unexpectedly, Song Jian found himself within the scene. As soon as he entered, a tingling sensation ran across his scalp, and the fog around him seemed to conceal dangers that were slowly inching toward him. Low growls, as if squeezed from deep in the throat, echoed around him, suggesting an endless horde of creatures converging on Song Jian, which reminded him of the time he was nearly surrounded by zombies. It was then that Song Jian recalled the scenes he had witnessed earlier. It seemed there was only one path here, and he had to follow it to reach the end of the stage. Gazing at the stone path obscured by fog before him, Song Jian gritted his teeth and took large strides, quickly sprinting along this soul path. Chapter 1204, Endless road. Song Jian had been running along the stone path without stopping, the white fog on both sides of the road growing thicker and the hoarse howls growing clearer, as if they were right beside Song Jian's ears. But despite running for so long, with sweat beginning to show on his forehead, he still hadn't seen any monsters emerge from the fog, which he found quite strange. Step, 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 step. On the deathly silent and ethereal road, there were only the roar from both sides and the sound of Song Jian's footsteps. Song Jian had forgotten how long he had been running. It seemed like an hour, but it could have also been the entire day. Does this road ever end? Song Jian wondered as he looked at the surrounding scene, which was the same in every direction, and he couldn't help but stop and stand in place. However, the moment Song Jian stopped and stood still, a huge scythe came chopping down from above. Song Jian quickly rolled forward to dodge and looked back to see a gigantic monster more than 3 meters tall, wielding a black scythe, slowly emerging from the fog and attacking him. This monster looked incredibly ferocious, with sunken cheeks, blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, and a strong body like that of a lizard. All signs of the monster's formidable strength. Song Jian's eyes flickered as he released the Eye of Insight. This was actually a level 100 elite level boss, the Fog Wilderness Beast. Run, 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 run. This massive Fog Wilderness Beast uttered the garbled words, continuously swinging the black scythe in its hands, attacking Song Jian. Just as this monster appeared, more and more creatures seemed to emerge from the fog, squeezing out from the mist on both sides of the road and lunging at Song Jian. Song Jian was startled. These monsters crawling out of the fog were of various shapes and very peculiar, but each one exuded a sharp aura and a thick scent of blood. Run, 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 run. All the monsters attacked Song Jian while roaring and bellowing the indistinct words. Song Jian wielded the sky-breaking sword, fighting against these rushing monsters. Blood kept spilling, and the originally gray-white stone path was covered with the severed limbs and blood of the monsters. Song Jian fought while retreating. He dared not rush into the fog, feeling in his heart that if he left the stone path, something extremely dangerous would happen. He could only retreat down the path. Endless monsters charged out of the fog on both sides of the stone path, howling and roaring as they rushed towards Song Jian. The battle continued, and the trail of flesh and blood on the little road stretched out for hundreds of meters. Bang! A claw more than a meter long pierced viciously into Song Jian's left shoulder, causing a pain like a bone fracture. He was flung 5 or 6 meters away and crashed harshly onto the stone path. Damn it, how can there be so many? Song Jian struggled to stand, glaring hatefully at the incessant stream of monsters coming over the stone path. He had already killed hundreds of wilderness beasts, but still, there was an unending stream of them emerging from the fog. Thousand swords art. Song Jian growled, and in an instant, all the sword chi surged into the sky-breaking sword. The legendary quality sky-breaking sword burst forth with dazzling sword light, and in a flash, 500 spirit swords densely appeared around Song Jian's body, shooting towards the swarming wilderness beasts like shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. After a violent explosion, a brief calm emerged on the stone pathway. All the savage beasts that had pounced were dismembered into pieces, then blasted into palm-sized fragments. Blood and flesh littered the entire path, and Song Jian gasped for air. The individual strength of these wild beasts was not high, but there were simply too many of them, coming endlessly, impossible to kill them all. Just when Song Jian had rested on the spot for a few seconds, that hair-raising roar sounded again, and a pair of crimson lights illuminated within the mist. Damn it, how come there are more? Song Jian stood up, gripping the sky-breaking sword tightly, ready for battle. Run, 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 run. An infinite number of monsters, once again roared as they charged at Song Jian, their low growls incessant, and within their 2 crimson eyes, a bloodthirsty look prevailed. Run? Run where? Song Jian frowned slightly, watching the swarming monsters, with the cooldown of the 1,000 swords art still at 5 or 6 seconds, he slowly backed away, waiting for the skill cooldown to end. He had only retreated 2 steps when Song Jian seemed to think of something, and abruptly turned to run. In battle, this is tantamount to suicide, exposing one's unprotected back to the enemy. Even weaker foes could easily drive a weapon into your spine. However, strangely enough, as Song Jian turned to flee, the endless horde of monsters suddenly stopped in their tracks, standing still, their gaze fixed on Song Jian's retreating figure. After a short while, these creatures slowly walked off the stone path and disappeared into the mist. Song Jian ran for over a dozen meters, then looked back. Indeed, as he had guessed, the monsters had all vanished. But Song Jian's expression grew uglier by the second. What the hell is going on? Forcing someone to keep running down this stone path? While jogging, Song Jian talked to himself as thoughts raced through his mind. This path seems to have no end. How long do I have to run to pass the trial? Or is it that I will keep running until I die upon this path? The trial that Song Jian had entered was the Endless Road, and although it wasn't as bloody and barbaric as an arena and one could ensure safety for a considerable period once they discovered the trick, this trial on the Endless Road brought even more despair than any other. Many who entered would run for days, weeks, or even months until their strength was drained, to be devoured by the monsters in the mist. Some, out of despair, simply left the stone path, plunging into the mist, never to emerge again. As Song Jian jogged to conserve energy, he carefully observed his surroundings, not letting any detail go unnoticed. Often, the answer lies within subtle, easily overlooked details. There has to be an exit here, it can't be a dead end. This is a trial, not a trap. Song Jian silently reaffirmed to himself, closely examining everything around him, even memorizing the patterns in which the mist rolled. Running forward, Song Jian lost all concept of time, unaware of how long he had been in this place. Nothing in front of him changed, and a more than 1-inch long beard had grown under his jaw. He looked almost like a beggar in his disheveled state. There must be an exit, there must be an exit, it can't be a trap, this can't be a trap. Song Jian muttered to himself, his legs moving mechanically. However, after running for a while, Song Jian suddenly stopped, staring in horror at the path in front of him. The stone pavement ahead was covered with fragments of monster corpses and blood that had dried up, stretching out for 100 meters along the path. This place, this is where I've fought before. Song Jian, looking at everything before him, suddenly realized that this road was a looping path with no end. A strong sense of despair, like a heavy hammer, struck Song Jian vehemently. At this moment, his steadfast will suddenly crumbled, and he fell to his knees on the stone path, too drained to move. Chapter 1205, Battle Pet Upgrade. This was an endless loop of a path. If Song Jian had not seen the marks left by previous battles, he would have continued running, driven by a resilience in his heart. But when he realized that this stone-paved road was actually a closed loop, that tenacity in his heart disappeared in an instant, and his whole body slackened. Monsters in the fog on both sides began gathering towards Song Jian again. The already desperate Song Jian, upon hearing the monsters' low growls, suddenly became angry. Run, 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 run. The monsters roared loudly at Song Jian, waving their weapons and charging towards him. Song Jian's face grew even more displeased as he slowly stood up, gripped the sky-breaking sword in his hand and roared in a low voice. What do you count for, to drive me away? He had discovered that the existence of these monsters in the fog was not to kill the trial takers but to drive them to keep running on this narrow path until they exhausted their strength and then get killed by these monsters in despair. A crisp dragon's roar sounded. Song Jian was enveloped by an azure dragon, and in an instant, all the frustration and despair were driven away, and he seemed to have regained his vitality anew. Song Jian let out a great shout and charged at the monsters with his sword, the sky-breaking sword shining with dazzling sword light, continuously slashing at the monsters. Blood and flesh flew, painful screams and roars interwove. These level 100 elite bosses fell one by one beneath Song Jian's sword. Unfortunately, killing these monsters yielded neither battle experience nor loot drops. Moreover, their numbers were endless. No matter how many he killed, it felt like a futile effort. But Song Jian did not care about that, and was simply venting the anger in his heart. When too many monsters surrounded him, and there was no room to maneuver, countless spirit swords appeared around Song Jian. Hiss hiss hiss. The spirit swords danced, followed by successive explosions around Song Jian. In an instant, all monsters within several tens of meters were torn to pieces by the centered attack. With this strike, at least 100 monsters were killed, leaving the immediate area clear, littered with pieces of monsters' limbs and flesh. Song Jian took several quick breaths to restore his strength, preparing for the next battle. Those who entered this testing space either died from running or were worn down by these monster attacks. Song Jian had been pondering how to pass the test, but despite a long time, he still had not found a way. Then let's kill. As long as all the monsters here are dead, the test will naturally be passed. Song Jian said in a low voice, before throwing himself at the monsters again. Song Jian's approach was a no-method method. But he also did not know how many monsters there were in the fog. From the battle, aside from this narrow path, there seemed to be a great number of monsters hidden in the fog on both sides. For an ordinary player, even a 40-person team would probably not be able to kill all the monsters here. After all, either mental strength or mana energy would eventually run out, and moreover, these were not ordinary monsters, they were all level 100 elite bosses. To kill them all was an impossible task. Bang! Another sword strike, and an elite boss was chopped down. Song Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, a fierce expression appearing on his face. These elite bosses were not illusions, they all truly existed. Since they truly existed, there had to be a limit to their number. Whether or not he could wipe out all the monsters here, This had now become the only way out. With that thought in mind, Songjian summoned the rock creature, Gulu, to join the massacre. Although Gulu was a Lord-level combat pet, its level was too low, just over 50, which made it somewhat underpowered in killing monsters 40 levels higher. However, for the elite-level boss monsters, killing Gulu wouldn't be easy. After all, rock elementals are known for their defense. Boom. As soon as the rock creature appeared, it stretched out its arms and slammed them hard against the ground, a loud crash ensuing as a powerful force surged outwards. The monsters within a 10-meter radius all started wobbling, and the slowness debuff popped up in their status bars. Songjian charged into the crowd of monsters and, when the cooldown of Thousand Swords art was up, a dense mass of spirit swords once again materialized, slicing through the surrounding monsters. In an instant, over 100 monsters were killed, and this time, 3 golden beams burst forth from Gulu, elevating its level by 3. Songjian was startled, although he himself couldn't gain combat experience here, his combat pet could level up, which was an unexpected pleasure. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. Songjian burst out laughing. As his level got higher and higher, there was less and less need for combat pets in battle, and his Lord-level trained pets were now struggling to keep up with his pace of progression. Unexpectedly, this place, where he couldn't level up himself, turned out to be a perfect place for his combat pets to level up. Suddenly, Songjian no longer felt despair, he went all out and even felt an urge to charge into the mist for a fight. The number of monsters was endless, but Songjian had great stamina. His sword chi value could recover quickly, the Azure Dragon sword body could add foe vitality and also rapidly restore vitality points, while removing all debuffs including fatigue. With the powerful attack of Thousand Swords art ensuring that Songjian wouldn't get surrounded by monsters, and with Gulu continuously leveling up from monster experience, reverting to perfect condition after each level up, it could always stand behind Songjian providing support. Leveling golden lights kept bursting out from Gulu, and before long, its level had soared from the 50s to 78. Gulu, now swollen to stand over 6 meters tall, had become a giant covered in hard granite. The monster's gnashing became even more futile, only leaving white marks on its skin, completely unable to harm it. After wiping out another group of monsters, Songjian checked his skills bar. The Azure Dragon sword body was still over 2 minutes away from ending its cooldown, and the surrounding monsters were once again closing in. Songjian grinned, promptly retracting Gulu into the pet space and turned around to continue running along the stone path. As long as Songjian kept running, the monsters wouldn't swarm him, giving him a chance to catch his breath and wait for his skills to cool down. A few hundred meters later, Songjian stopped, summoned Gulu, and awaited the monsters to encircle them once more, ready to fight on. Chapter 1206 Task Rewards. Running and stopping. Songjian no longer cared whether this road had an end, whether it circled upon itself, or whether he could find his way out. He now had only one goal, to kill all the monsters here and to boost the level of the stone man Gulu as much as possible. If the monsters here could boost my combat experience, my level could rise by several levels at least. Songjian thought to himself. One must know that all the monsters here are elite level 100 bosses, and just the experience from killing monsters above your level would be more than what regular monsters provide. Another flash of golden light and the stone man Gulu's level had risen to level 98. Looking around, the stone pavement was littered with the limbs and flesh of monsters. Standing on the shoulder of the over 8-meter-tall stone man Gulu, Songjian looked around only to see a vast expanse of white where nothing could be discerned. However, he could feel that within the thick white fog, a large number of monsters were still rushing towards them. Having reached level 98, the stone man Gulu no longer feared the siege of these monsters. Without the oppression of levels, an elite-level Gulu could send a monster flying with a punch and even cast earth magic, causing massive damage to these creatures. Even if Songjian didn't lift a finger, Gulu could battle in the throng of monsters for a whole day and night without feeling a hint of fatigue. Gulu was increasingly encircled by monsters, to the point of hardly being able to move. Suddenly, Gulu lifted his right foot fiercely and stomped down hard on the ground. Boom! A loud crash resounded. Centered around Gulu, countless 2-meter-long spikes emerged from the ground, impaling the bodies of the surrounding monsters and leaving them hanging in the air. Each spike had at least 2 monsters hanging from it. Seen from above, it resembled a bloom of stone spike flower over 10 meters in diameter, with the bodies of monsters hanging from its petals. Seconds later, the earth elemental energy in the stone spikes dissipated, all of the spikes collapsed, and the corpses of the monsters covered the ground. Even the monsters that hadn't died yet were all severely wounded, with Gulu stepping forward and crushing each one underfoot. After killing all the monsters, Gulu seemed quite excited, and to Songjian's surprise, started to pound his chest vigorously, like a great ape. Songjian, caught off guard, was nearly knocked off and had to stabilize himself. Once steady, he couldn't help but kick Gulu on the head and scolded him with a laugh. Time passed, unknown how much, and Gulu's level had risen to 110. Songjian had become idle and even took a nap on Gulu's shoulder, fully recovering his state. Still a bit boring though, Songjian yawned, looking at the endless stream of monsters running to their deaths with an expressionless face. As a level 110 elite level boss, Gulu held level and rank suppression over the surrounding elite level boss monsters. No matter how many were surrounding him, they could not break through Gulu's defenses and could only force him to lose some vitality points. By now, Gulu's vitality points had exceeded 100,000. For such attacks, they barely counted as tickles. Batch after batch of monsters were slain by Gulu, and Songjian, sitting on Gulu's shoulder, felt somewhat listless. After some time, Songjian suddenly felt the silence around them and couldn't help but look up. Did we kill all the monsters? A hint of joy appeared on Songjian's face as he stood up and looked around. He discovered that the dense white fog around them seemed to be gradually receding, and a massive figure appeared before Songjian. Is that the ancient tree outside the temple? Songjian exclaimed in astonishment. The massive figure before me was identical to the ancient tree outside the temple. Standing beneath it, one couldn't see where its crown ended, its lush branches and leaves enshrouded several kilometers, resembling a small town. However, in the lower right area near this ancient tree, only bare branches remained, devoid of leaves. Compared to other parts, it looked somewhat eerie. You are the most shameless and luckiest bastard I've ever seen. A deafening voice came from within the ancient tree, though it sounded somewhat helpless. Songjian stared at that leafless area on the tree's lower right for a while before he couldn't help but ask. Were those fog beasts from before all transformed from your leaves? You guessed right. The monsters here are all transformed from my leaves. The ancient tree rustled as it replied. Looking at the entire ancient tree, Songjian saw that the leafless area was less than 1% of the whole. This meant that if the tree wished, it could send even more monsters to besiege them. Just some leaves can transform into level 100 elite bosses. How strong must the true form of this ancient tree be? A look of horror involuntarily appeared on Songjian's face. As if guessing Songjian's thoughts, the ancient tree clarified. What you see is not my true form. My body is still next to the star pool outside the temple. Your entering here was merely a little test of mine. Unexpectedly, you solved it using this method. The ancient tree thought helplessly. In fact, you only needed to step into the fog to find me and complete the test. Songjian was stunned. Although entering the mist would cause the monsters to attack him, the body of the ancient tree was too huge. If he searched earnestly, he probably would have touched its branches and leaves in at most half an hour. What was the difference between being besieged in the mist and on the road? Songjian had simply fallen into a mental trap at the beginning, not realizing that the way out was hidden within the surrounding fog. So now, I should be considered to have completed the assessment, right? Songjian asked as he glanced around. Consider it done. The ancient tree sighed. The monsters around were no longer a threat to Songjian. Continuing the test would only serve to provide his war pets with more experience for leveling up. There was no way to proceed with the assessment normally, it had to end. A verdant branch extended towards Songjian and slowly wrapped around him. Songjian didn't move, he didn't feel any malice from the ancient tree and let it envelop him. A flash of green light, and Songjian's figure vanished, only to reappear inside the temple shortly after. System, you have completed the second round of the Forgotten Temple quest, unlocking the third round quest reward. Please select your reward for completing the quest. Note, among these rewards, only 8 items genuinely exist, the rest are illusions. During the quest, all identification and inspection skills cannot be used. Please select your quest reward within 3 minutes. No sooner had the system prompt finished than hundreds of treasure boxes densely appeared around the demon statue. These boxes looked nearly identical on the outside, with the only distinction being that each one displayed a semi-transparent phantom above it. These phantoms varied in appearance, including humans, beastmen, goblins, merfolk, and even abyss demons. Each figure was vivid, some were beckoning Songjian, some were roaring at him, and some were even loudly mocking and insulting him. Seeing all this, several dark lines involuntarily formed on Songjian's forehead. Chapter 1207, Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear. Looking at the 100+ identical treasure boxes in front of him, as well as the various translucent figures on the boxes, Songjian suddenly felt at a loss on how to proceed. There are a total of 189 treasure boxes here, and only 8 of them contain real treasures as rewards for the task. The rest are all empty. This is simply... Songjian had a feeling that all his previous tests had been for nothing. The vertical eye in the center of his forehead opened, and all the treasure boxes in front of him burst into the same glow, enveloping them completely, making it impossible to spot any differences. If he had to point out a distinction, it would only be that the figures emerging on the boxes were all different. Some of these figures appeared very powerful, majestic and domineering, with divine light of flames burning all over them, almost like deities themselves. Others looked extremely weak, resembling a frail goblin or a zombie. And there were some figures whose strength Song Jian could not gauge, shrouded in an air of profound mystery. Naturally, Song Jian couldn't base his judgment on the figures atop the boxes for the treasures inside. It was quite possible that the boxes with fierce-looking figures contained nothing, while the ones with very weak figures might actually hold the real task rewards. Of course, it could also be the opposite. This was a gamble, a psychological one. To pick the correct treasure boxes out of the 189 was undeniably a daunting task. Young man, this choice is not an easy one, but you must hurry, for your time is running short. The ancient tree shook its body slightly, its voice revealing a touch of glee. Obviously, Song Jian's distressed appearance brought it joy. I suggest this one. Look at the phantom on this treasure box. This is the deity Naruto, master of the space law. With his mighty divine power, choosing him can't be wrong. The ancient tree extended a lush green branch, pointing at one of the boxes and saying, "Of course, this is just a suggestion, for your reference. It's also possible that there's nothing inside the box with such a powerful deity's phantom. Instead, this box, with the phantom of a weak grey dwarf, might contain the true treasure." Song Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "Great, now I can eliminate 2 boxes. That leaves only 187 treasure boxes." He certainly didn't believe the ancient tree would be so kind as to point out the real task reward to him. Song Jian looked over each one until his eyes lit up, and he pointed at one of the boxes, saying, "I choose the item inside this box." The phantom that appeared on the surface of this box was the same female figure that had sent Song Jian on a quest to the Imperial Sword Sect to find the Demon Suppression Tower. Although the armor worn by the phantom figure was different from the one Song Jian had first seen, the girl's features were exactly the same as before. The ancient tree stiffened for a moment, extending a green branch to point at the treasure box for confirmation. "Are you sure about this box? Don't you want to look again? The phantom on this box is just a descendant of the ancient desolate demon god. Her strength doesn't even make the top 10 here." Hearing what the ancient tree said, a slight smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. Pointing at the box, he said, "I'm sure, it's this one I want." "All right, everything follows your choice." Having said that, the ancient tree extended a branch, curled up the selected box, and brought it over to Song Jian. He reached out and took the box, and all the boxes surrounding the ancient tree disappeared one by one. "You have completed the test of the ancient desolate demon god and may now return to the temple." After the ancient tree spoke, it wrapped Song Jian up, and with a flash of green light, the branch and Song Jian vanished together. Song Jian felt he was unprepared when he was suddenly thrown out. After a whirl of disorientation, he found himself back in the demon god temple, looking at the towering demon god stone statue and suddenly realized that there seemed to be something unusual about it. The hands of the demon god statue originally held 8 sculpted treasures, but now, one hand was empty. What's going on? Has someone else entered this temple? Song Jian immediately became alert, looking around and extending his senses in all directions. After a long search without finding anything unusual, Song Jian had a thought, and the flame light wings appeared behind him. With a mighty leap, he reached the demon god stone statue and began to inspect it closely. This statue is carved from a single block of stone, with the treasures in its hands being part of the arms. How could they possibly separate? Song Jian pondered for a while, his brow furrowing. The other 7 arms were connected seamlessly with their treasures. It wouldn't make sense for only one treasure to have been added later. Song Jian then moved to the empty hand. Now, the hand grasped at nothing, the treasure formerly within having vanished without a trace. Most importantly, where the arm and the treasure connected, there was not a single sign of damage, as if it had always been held aloft in this manner. After much thought, Song Jian couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary, so he flew back down, looking up while murmuring softly to himself, "Sword, saber, hammer, axe, shield, tower, seal. This empty hand should have been holding a short spear." Song Jian stroked his chin, recalling the appearance of the short spear he had seen earlier. It looked like a short spear similar to a pike, less than 6 meters long, which would be considered quite lengthy to an ordinary person but hardly a handful in front of the demon god stone statue that towered over 100 meters tall. At this thought, Song Jian suddenly turned his gaze to the treasure box in his hand. Upon opening the box, a dazzling purplish gold light burst forth, revealing a legendary quality long spear in front of Song Jian. This. Song Jian stared dumbfounded at the long spear floating before him. The spear was over 2 meters in length, with the blade alone nearing 2 feet. At the very base of the blade, there was a hook scythe resembling a backward-facing spike. Along the shaft, a dragon wound its way from the tail end all the way to the blade. Grasping it felt secure, and even if it became slick with sweat, there was no sign of slipping. Wandering Dragon Hook Scythe Spear, Legendary Quality, Level 100. These attributes. Song Jian examined the properties of the spear, astonished by a series of excellent attributes. Not to mention the enhancements to personal attributes, the spear alone had 3 skills, each one top-notch. After a long time, Song Jian finally stowed the spear into his inventory. While delighted by the surprise, he also felt a hint of regret. He had instinctively thought that the treasure box would contain the demon suppression tower upon seeing the silhouette of that young girl, only to find it was actually the hook scythe spear from the hands of the demon god statue. 8 items, corresponding to the 8 treasures of the demon god statue. I wonder if that tower in its hand is the demon suppression tower? Song Jian looked at the small tower in the statue's hand, thinking to himself. Chapter 1208 Integration. After thinking for a while, Song Jian smiled, dismissing the coincidence, and turned to walk outside. Having completed the test, his next step was to return to the crumbling semi-dimensional plane, find Xinling, and then head back to Ancient Sword Star together. Just as Song Jian turned toward the temple gate, a sudden voice whispered in his ear. The voice was faint and full of seductive allure. The language of the abyss. Song Jian thought with a touch of helplessness. Known also as the language of charm, all charming abilities would be enhanced if uttered in abyssal tongue, which is why members of the abyssal clan, regardless of their profession, tend to learn 1 or 2 charm-related skills. Even without bonuses from spirit attributes, the mere use of the abyssal language rendered such skills no weaker than those wielded by professional charmers. Unfortunately for them, Song Jian had incidentally mastered the abyssal language through his human body, granting him a certain resistance to it. His innate skill thick skin also made him completely immune to the effects of charm skills, especially after thick skin had evolved into the immortal body, making the charm of the abyssal language ineffectual against him. Turning his head, Song Jian noticed that the voice seemed to come from the other end of the temple, the urgency within the charm unmistakable. The demon god temple was vast, and looking towards the end, the temple depths were inscrutable and what lay inside was unclear. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then stepped past the statue of the demon god and walked toward the other end of the temple. After walking past the statue, over 100 meters further, Song Jian suddenly saw a colossal figure, a monster with the head of a tiger, the body of a man, and lower parts resembling massive octopus tentacles, slumped against a wall. The abyssal language was coming from its mouth, as terrifying surges of energy continuously emanated from its being. Level 120, a Dominator class boss. Song Jian quietly activated the Eye of Insight to assess the properties of the creature before him. This ferocious-looking beast appeared to be in a sorry state, bound by black chains, with many piercing directly through its body, restricting its movements and confining it to a very narrow space. From an original close to 8 million vitality points, it was now reduced to less than 3 million. The massive octopus tentacles that extended from its waist were mostly severed, with only 5 still intact. However, those 5 tentacles lay limply on the ground, like dead snakes exuding a faint stench of decay. Seeing Song Jian approaching step by step, the beast named Tiger Demon Wild Beast revealed an excited look in its eyes, with a vicious smile blooming at the corner of its mouth. The pace of the abyssal language it spoke quickened. Come here, delicious food, fresh flesh. It's been over 800 years since I've tasted fresh flesh, come here, come over. The Tiger Demon Wild Beast murmured softly as if the luring music encircled Song Jian's ears. The Tiger Demon Wild Beast thought Song Jian had been charmed by the abyssal language, but what it didn't know was that danger was closing in on it with each step. Consumed by greedy hunger, it had completely let its guard down. In the moment when Song Jian was nearing it, what had appeared to be dead tentacles suddenly sprang from the ground, whipping towards Song Jian with arrow-like speed. But just then, Song Jian burst into action, his figure turning into a streak of lightning as he charged at the Tiger Demon Wild Beast. A long sword, ablaze with sharp sword light, thrust viciously into the Tiger Demon Wild Beast's chest, and a gush of fresh blood spurted out. Surprise showed in the eyes of the Tiger Demon Wild Beast as it let out an angry roar, struggling desperately. Its enormous body shook like a small hill, and the chains binding it clashed against each other, making a deafening noise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Song Jian's successful strike did not make him stop. He continuously swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and with the fluttering of his flame-light wings behind him, his figure became even swifter. He flew around the enormous Tiger Demon Savage Beast, sword light blossoming, blood spurting out in bursts. At this moment, The tiger demon savage beast had a formidable body but was powerless against Song Jian due to the iron chains that tightly bound it. It could only struggle desperately and let out continuous roars. At that moment, as the blood of the tiger demon savage beast kept splashing on the iron chains that bound it, the originally black chains turned a bright red upon contact with the blood, as if they were heated iron rods. The crimson color spread rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and in a short while, all the chains turned red, radiating terrifyingly high temperatures. The tiger demon savage beast was suddenly stricken with fear, emitting the smell of burning flesh and blood. No, 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 I have been suppressed for 800 years, I have already paid for my sins, you can't kill me, you can't. The tiger demon savage beast struggled desperately, but the chains binding it turned redder and redder, the temperature rising ever higher. In the end, the chains emitted a dazzling red light, and upon contact with them, the tiger demon savage beast's body burst into flames, turning to ashes within moments. As soon as the chains began to act strangely, Song Jian had already quickly retreated to a safe distance, looking on with some astonishment as the tiger demon savage beast was burned alive by the chains that restrained it. What is going on here? Song Jian watched as the crimson chains cooled down as if nothing had happened, slowly turning black again, and cautiously stepped forward to approach them. Among the pile of ashes, there was an item flashing with dark gold light. Song Jian sifted through it and found to his surprise it was a key. Picking it up for a closer look, an astonished expression appeared on his face. Key of Oblivion? This key is also called the Key of Oblivion? He mused to himself, turning over the dark gold quality key in his hand with some curiosity. You see, he had already obtained a Key of Oblivion before, and that key was still in his bag, a black quality item. Song Jian had no idea what its use was, so he had always used it as a master key. It could open any treasure chest of epic quality and below. With that thought, Song Jian couldn't help but take out the other Key of Oblivion from his bag and compared it with the dark gold quality Key of Oblivion. These two keys are exactly the same? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. The two keys were identical in shape and material, even the patterns and details were exactly the same. If it were not for one emitting black light and the other dark gold light, they would be indistinguishable when mixed together. As Song Jian was feeling puzzled, a strong suction force suddenly emerged between the two keys. With a clang, they stuck together, and where they connected, a slow fusion began to occur. System, you have obtained two Keys of Oblivion of different qualities. The fusion is now beginning and will take 10 minutes. The fused Key of Oblivion will unlock a hidden quest, please be patient. Chapter 1209, Prison. Two Keys of Oblivion that looked exactly the same, except for the different glow of their quality, began to melt slowly as they touched each other, merging into one another. Before long, a Key of Oblivion that emitted a dark gold light floated in front of Song Jian, held gently in his hand. After examining it closely for quite a while, Song Jian frowned slightly. This doesn't seem any different from the previous one. The properties of the Key of Oblivion hadn't changed at all, even the quality remained the previous dark gold color, as if it had simply devoured the black quality Key of Oblivion. System, you have obtained the merged Key of Oblivion. Do you wish to unlock the hidden quest trial of the Demon Suppression Tower? Upon seeing this system message, Song Jian was shaken. The Demon Suppression Tower. It needs the Key of Oblivion to access it? Song Jian suddenly remembered that the little girl who had spared his life had asked him to seek the Demon Suppression Tower on Ancient Sword Star. Was it because she sensed that he had a Key of Oblivion in his inventory? With this thought, Song Jian didn't dare to be careless and, after hesitating for a long time, chose to accept. System, you have accepted the hidden quest trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. Do you wish to expend a Key of Oblivion to open the entrance to the Demon Suppression Tower? What, it requires a Key of Oblivion? Song Jian looked at the newly merged Key of Oblivion in his hand, his face showing a difficult expression. As it was known, this Key of Oblivion was a master key. If he lost it, he would no longer be able to open locked treasure chests in the future, which would be a significant loss, causing Song Jian to hesitate. After much thought, Song Jian gritted his teeth and made his decision. The Key of Oblivion he had just acquired slowly vanished from his hand, and in its place, a small red dot suddenly appeared in front of him. The small red dot spun rapidly, expanding while spinning, and as it rotated, the edges scattered countless spark-like points of light. In no time, a stable red teleportation gate appeared before Song Jian. What is this thing? Song Jian stared at the profound teleportation gate, unable to see what was beyond it, only darkness. System, you have 10 seconds to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. 10, 9, 8. As he watched the countdown emerge before him, Song Jian was startled and hurriedly stepped into the crimson teleportation gate in the final 3 seconds. After entering the gate, darkness enveloped him, and turning around, he saw the teleportation gate behind him rapidly shrinking, eventually disappearing as a red dot. Upon opening the quest log, the contents of the Trial of the Demon Suppression Tower quest had changed. Quest content: find the Holy Light Priest Sichu case in the Cage of Evil, and learn the secrets of the Demon Suppression Tower. Cage of Evil? Song Jian looked at the map in the quest log, which was pitch black and showed nothing, not even a marker for the location of the Cage of Evil. How was he to find it? Opening his vertical eye, the surroundings suddenly became clear. Song Jian realized he was in an underground prison, surrounded by tall metal cages, with rows of cages around orderly stone slab paths that were only about 2 meters wide and covered with dark brown stains. Demon Suppression Tower, Demon Suppression Tower, is this where demons and monsters are imprisoned? Song Jian looked around the iron bars and mused to himself. Some of the iron bars were intact, while others had been damaged. The fine steel bars, as thick as an arm, were forcibly torn apart, and on some, desiccated corpses of monsters still hung. Song Jian carefully explored along the corridor, not convinced that all the monsters inside had been killed or had fled. With Song Jian's movement, his path gradually began to appear on the mission map. Any place he traversed was revealed, yet the areas he had not traversed remained shrouded in darkness. Now, I need to explore the entire map of this place. Song Jian thought to himself. Just then, a furry arm suddenly reached out from a nearby cage, grabbing towards Song Jian. Instinctively, he swung his sky-breaking sword and sidestepped in a cleaving motion, severing the arm. A painful roar erupted from within the iron bars as the mutilated limb fell to the ground. Song Jian glanced inside the cage. A humanoid creature, clutching the wound on its arm, staggered backwards, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After a look at his information panel, Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A level 36 monster, why would there be such low-level creatures here? He knew, although he had never been to the Demon Suppression Tower before, he was very familiar with the legends surrounding it.